and then I started working at Mountain Bell, and I retired after 30 years from Quest. So if they do Social Security cuts, I don't know what I'm going to do. I will be forced at the age of 74 to look for a job.
So those are my hard-earned benefits. I worked for that. More than 30 years, I worked for that. Thank you. Wayne Bank from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I need to go to Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. This is the third letter you guys are having me, and that are included, the people reaching out to me from Chippewa Falls. God bless you. I need to visit your community. Hello, I'm Wayne from Chippewa Falls, soon to be 69 years old. I've been on Social Security for a couple years. My wife and I spent years in the service, Navy. And again, like I said, my wife and I are going to have been on Social Security, saying that we would, if we lost our Social Security tomorrow, we would lose our house, our cars, and pretty much our livelihood, because this is what we've worked for and we don't need to lose it. Why do you work for 55 years and pay into Social Security and then lose it? Recently, I tried to get back online, get on my Social Security account. I wasn't able to. Because of that, I went down to the Social Security office in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and they said they couldn't do anything for me, that I had to set up an appointment. So I come home later, called, set up an appointment, and it's still 3 days out before I can get my appointment. And they don't know if they can help me. So at this point in time, I really need to know what's going on with Social Security, Senator Booker, because if we lose it, everybody else that's on it loses it. We're going to be in a really sorry state. Those folks who answer phones and set appointments, they're sure important.
When somebody is in a crisis, they have to wait a few days, their check is missed, and it's real consequences for real people. Hello, my name is Manuel. My wife and I live, surprise, surprise, in Surprise, Arizona. We're both on Social Security, and that's what we depend on to live our lives in our retirement years. We have to pay our bills. We have to buy food. We basically have to live off that. So if you take our Social Security, what are we going to live off? Are you going to take care of us? You know, we're American citizens, and we deserve,
And we paid into it, and we've earned it. And it's not just something given to us. So leave our Social Security alone. Let us live our lives. Let us live our lives out the way they should be. And we're supposed to be in our golden years, so it's important to us. It's important to all Americans out there that are seniors. Let us live our lives. Thank you very much, Senator Booker. Patricia Naughton from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I lift your voice. My name is Patricia Naughton, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been paying into Social Security since I was 16 years old. I am currently 70. And have been collecting Social Security for the last 5 years. Without Social Security, I wouldn't be able to pay my mortgage, utilities, food, medicine, co-pays, and many other things. I would not be able to survive without Social Security. There's no reason that seniors should be held hostage over Social Security. This is our money that we put into the Social Security system for many years. We deserve not to be threatened by the loss. Thank you. Kathleen Wolverding from Hanover, Pennsylvania. Hello, my name is Kathleen Wolverding, and I currently live in Hanover, Pennsylvania. I'm originally from New Jersey and taught in the public school system for 29 years as a school librarian. When I retired, I decided to move to Hanover, Pennsylvania. Kathleen, you're missed in Jersey. And at the age of 62, I started collecting Social Security because of COVID. I needed the extra stability that Social Security provides. I no longer have to work a full-time job because of Social Security, although I do work a part-time job and still pay into the system. Social Security provides me with stability, financial stability. It helps pay the bills, and I really don't have to worry about my finances because it's Social Security. If Social Security is taken away, I will lose everything I worked for over the past 60 years. I feel that Social Security is a godsend. Protect it, Senator Booker. Thank you. Cynthia Marino from Pennsylvania. My name is Cynthia Marino. I'm a retired registered nurse from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. My husband died in 1990, and 2 of my children received survivor's benefits for 8 years, during which time I was able to get my bachelor's degree in nursing and work part-time. All 3 of my children went on to get college degrees. When I was 61 years old, I went on Social Security disability, having a hip replacement. I was switched to regular Social Security when I turned 65. I now deeply depend mostly on Social Security for my husband and myself, with small pensions from both of our jobs supplementing the Social Security. I'm now able to live independently in a handicapped mobile home, thanks to the money for Social Security in the past and present. Much cheaper than Medicaid funds to keep me in a nursing home. Thank you, Senator Booker, protect it. Thank you, Cynthia, for your story. These are just some. These are just some. I read their voices. I lift their voices with mine. I want to go to the Detroit Free Press, but before I read this article, I know my senator from New Jersey is here, and I'm going to read this article, and if he is interested in our 6th hour, if he has a question, I will yield a question while retaining the floor, but I'm going to read this article, and then we'll go. This is from the Detroit Free Press. My mom was born in Detroit. I love the city. My family owes it a lot. So when my grandfather went to find a job on the assembly lines in Detroit, building bombers during World War II. It says, Kathleen Sherrill's been retired for 10 years now and typically didn't think twice about whether she'd receive Social Security payments on time. For the first time ever, the 74-year-old Troy retiree went online in March on the very day that $2,800 was to hit her bank account through direct deposit. She suddenly felt compelled to make absolutely certain that her Social Security money was there when it was supposed to be. Sherrill and other retirees are on edge. Big time. Call it Social Security insecurity. I have never really worried about it much as I have this year, Sherrill said. The money, thankfully, was sitting in her account in March, and she knew her checks and payments for her ongoing bills would not start bouncing. I think anybody, future or current people on Social Security, are definitely targeted, she said. It's a worry that I'm sure everybody is having right now. I know it because I heard from my mom and her whole senior community. Seniors uncertain what to do next for Social Security. Since early February, AARP has seen nearly double the calls to its customer service care line as more people began being troubled about Social Security. And it has shown no signs of abating, according to the AARP spokesperson. Since February 1st, AARP said it has been receiving more than 2,000 calls into its call center per week on concerns relating to Social Security. Social Security has never missed a payment, and AARP and our tens of millions of members are not going to stand by and let that happen now, said John Hishta, AARP Senior Vice President of Campaigns, in a statement last week. While those words sound reassuring, it's frankly not comforting to realize that seniors need to hear that their monthly Social Security payments will arrive as usual. I don't imagine anyone had this one on their bingo cards for March 2025, this kind of worry, stress. On social media, I spotted one comment that said, folks, the federal workers began advertising last month that all Americans remove all funds from the account where they normally receive any federal payments, Social Security, federal tax funds, and the like. Keep the account, but only use it as a place for feds to transfer money immediately, move all transferred cash to a separate account. The concern, according to the Post, quote, DOJ can declare you dead and force your bank to send back any funds paid to you. Whoa, a lot of retirement angst there, and yes, some wild notions and really bad advice. Moving Social Security money around to hide it in another account, different from where it's directly deposited, actually could put more of your money at risk when it comes to some debt collection. Anyone who's tracked retirement policy as I have knows that the potential unraveling of Social Security system has been discussed for decades. Many retirees just never imagined a convoluted scenario when someone would think Social Security possibly could implode. The health of Social Security, which marks its 90th anniversary this year, isn't all that makes many retirees and those about to retire nervous. Their anxiety can go into overdrive watching the stock market slide on Trump's tariffs news. and seeing all the political ping pong with Social Security money that belongs in their pockets. The Trump administration has maintained that it wants to cut costs and fraud when it comes to the Social Security program, not benefits. But people remain skeptical, and some commentary isn't helping. Acting Social Security Commissioner Leland Dudek, in interviews last week, including one with Bloomberg News last Thursday, actually threatened to temporarily shut down Social Security after a federal judge temporarily stopped members of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from digging through personal data at the Social Security Administration. The DOJ operatives, according to the court, will first need to receive proper training on handling sensitive information, which some might say is the least they can do. The American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, or AFSCME, Alliance for Retired Americans, and the American Federation of Teachers filed a motion for emergency relief on March 7th to halt DOJ's unprecedented, unlawful seizure of sensitive data regarding millions of Americans. No surprise, Dudek soon found it politically prudent to back off from his threat. I'm not shutting down the agency, Dudek said in a statement, indicating he had received clarifying guidance from the court about the temporary restraining order. President Trump supports keeping Social Security offices open and getting the right check to the right person on time, Dudek said. Financial tech CEO Frank Bisignano, who was nominated by the President Donald Trump to lead the Social Security Administration, ended up being grilled by Democrats about the bedlam during confirmation hearings before the Senate Committee on Finance on Tuesday. The angst isn't about to go away, particularly if people continue to face even longer waits on the phones or see Social Security offices closing in their community thanks to some key changes being made now by Trump's administration. Customer service is on the chopping block as the Social Security Administration reduces the number of employees, restricts what services can be handled by phone, and shutters some local offices where people could talk to someone face-to-face. On Wednesday, the Social Security Administration announced that it would initiate a 2-week delay for implementing a highly criticized move to end phone services and require in-person visits for some services. In-person identity proofing for people unable to use their personal My Social Security account for certain services will be effective April 14th, according to the announcement. But individuals applying for Medicare, disability, and supplemental security income who cannot use a personal My Social Security account can complete their claim entirely over the telephone without the need to come to the office, according to the March 26th announcement. That's good news for many. Even so, merely delaying the change doesn't help others, and frankly, customer service could still suffer in the long term. And it will get very ugly if current Social Security recipients miss out on even one dime of their benefits. At one point last week, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick suggested that his 94-year-old mother-in-law wouldn't complain about missing a Social Security check for a month or so. Only fraudsters would call, he said during an All In podcast. My thought, have you ever watched an exchange where someone on the Social Security is being denied a coupon or a senior discount at a store or restaurant? It's not pretty. Worse yet, has Lutnick ever talked with a friend or relative in his or her 70s or 80s who depends on Social Security to cover basic bills? Social Security provides retirement, survivor, and disability payments to 73 million people each month. The number includes about 56 million people who are age 65 or older. Some people, and even Cheryl includes herself in that group, are better off than others. They won't miss paying an electric bill or the rent because they can turn to retirement savings or money from a traditional pension. Even so, Social Security remains an integral source of income each month for all retirees and others who receive benefits. I'm concerned about my financial future, Cheryl told me. Social Security now represents about half her monthly income. She never imagined that any Social Security fix would involve cutting benefits for existing retirees. Some GOP proposals have suggested increasing the age for full retirements from 67 to 69 over an 8-year period beginning in 26, but now she fears it's possible her benefits could get cut at some point down the road. Overall, Cheryl has had fun in retirement. She has 9 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, and wants to spend more time with them, not less. Cheryl and her friends who are retired are cutting back on eating out and entertainment just in case something happens to Social Security. High prices for many things put pressures on fixed incomes as well. She wants to take less money out of her retirement savings now so she has more money on the sidelines in case her Social Security benefits get cut. Even so, she's staring at an unexpected $600 new monthly car payment ahead because she needs to replace a car that was in an accident a few weeks ago. If Social Security payments are cut or stopped, I may be selling it. The wild swings for the stock market, 401k plans going down in America, has created more jitters for more people. The economy seems uncertain. Consumer confidence is in worse of a place. Leaders are threatening Social Security services. Offices are being cut. People are being laid off. So people are worrying. Taking a rough guess on just her 401k plan, she believes she's lost about $30,000 on her retirement savings as the stock market has tumbled. Over the years, she said cuts to Social Security were always a part of the political realm, but she felt that Congress provided a stopgap to any dramatic moves. She doesn't believe it's true anymore. I'm hoping Congress wakes up, looks in the mirror, and decides they don't like what they see, she told me. One big problem with fueling an atmosphere of chaos is that many people do start worrying about everything. One big problem with fueling an atmosphere of chaos means people stop believing that Social Security is a system they can depend on. Cheryl said she took a call from her college roommate who mentioned that she was going to look at her bank account online to see whether her monthly Social Security payment was stopped or had arrived as usual. I said, "You're going to be okay. I got mine this month." So many people afraid right now.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you, Senator Booker, and thank you for coming to the floor tonight and speaking up. I have a few questions for you, so why don't you catch your breath? I wanted to start by saying how proud I am of you to represent our great state of New Jersey alongside each other. And it's not just me. I want to tell you, because I know you've been here in this chamber nonstop for hours, but I want to tell you that the people are paying attention. And they join me in thanking you in this moment. In fact, I saw a few posts I thought I'd share. Stacy from Bayonne said on Facebook, "I couldn't be prouder to be a lifelong New Jerseyan than I am tonight. Keep it up. Get in that good trouble. Lead the way, and hopefully others will follow." Janie in Princeton said, "Thank you. Proud that you are my senator and that you are bringing big Jersey energy to D.C. tonight." Vicky in Ewing said, "We are sending our strength to you. Medicare and Medicaid should not be touched." And someone on Reddit even said, "I hope he wore the most comfortable and supportive shoes he could find." In your opening, you said something that resonated with me. You said, quote, "Our constituents are asking us to acknowledge that this is not normal, that this is a crisis." I can't tell you how important it is to internalize it. That's why we're here at this late hour in the U.S. Senate. That's why you are leading here to make the case to the American people that this is a crisis. That resonated with me because I hear this over and over again. I hear it from people all over our home state, whether at town halls or other rooms that are packed, people saying this moment is not normal, this moment constitutes a crisis. And I'm glad you're speaking on the floor and said that, because what you've said isn't just Cory Booker saying that, it's that millions of New Jerseyans that we represent are saying it. And you are lifting up their voice. It's not just you're saying that, it's that millions of Americans who see something fundamentally wrong and they're angry about it. Now, I have some questions for my colleagues, but I want to add some context for this because I want to dig in a bit on why people are so angry in this moment and why what we're seeing from Donald Trump and Elon Musk isn't in response to that anger, it is the cause of it. A common refrain in the town halls that I've held is that people just feel like nothing is working for them. There is a promise, a uniquely American promise, that is simply going unfulfilled for too many. Now, that promise is simple. Your government will work for you. Your economy will allow you to advance if you work hard and give your kids a better future. And your country will keep you safe by ensuring the world is stable and secure. And Senator, you and I are here because we know that this promise is going unfulfilled. To say that the American promise is going unfulfilled would be a tragedy in its own right. It would be something that we as a Congress should put our entire focus into restoring. But the sad fact is that this isn't just about a promise unfulfilled. It's about a promise that has been hijacked. It's about a promise that has been distorted to work for those who have been paid to play, to be denied for everyone else. Now let's start with the promise that your government will work for you. This is the basis of our democratic republic. We are public servants in that we serve the people. It's the people's priorities that we put first. It is their lives that we work to make better every day. It is their futures that we are endeavoring to brighten. But when the people look at Donald Trump and his administration, they don't see that. They see Elon Musk, who donated nearly $300 million to buy his way into a seat of power. And the world's richest man has been handed the keys to our government, and the same person who has been handed nearly $40 billion in your taxpayer dollars to prop up his own corporations is now working to fire veterans from their jobs, make the Social Security Administration less responsive to seniors, and make it harder for your government to work for you. Now, that's what we've seen in the collection of billionaires that buy their way into fulfilling their own American promise, a government that works for them and only them, a government that keeps them rich at any cost, from your Medicaid to your Social Security to the food you put on the table, a government where they pay and they benefit, and if you can't, you're left behind. That's not the government our parents were promised. That's not the government we were promised. That's not the government we want to pass down to our kids. As Senator Booker mentioned, our nation is in crisis. Bedrock commitments are being broken. That starts with the first American promise. We can rebuild and restore that promise by actually working to make our government work for the people. Where we see corruption, we must call it out and combat it. And the corrupting power of money in our politics is one example, and the extreme wealth of billionaires like Elon Musk are drowning out working Americans, and that must be addressed. And as we approach the 250th anniversary of our independence of our country, we have an opportunity to remind people that the promise of America is something bigger than ourselves. And that public service, not private enrichment for those at the very top, but the public service is core to what makes this country special. So let's talk about that second American promise. This is the promise of the American dream. That Rockwellian notion of the house and the white picket fence and the kids in the yard only works if you can pay for that house. It only works if you can afford childcare and health care for those kids. It only works if you can work hard and deliver something bigger and better than you were handed. And right now, that is not happening. While we are fighting to bring change to our economy to make life more affordable and the middle class more accessible, what we're seeing from Donald Trump and Elon Musk is another promise hijacked for those at the very top. Senator Booker, I want to just take a step back as I get into these questions here, because you're talking about Social Security, talking about Medicaid, talking about so many of these other issues here. But in that broader context, let's situate it here, which is this recognition that we live in the time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history. So it isn't just about these programs and how we rely on them. It's that we are seeing the wealth gap widening. And it's happening faster and faster. And in many ways, I consider this to be the great fragility of America right now. That we are the greatest, richest, most powerful country in the world, but not for everybody. And what we see right now is it's not just about the Social Security, it's not just about the checks, but as you mentioned, Social Security offices are closing. Worry about customer service if people call on the phone lines. And it feels like efforts are underway to try to sabotage our Social Security, our Medicare, our Medicaid, and then have people say, hey, look, it's not working. And that's why we need to get rid of these things. And that sabotage is something people see right before their very eyes. I mean, you heard the Commerce Secretary talk about how, seniors won't mind if there are late payments, and he said that those that complain are fraudsters, as you mentioned. That's directly trying to undermine people who are working hard over the course of their lives. And I have to say, it's a great irony in many ways, this idea that the richest man in the world is, criticizing the hard-earned savings of seniors that are just getting, a little bit every single month for them to just try to get by, and then he calls it a Ponzi scheme. And my father, as you mentioned, is one of those that depends on Social Security for his entire livelihood right now. And I heard, another person at a town hall I did, she described the feeling that she has right now, and I think you can connect with it. She said it feels hard to breathe right now because there's so much anxiety in the American people. So I'm glad that you're shining a light on this, because people are scared and they're worried and they want to know what comes next. So my question to you here is something that was actually shared by a constituent of both of ours, talking about all the concerns of Social Security of this time. But I thought it was very poignant in pointing out that what we also need to put forward to the American people right now is a vision going forward of how to not just restore and protect this promise, but how we take it to the next step. If we live in the time of the greatest amount of inequality, not just to think about how we hold on to a receding tide, but how to try to put forward some vision that can try to inspire in the same way that Social Security did and put forward generational change. So I wanted to ask you that sense. Do you believe in that sense that right now, more than ever, as people are faced with this anxiety that's hard to breathe, that yes, we'll stand here on the floor of the Senate and do everything we humanly can to be able to protect what they have? But do you agree that we also have to put forward that positive vision of where we take Social Security, where do we take Medicaid, Medicare, where do we take our economy to better work for everybody, so we're not just trying to figure out how to better divide and hold on to the pennies that the billionaires are willing to share with the rest of us while they don't give us anything else to be able to move forward on? And how do we come up with a vision that tries to shrink that inequality and live in a society that's willing to share that wealth and recognize there's more than enough to go around? And that it's not zero-sum. And that we can be stronger together in that way. And I'd love to hear how you can paint that vision for the American people.
So I will answer your question, but knowing that my mom's watching right now, I want to, before I answer the question, I just want to tell folks who may not know about my relationship with my other senator from New Jersey. It is probably one of the more interesting relationships in here. I always tell New Jerseyans I voted for Andy Kim before anybody else did, because I was on an interview committee for the Rhodes Scholarship in New Jersey. And I was a former Rhodes, and I really wanted the experience of what it was like to be on the other side, because my experience was quite interesting. And these incredible folks came in, and young people from New Jersey were amazing, applying for this extremely competitive scholarship. And Andy Kim was one among that number, and he blew the committee away. So way back, I'm going to retain the floor, but ask you a question. What year was that?
That would have been 2004.
2004.
21 years ago.
How many years?
21 years.
21 years ago. In 2002, I had lost a run for mayor, and 2006, I would run again. So I was sort of in between trying to do my work in Newark. And he blew me away. And I knew then that he was this extraordinary man of character and brilliance, this great mix of heart and head, this great mix of honor and a fierce ambition to make a contribution to the world. And if you followed Andy's career, he has been a public servant in some of the highest levels in the administration. But then he ran for Congress, and I remember that race, and you electrified not just the district you represented, but really the whole state of New Jersey. And then he came here. But the moment that I remember most was during the January 6th attack. I was here on the Senate floor in this very seat, and we'll never forget how back here, Mark Kelly, an unbelievable senator who he and I were two of the last people off the floor, along with one of our Republican colleagues, just trying to make sure if anybody broke through, we would be there. I couldn't believe it, that I was a senator. I was thinking about having to fight my way off the Senate floor. But I remember that we got to an undisclosed location, and then a lot of senators were in safe spots, and a lot of House members were safe spots, debating about what to do. I'm so happy we came back late and continued the business of the government, the transfer of power. But while all these senators were dealing with the big issues and whatever, Andy Kim took a broom, plastic bags, and just began cleaning up under the Capitol dome. Remarkable humility shown in a humble gesture about his love of country. And now here we stand on the Senate floor, the earliest hours of the morning, closing in on 2 a.m., and you asked me this question that I didn't expect, which is, hey, Cory, this now seems to be a time where Democrats are defining themselves about what they're against. Shouldn't we be talking about a vision of what we're for? I am very upset watching what's happening to Social Security, watching what's happening to insinuate fear among seniors who should be retiring with security and peace, cuts and undermining, thousands of people being laid off. All of that is worthy of us standing in the things we're reading. But what I think Senator Kim is really pointing to the fact is that there is bold visions for who we're going to be as a country. He is one of these big believers that we can be a nation that boasts about we are a country where somebody doesn't retire and lives on such a meager check that they're technically at the poverty line. Like Senator Booker, we have more wealth than nations all around the globe, stratospheric wealth in this country, GDP growth. And can't we design a system that doesn't have seniors stressed out and living, those that live off of their paychecks, living there? And the other thing I know you know about, and I just recently did a talk with a Republican friend of mine, Senator Young. We worked on a bill together because we both recognize we're with seniors, that generation, baby boomers, a generation ahead of me. I was about to say ahead of us, but you're technically a millennial. You're a millennial, I'm an Xer. But the generation ahead of me is so big that we're seeing this massive group of Americans soon to be retiring, and lots of people recognize are calling it the Great Retirement Crisis. Not because Social Security checks won't be there. You're asking me, Cory, what's the great vision for they're going to be there? But because just the reality of that the Social Security checks themselves are so meager. And many other people don't have jobs where they have 401ks and the like. And so Senator Young, again, this is not a partisan speech. Later I'll be quoting from the Cato Institute, the Wall Street Journal editor, lots of conservatives who point to this not being a normal time in America, this being a crisis moment in America, not just people on my side of the aisle, but Republican governors, Republican thought leaders. A lot of folks are saying that there's a real crisis in our country being caused by the current president who in 71 days, most people can't say yes, most people say no to the question, are you better off than you were 71 days ago? And so I want to answer your question by saying this. Everyone should retire with a secure Social Security. I believe there's ways to secure the programs by asking the wealthiest people who pay the smallest percentage of their income into Social Security, while people like the names I'm reading are often paying the most. By the wealthiest people paying a little bit more in Social Security taxes on their income, minuscule, that, as you said, with the gravity of the wealth that's being created in this country, which is, again, something that I'm not against in terms of just people being successful, but this idea that we have a system that creates a fair, secure retirement, that's one thing that we can do. I think also one of these things that we should be talking about right now is how do we make the Social Security system not frustrating for people who complained before Donald Trump laid off tens of thousands of people with Musk, who complained about wait times and other things. There's ways we can improve Social Security services as well. So I think we can do things to secure Social Security in the long term with a simple fix, not by raising the retirement age for people who are struggling, but by doing things by simply saying, you know what, Social Security taxes already are regressive because they cap out at a certain amount. Maybe skip some of the people in the middle under $400,000 or $500,000 a year, make people who are the wealthiest in our country pay a little bit more. That would be my vision. A very small amount would create a secure system. I think we can also do a lot to improve the Social Security services. And then what I did with Senator Young, this is what's special about this place when it happens, is for people to reimagine what economic security could be about. I'm now very quietly, I think I've told you about this, have this great idea that I've been talking about for years called baby bonds, or that every child born in America, and this is not a new idea. We actually scraped it from people years and years ago on both sides of the aisle in here, had this idea that why not in a capitalist society that every child be born with a savings account, a growth account, that government sees it with some money and their entire lives, people can contribute into that tax-free and it can grow. And so that by the time, not retirement, by the time they're 20, 25, 30, they have thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars to invest in things that create wealth, because right now, lots of people are working paycheck to paycheck and don't have stock accounts, don't have the kind of things that could actually produce a lot more wealth. I'm just throwing that out as one idea, Andy, and I'm going to pause because I know you have another question, and I'm going to yield to the question while retaining the floor. But I just want to say there are so many bipartisan ideas to deal with wealth inequality. I mean, the child tax credit that was unfortunately not made permanent cut child poverty in America in half. It worked for an entire year. And I remember some of my colleagues, from Marco Rubio to Mitt Romney, talking about, hey, we should be expanding the child tax credit. We should be having a bolder vision for American retirement security, for wealth creation, for economic security, but we're not talking about those bold ideas. We have a president who's come in, and one of the first things he's done in 71 days is insinuate fear and insecurity about Social Security by threatening it, by telling lies about it, and by having somebody like Elon Musk calling it a Ponzi scheme, and that's why we get fear. And then they take a hatchet to the actual agency that undermines its ability to deliver service in a good way.
Will the senator yield?
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Yeah. What you raised is absolutely right, and it's front and center in everyone's minds. When my parents immigrated here 50 years ago, they didn't know anybody in the entire Western Hemisphere of planet Earth. But America, it called them, it inspired them, and I asked them once, like, what was it that drew you here? And they said that they felt that here in America, they could guarantee that the family that they raised, that their kids, me and my sister, would have a better life and more opportunities than they did. And that was that sense, that generational progress that is made. But now, I'm standing here with a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. I'm hoping fast asleep right now. And I don't know if I can make that same promise to them right now, that I could guarantee them that they will have a better life and more opportunities. So, there is that growing cynicism and pessimism about that American promise I talked to you about. And I just feel like there's an unraveling happening here, where we see this sense of concern, and it's being weaponized by some to create that sense of zero sum, to push us away from this idea that we're part of something bigger than all of us and that we can all lift each other up in that great American project. And it's sad because as we're getting to that 250th anniversary, it should be a time when we rededicate ourselves to the American project, right? Like recommit ourselves to what the next 250 years would be. But we're entering it now with this sense of pessimism on that front. So, I guess my question to you here is, how do we break out of that tailspin on that front?
So, and you got me really excited. You see me sort of pacing back here because I love that you're a millennial. I'm an X generation. I love the baby boomers, but they're quickly leaving Congress. This is the last baby boomer president we will ever have. I'm confident of that. And the new generations are coming forward to lead in America, and it is time that we dream America anew. It really is. It is time that we revive and redeem the dream. I just am one of these people that thinks like, okay, guys, we have some of the brightest minds on the planet Earth. Some of our founding fathers said we need a little revolution every once in a while. Like we need new thoughts and new ideas and new visions that excite and energize people, that take a lot of the old divisions in our country and erase them and remind people we have common cause and common purpose. And I want to get people excited again about the American dream. I want to renew the dream, redeem the dream. We can do that. I'm so excited about it. And financial security, it is absurd that we don't have the greatest plan to create wealth, not for the favored few simply. Again, the top quartile in America has crushed it the last 25 years. Heck, under Obama alone, the stock market doubled, but most Americans don't own stocks. So people who are sitting on passive wealth were able to grow and grow and grow and grow, while working Americans saw their prices going up, housing becoming unaffordable, and the idea of the American dream under assault. And it ticks me off that other countries are trying to out-America us. They're trying to take our secret sauce that we seem to be turning our back on. Affordable higher education, apprenticeship programs. I mean, some of our European competitors, job disappears at 40, you can go right into an apprenticeship program where you can earn and learn and end up in a career that gives you not just success, but you thrive in. There is no idea that we can't conceive as a country. This is an idea and a time that I just think that we need to start being bold again in our visions for collective prosperity, for everyone to thrive, not just the favored few, but the many. And I'm telling you, those ideas are out there, whether it's baby bonds, a child tax credit, investing in science and research. There's so many things. But you are, can I say this to you affectionately? You are a nerd, as am I. We're two guys that love to read, that love American history. We're two guys that this body, go back a century, they never imagined that we'd be here, okay? And one of my favorite speeches of all time was when Daniel Webster got on Bunker Hill, and he delivered the speech, I'm going to read the introduction to it, to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Revolutionary War battle at Bunker Hill, in which the outnumbered colonists inflicted such heavy losses on the mighty British forces attempting to evade. I love one of the quotes. I can't remember it exactly, but the general, the person that was leading the British attack, wrote in their diary or wrote back to the king, "We won the battle, but a few more victories like this, we're going to lose the continent." That's how great these people were. And this is what I want you to know. It's a new generation, right? Those leaders are no longer around. I read this and I get excited about the possibilities for our generation, the new leaders that are emerging in America that have to. It is their obligation not to let the dream die, to redeem the dream. And so here it is. I'm just dying to read this to you. Here it is, Andy. I don't want to read too much of it to you. Okay. Here we go. If in our case, the representative system is ultimately to fail, this idea of a democratic government, popular governments must be pronounced impossible. He's saying that we have the obligation to make a more perfect union. No combination of circumstances more favorable to this experiment can ever be expected to occur. The last hopes of mankind, therefore, rest with us. Can we make this democratic experiment work? And it should be proclaimed that our example had become an argument for the experiment. The principle of free government adheres to this American soil. It is bedded in this soil. It's as immovable as this nation's mountains. And let the sacred obligations, this is the part, Senator Kim, and let the sacred obligations which have devolved on us this generation and on us sink into our hearts. The sacred obligations. Those are daily dropping from among us, who established our liberty and our government. The generation that established this nation are now dying. The great trust now descends to our hands. Let us apply ourselves to which is presented to us as appropriate object. We can win no laurels in our generation in a war for independence. Earlier and worthier hands gathered all of those laurels. Nor are there places for us by the side of Solon and Alfred and other founders of our state. Our fathers have filled them. But there remains to us a great duty of defense and preservation, and there is open to us also the noble pursuit to which the spirit of the times strongly invites us. Our proper business is improvement. Let ours be the age of improvement. In a day of peace, let us advance the arts of peace and the works of peace. Let us develop the resources of our lands, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its greatness, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered. Let us cultivate a true spirit of union and harmony. In pursuing the great objects which our condition points out to us, let us act under a settled conviction and an habitual feeling that these 24 states are one country. Let our conceptions be enlarged to the circle of our duties. Let us extend our ideas over the whole and vast field in which we are called to act. Let our object be our country, our whole country. And by the blessings of God, may that country itself become a vast and splendid monument, not of oppression and terror, but of wisdom, peace, and liberty, upon which the world may gaze with admiration forever. That's a bold vision. This bold vision that doesn't give up on America, doesn't surrender to cynicism about America. That's who you are, Andy Kim, and that's what gets me excited. Right now, we're fighting against what I think are tyrannical forces. I'm sorry that when a leader stands up, not with humility like George Washington's farewell address or some of the great founders in their inaugural addresses, but stands up and says, only I can solve these problems, who doesn't use his speeches to heal and to comfort, but to talk about the enemies he's going to pursue. And those enemies are not the adversaries who seek to destroy us. Those enemies are other Americans. And to create an environment where our seniors who should be retiring in security are fearful that their Social Security or their Medicaid or their Medicare is going to be under threat, that's insidious to me. This is an unnormal time. This is why I'm standing here. But you, my friend, my partner in the Senate, God, this partnership, I am so excited about the future. I'm so excited about the promise. Let us fend off all attempts to cut Social Security and Social Security services. Let us fend off all attempts to cut Medicaid and Medicaid care and CHIPS and all the other things that we rely on. But let us also not forget that our obligation is not to defend what it is, but to have a vision for what can become. We now, when so many people are giving up on the American dream, on the idea of America, on what you said so wonderfully, that my children will do better than me, that basic bedrock that our children, generation after generation, will do better and better and better. It's time to redeem the dream and dream America anew with bold visions, not how we will just help people survive in retirement, but visions of how we all can thrive in this great nation that has enough resource and enough abundance to provide for everyone's hopes and dreams.
Keep up your energy. I yield back.
Thank you. You're giving me energy. I'm sourcing myself from you. Now, I don't want to just cast aspersions on, and we're saying things that I just want to back up in fact. All those letters from seniors. I see my dear friend from Pennsylvania is now the presiding officer. You missed all the letters I read from Pennsylvania. All those letters where people were using the word Ponzi scheme. Where did that come from? I just want to read The Joe Rogan Experience. I actually like and enjoy listening to Joe Rogan. Elon, Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Now that's a big statement. The biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, Elon says. And Joe Rogan says, why? Explain that. Oh, Elon says, so, well, people pay into Social Security, and the money goes out of Social Security immediately, but the obligation for Social Security is your entire retirement career. So you're paying with your, and I'm reading this verbatim, you're paying with the kind of people you're paying, like if you look at the future obligations of Social Security, it far exceeds the tax revenue far. If you've looked at the debt clock, Rogan says, yes. Okay, there's three there's, I'm reading it verbatim, our present day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is like double what people think it is because of the future obligations. Rogan, Elon. So basically people are living way longer than expected. That was the evidence of a Ponzi scheme. Now let's correct something. The reason why we have a massive debt in America, lots of people should take ownership over it, but the biggest debt creator in the last, say, 25, 30 years is the President of the United States, current one, in his first term by blowing massive holes in our deficits to give tax cuts that went way disproportionately to the wealthiest Americans and corporations. And he wants to renew those tax cuts that independent budget folks are saying could add trillions of dollars to our national deficit. So if he's talking about the debt clock or whatever he was talking about, he is a part of an administration, even though he's unelected and not approved by Congress and whatever, he and his president, the richest man in the world and the most powerful man in the world together, they're driving an agenda that's going to drive this deficit much bigger. And they're going to try to pay for some of it, not all of it, because it's trillions of dollars of projected debt. They're going to try to pay for some of it by cutting NIH grants, by cutting Medicaid, by cutting staff at Social Security. So no, Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. People paid into it. And as Andy Kim and I just talked, there are ways to preserve it, strengthen it, make it better. It's a program that pays benefits after a lifetime of work. It's never missed a payment. It's never run out of money. It's an insurance program, but don't take my word for it. Here is Current Affairs Magazine editor Nathan Robinson writing on March 7th, Why Social Security is Not a Ponzi Scheme. That's a great title. Old age insurance is not a scam, and it's not destined to collapse. Proponents of privatizing or limiting Social Security are constantly telling lies about it. So here's the article. Elon Musk has called Social Security a Ponzi scheme, comparing it to a scam in which a con man must keep finding new suckers in order to disguise the financial unsustainability of the enterprise. The term has also been used by libertarian commentators as reasons and the Hoover Institute, who try to convince people that the program is fundamentally broken and unsustainable, because both Social Security and Ponzi schemes take money in the form of new contributions, which they pay to old ones. It is easy to craft a superficial resemblance between the two, but Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme, and it's important to understand why. Because the comparison is used to generate the illusion of Social Security crisis that can be used to justify major benefit cuts or even the elimination of the program altogether. Under the Ponzi scheme differences between old age insurance and Ponzi schemes, we can train ourselves mentally to resist the propaganda that is used to try to convince the public to support undermining one of our most important social welfare programs. Let's think about a few different cases in which money is pooled and paid out. First, let's imagine a company has a pension scheme. I realize this may be difficult to imagine these days, but stick with me for a minute. Workers pay 5% of their income. The employer pays in an equivalent amount to 15% of the worker's income. When the worker is retired, they get a fixed benefit every year for the rest of their life, equivalent to some percentage of what their salary was. Let's call that scenario A. Now let's imagine a different scenario. 5 uncommonly astute middle schoolers create a rudimentary insurance scheme to guard against being punished by their parents. The children all go to the mall every week and play arcade games together. They each get an allowance of $10 a week which they spend at the arcade. What they decide to do is to spend $9 each week instead instead and put $1 a week into a fund. If one of them has their allowance taken away by their parents, the fund will pay the arcade money for the week. That way, nobody in the friend group is ever deprived of the ability to go to the arcade. We're going to call that scenario B. Finally, let us imagine a scenario in which a fraudster tricks a group of old people into giving them their money. He says that if they invest their retirement money with him, he can guarantee them a 20% year return, risk-free. They invest. He provides them with statements showing that their money indeed is growing at 20% a year. When they ask him to pull a portion of their money out so they can spend it, he disperses it. But what he actually is doing is spending all their money and providing fake statements. He's able to keep paying withdrawals because he's constantly recruiting new suckers, just enough to cover what people are withdrawing. Eventually, people get suspicious. Too many try to withdraw their money at once, and he flees the country. This is a Ponzi scheme named after the Italian con man, Charles Ponzi, who fleeced people in this way. We will call this Ponzi scheme scenario C. Notice that there are similarities and differences between the three scenarios. The similarity is that there is a fund that some people are paying into while others are being paid. Another similarity is that all three are potentially unstable. If in scenario A company pension employee starts living a very long time in retirement, the amount of money in the pension fund might not be able to cover the promised benefits, necessitating an adjustment of the contributions from the next generation of workers. Or if in scenario B, middle school arcade insurance, one of the kids might be so unruly that his parents are spending his allowance every other week, requiring the adjustments of the rules of the payouts or contributions to keep the fund stable. Scenario C, the Ponzi scheme, is the most unstable of all because it depends on an elaborate fraud, on fake accounting that disguises the fact that nobody has the amount of money that they are being told they have. It only lasts until people try to actually use the money, but scenarios A and B could also collapse if they're not managed well. We can see that despite the commonalities, there are fundamental differences between scenarios A, B, and scenario C. The first two are legitimate ways for people to pool and distribute money, and they can work just fine, accomplishing their intended purpose. The third is a fraud in which people's money is being stolen. The difference is more important than the similarities. I have laboriously laid out these examples in hopes that we can better understand why Social Security can be made to look like a Ponzi scheme, but it isn't one at all. Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, said Musk. People pay into Social Security and the money goes out of Social Security immediately, but the obligation for Social Security is your entire retirement career. Now, it's true that in an insurance system, the incoming payments from new people might be used to fund outgoing payments to people who are already part of a Ponzi scheme. But that's not what makes a Ponzi scheme a Ponzi scheme. Musk, not for the first time, doesn't know what he's talking about. One of the reasons Social Security can be made to seem like a Ponzi scheme is because people may misunderstand how it works. People might think that Social Security saves their money over time, and then when they retire, it pays their money back. Not quite how it works. It's not like a savings account. The money I pay in is not saved up for me. It's paid out to today's beneficiaries. When I retire, my benefits will be paid by the incoming next generation of workers. Discovering this fact can make people think that most security is a Ponzi scheme, but it's not. A Ponzi scheme is a fraud in which returns are fake. There is nothing fake about Social Security as long as enough money is in the pool to pay out beneficiaries. The operation is sustainable and perfectly honest. The only reason it matters that retirees do not pay for their own benefits but depend on the payments of the next generation of workers is that if there is a next generation of workers, if there isn't a next generation of workers, we got a problem. But unfortunately, there is every reason to believe that human beings will continue to exist, work, and pay Social Security taxes. Now, what Musk and others who claim Social Security is a scam or in crisis say is that in the future there will be not enough workers to pay retirees the promised benefits. Musk says, and I quote, "If you look at the future obligations of Social Security as far extends the tax revenue, there's our present-day debt, but then there's our future obligations. So when you look at the future obligations of Social Security, the actual national debt is double what people think it is because the future obligations, basically people are living way longer than expected, and there are fewer babies being born, so you have many people who are retired that live for a long time and get retirement payments. However bad the financial situation is right now for the federal government, it will be much worse in the future," end quote. But what he's trying to get you to think this is a major problem or some deep fundamental flaw with Social Security, it isn't. Every insurance plan has to make adjustments over time. If there are a lot of wildfires burning down houses, a company selling fire insurance might have to raise premiums. The increased premiums might be small, but without them, the program would go bankrupt. This doesn't mean, however, that we'd be justified in saying fire insurance plans are a Ponzi scheme destined to go bankrupt. The adjustments needed to be made to Social Security in the long term are minor. Yes, people are living longer and having fewer babies. That means there ultimately has to be some kind of adjustment to either how much is being paid in, how much is being paid out, or both. Republicans want to cut benefits. Defenders of Social Security instead want to raise the money going into it by increasing taxes paid by the wealthy. So interesting that we just saw that in the dialogue with my ideas with Andy Kim. The amount of taxes that would need to be raised in order to make Social Security solvent is negligible. The Social Security Administration has estimated that increase in the combined payroll tax from 12.4% to 14.4% to make the program would make the program sustainable for the next 75 years. As Dean Baker and Mark Westbrot put it in the introduction to 1999's Social Security book entitled The Phony Crisis, the only real threat to Social Security comes not from any fiscal or demographic constraints, but from the political assaults on the program by would-be reformers. If not for these attacks, the probability that Social Security will not be there when anyone who is alive today retires would be about the same as the odds that the U.S. government will not be there. Of course, in the next 25 years since that was written, the chances that the U.S. government itself may someday not be there could conceivably have gone up. This is a funny author. Musk is certainly trying to make sure that as little of it remains as possible. But the point remains, the theory behind Social Security is sound. It is not like an unsustainable con, although it's also not like a savings account. It can easily be sustained indefinitely with some minor adjustments to ensure that enough money is coming in to keep it going. It is also the case that even the need to keep enough money flowing in is artificial. As Stephanie Kelton explained, the restrictions on Social Security's ability to pay out are created by a legal choice, not an actual financial constraint facing the U.S. government, which could keep paying benefits even when Social Security's funding, quote unquote, runs out if it was authorized by Congress to do so. Beware the rhetoric of those who describe it as in, quote, crisis or being a scam. They either do not understand the fundamentals of how it works or they have deliberately tried to deceive you. I cannot say for certain whether Musk is knowledgeable enough to understand the basics and is lying or simply cannot wrap his head around the basic way an old age insurance program works. The author continues, as Alex Larson of Social Security Works explained to me, the right has been trying to destroy Social Security since its inception. This is for a few reasons. First, a lot of vultures stand to benefit from privatization, just as the privatized Medicare Advantage program has enriched insurers like United Health. Second, the right believes that individuals should be responsible for their own fates, has an ideological opposition to government social welfare programs, even if this results in a bunch of old people being poor. They see Social Security as an offensive, big government intrusion into the free market, something that compels people to put money into a retirement program whether they want to or not. The problem is that most of the public doesn't share this hatred for the concept behind Social Security, and the program is overwhelmingly popular on both sides of the political aisle. Because they have failed to win the ideological argument, the right must therefore convince the public of a different argument, that the program is collapsing and doomed and can only be saved through major benefit cuts, which will be stated as a euphemism of raising the retirement age. Hence the propaganda about unsustainability and Ponzi schemes. This can be effective if you don't know much about how Social Security works. It's easy to be convinced that there's something fishy about its payment structure or that it's heading for some dire financial apocalypse. But this is not the case. Baker and Westbrot are right, that the threats to Social Security come from those who say they're trying to save it from a crisis. We need to have a clear understanding of what's going on so we can fight to save the program that works just fine and can easily be made to continue providing retirement benefits to every subsequent generation of Americans, ideally ensuring that nobody has to endure old age poverty. And so why are they cutting Social Security staff. Thousands of people. Again, I've said this time and time again. I'm standing here because this is not a usual time. I think our country is facing a growing crisis, but I'm quoting so many Republicans because a lot of us who've run stuff know that you don't just fire people and then realize the mistakes you've made and beg them to come back to work. They know that you don't just fire people that do essential functions in a program before you've even done assessments of what your goals and ambitions are for Social Security. It's clear that their goals and ambition is in the best customer service to improve the complaints that I've heard over the years about waits, unreturned calls, challenges at Social Security offices. That's not their ambition. We've missed a big opportunity to come together in this nation and start to really reimagine our government that works for people, that can do big things, that can serve folks, and instead we are trying to demonize people. We're trying to lie about critical programs, call it a Ponzi scheme, make up out of thin air that somehow we're paying thousands of people that are over 150 years old fraudulently. We're better than that. To that point, I just want to again make my facts clear. Here's an Associated Press fact check from the president's speech. Tens of millions of dead people aren't getting Social Security checks despite Trump and Musk's claims. The Trump administration is falsely claiming that tens of millions of dead people over 100 years old are receiving Social Security payments. Over the past few days, President Donald Trump and billionaire advisor Elon Musk have said on social media and in press briefings that people who are 100, 200, or even 300 years old are properly getting benefits. A huge problem, Musk wrote, as his Department of Government Efficiency digs into the federal agencies to root out waste, fraud, to allegedly root out fraud and abuse. It is true that improper payments have been made, including to some dead people, but the numbers thrown out by Musk and the White House are way overstated and misrepresent Social Security data. Here are the facts. What has the Trump administration said about payments to centenarians? On Tuesday, Trump said in a press briefing in Florida that we have millions and millions of people over 100 years old receiving Social Security benefits. They're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, Trump said. If you take all those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80, 70, 90, but not 200 years old, President Trump said. He also said that there's one person in the system listed as 360 years old. Last Monday, Musk posted a slew of posts on social media, including maybe Twilight is real and there are a lot of vampires collecting Social Security, and, quote, having tens of millions of people marked in Social Security as alive when they are definitely dead is a huge problem. Obviously, some of these people would have been alive before America existed as a country. Think about that for a second, end quote. On Wednesday, Social Security's new acting commissioner, Lee Dudek, acknowledged recent reporting about the number of people older than 100 who may be receiving social benefits from Social Security. He said, quote, the reported data are people in our records with a Social Security number who do not have a date of death associated with their record. These individuals are not necessarily receiving benefits. Quote, I am confident that with DOJ's help and our commitment of our executive team and workforce that Social Security will continue to deliver for the American people, Dudek said. How big of a problem is Social Security fraud? A July 2024 report from the Social Security's Inspector General states that from fiscal years 2015 through 2022, the agency paid out almost $8.6 trillion in benefits, including $71.8 billion, or less than 1%, in improper payments. Most of those erroneous payments were overpayments to living people. In addition, in January, the U.S. Treasury clawed back more than $31 million in a variety of federal payments, not just Social Security payments, that improperly went to dead people, a recovery that former Treasury official David Lebrick said was just the tip of the iceberg. The money was reclaimed as part of a 5-month pilot program after Congress gave the Department of Treasury temporary access to the Social Security Administration's full death master file for 3 years as part of the omnibus appropriation bill in 2021. The Social Security Administration maintains the most complete database of individuals who have died and the file contains more than 142 million records, which go back to 1989. Treasury estimated in January that it would recover more than 215 million during its 3-year access period, which runs from December 2023 through 2026. So are tens of millions of people over 100 years old receiving benefits? No. 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 But the letters I read from scared people across the country show what happens when a president lies, when his unelected, biggest campaign contributor, richest man in the world, just continue to make public statements to insinuate fear and doubt and chaos, and then make announcements that they have to take back, that they're going to end call-in service, which so many seniors rely on. Then they create more fear when people see that posted government buildings that are to be sold at auction to the private sector are actually the addresses of their Social Security offices. Why, everywhere I'm going around my state, everywhere I have gone around the country in the last few weeks, and my mom and her mostly Republican senior community are all up in arms and feel this fear, or the people that we read about who write letters about losing sleep, it's because of the chaos, the crass cruelty, the unjustified cuts, and attacks on a program that is the bedrock between security and financial ruin for so many Americans. Here's a Wall Street Journal writing about this, how Trump and Musk are undermining Social Security. Dealing with Social Security, Wall Street Journal writes, is heading from bad to worse. The agency administers benefits is cutting staff and restricting services as part of the Department of Government Efficiency's review. The Wall Street Journal writes, the federal agency that administers Social Security benefits is facing a customer service mess. The Social Security Administration is cutting staff, restricting what recipients can do over the phone, and closing some local field offices that help people in person. The number of retirees claiming benefits has risen in recent 8 years as boomers age. Few federal agencies reach as far into Americans' lives as Social Security, which delivers a monthly check to some 70 million people. Many of those people now fear that the changes, part of President Trump's powerful overhaul of the federal government through the Department of Government Efficiencies, are eroding confidence in the nearly 90-year-old program. The Wall Street Journal continues, agency officials have acknowledged that because of planned reduction in services over the phone, there will be longer wait and processing times. An estimated 75,000 to 85,000 additional visitors a week could show up at local field offices, according to an internal memo sent by Doris Diaz, the acting deputy commissioner for operations. Details of the memo, which were reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, were reported earlier by the Washington Post. This is likely to tax the agency's 800 number, where people typically make appointments for office visits. Already, Social Security recipients have complained about customer service. Holly Lawrence made several unsuccessful attempts to reach a human before she filed her Social Security claim. Holly Lawrence, 64-year-old, made several unsuccessful attempts to reach a human before she filed her Social Security claim online. The Washington, D.C.-based freelance journalist said she called the agency's 800 number several times starting in February. Each time she got an automated voice that warned of a 2-hour wait on the phone. Her calls were disconnected before she could leave a message or request a call back. She gave up trying to reach a customer service agent and created an online account on the agency's website on March 3rd. She had to wait 2 weeks for an account activation code to arrive in the mail before she could submit her claim. She's still waiting for that claim to be reviewed and processed. Lawrence said she has virtually no retirement savings. I'm financially strapped and cannot afford to get a financial advisor. It was important for me to be able to talk to someone at Social Security, she said, adding that she's concerned that the customer service delays she encountered could negatively affect others who don't have the strength to persist. Wall Street Journal continues, Social Security has a reputation as the third rail of American politics, a benefit to which elected officials make cuts at their own risk, risking their reelection. Donald Trump has vowed not to cut benefits, but he and Doge's leader, Elon Musk, have made unfounded claims of widespread fraud in the program. I'm going to repeat that sentence by the Wall Street Journal. He and Doge's leader, Elon Musk, have made unfounded claims of widespread fraud in the program. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said in a recent podcast interview that if Social Security checks were hypothetically delayed, it might catch those guilty of fraud because they would make the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining. Critics say turmoil at the agency is undermining trust in the safety net programs. They're killing those programs from the inside, said Illinois' Governor Pritzker. The result of which is we don't know what they are doing to tear down the scaffolding that holds Social Security together. Doge has gained access to systems containing personal information, but a federal judge has temporarily blocked those efforts. On Friday, Leland Dudek, acting Social Security Commissioner, threatened to shut down the agency because of the judge's order, but later reversed course. Dudek, the acting commissioner, said the changes are designed to make sure the right payment is to the right person at the right time. It's a common sense measure. Even before Doge's plans went into motion, the agency's customer service operation had shown signs of strain. Roughly 47% of the 250,000 people who call Social Security's 800 number on an average day have gotten through to a representative this year. Only 47% got through to a rep. This is down from nearly 60% in 2024. The average time to wait for a callback is over 2 hours. There has been a steady decline in the agency staff, and Doge plans to cut employment by another 12%. That would bring the total number of employees to about 50,000 from the about 57,000 today and nearly 68,000 in 2010. Customer service has been going downhill for years, said Bill Sweeney, Senior Vice President at AARP. It's going to get worse. Some Social Security Administration changes amounts to cuts in services. Wall Street Journal continues, starting March 31st, people who want to file for retirement, survivor or disability benefits, or change their direct deposit information can no longer complete the process by phone, the agency said Tuesday. Instead, they must do so online or at a field office. The agency said it's stopping phone calls as part of an effort to reduce fraud and strengthen identity-proofing procedures. The Social Security Agency has estimated that improper payments represent 0.3% of total benefits. Dudek acknowledged that recent changes, including the shift away from claiming on the phone, are likely to drive up the numbers making appointments at field offices over the next 60 days. He said field employees would be trained over the next 2 weeks to respond to the changes. We're going to adjust our policy and procedures to adapt to the volume, he said. These changes are not intended to hurt our customers. Dudek said in a call Monday with advocates that the phone service policy change and quick timeline were directed by the White House, according to people familiar with the call. Directed by the White House. Kathleen Romig, Director of Social Security and Disability Policy at the Center on Budget and Policies Priorities, says it isn't clear why the agency chose to discontinue identity verification over the phone while allowing it online and in person. She says other advocates say that by discontinuing the phone option, the agency is creating hurdles for those who lack internet service or live far away from the field office. The agency has also largely stopped serving walk-in customers in field offices, said Maria Frisi, Senior Legislative Representative at the nonprofit National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Most waiting in person must book appointments on the 800 number. In February, 45% of people who schedule a phone or in-person appointment to file a claim got one within 28 days. Doge plans to close nearly 50 of the agency's approximately 1,200 field offices, according to Social Security Works, although a spokesman for the nonprofit said some of the offices on the list don't seem to exist. The chairman and CEO of Fiserv, Inc., has been picked by Trump to serve as Social Security's commissioner and will appear before the Senate Finance Committee on Tuesday. I mean, this is the Wall Street Journal pointing out utter incompetence. Utter incompetence. And they're rolling back, trying to catch up, but they don't seem to care in the way they're going about this. They're hurting seniors. They're undermining the security of the program. The title of the Wall Street Journal's article is the best. It's taking services, Social Security services are now going from bad to worse under this leadership who promised they were going to serve people. I see the senator standing, and I'll yield for a question while taking the floor if he has one.
Senator Booker, I'm going to pose to you a pretty simple question here, but first let me lay down a little bit of a predicate. We've heard already some talk tonight about this extraordinary statement, but not terribly surprising from the Secretary of Commerce. This is a close friend of the president, somebody who's very close to all the decisions being made in the White House, where he said, that if a Social Security recipient misses their check for a month, then they should not complain. My mother-in-law wouldn't complain. That's easy for him to say. Maybe you wouldn't complain if your son-in-law was a billionaire. You probably are not going to be harmed by missing a Social Security check if you've got a billionaire in the family, but 99.99% of Americans do not have a billionaire that they can get on the phone if they miss a month, and 1 month's Social Security check disappearing is a cataclysm for a lot of families. As I was listening to you, I just did a little bit of easy back of the napkin math. So the average Social Security check on a monthly basis in this country, is somewhere around $2,000. Obviously, it varies based upon how much money you put in and what your income was, but on average, it's about $2,000. Now, some Americans have supplemental retirement income, but fewer and fewer do today because it's just not the case any longer that employers are going to provide for you a defined benefit plan. So if you were working minimum wage your entire life, or if you were working a low-wage job, you're not going to have money to put away in Social Security. I remember during one of my walks across the state of Connecticut, spending about a half an hour walking with an elderly gentleman in Willimantic, Connecticut. And, he told me, a story that is not atypical. He worked his entire life, most of his adult life, he worked for Walmart. He was really proud of working for Walmart. He helped a whole bunch of people in his community. He was working for a great American company, a company he was proud of. He was helping people every single day that lived in his neighborhood get what they needed when they came into the store. But the wage he was making at Walmart. He was making very little, and they didn't have any defined benefit plan. They would, let him save a little bit of money if he could find the means, but he couldn't, because every single dime that he made from Walmart had to go to rent and groceries and medicine and cell phone bill and transportation. And so he worked for 20 years at Walmart, and when he retired, you know how much he had in savings? Zero. And he felt like he had done everything people had asked him for. He worked for a great American company. He helped people. He worked full time. He didn't miss time. He didn't goof around. And when he retired, he had nothing saved. So the Social Security check, which to him was probably about $2,000 a month, was everything he had. And he's walking with me, explaining to me what his life is like today. He was coming out of the liquor store, and that was one of the things he did every day, was go down to the liquor store and, buy a nip or two and, just pass a couple hours. He didn't like to spend a lot of time in his house because he has roommates. He lives in a small apartment with two other guys, strangers. He doesn't know them. And he says to me as we're walking, this is not how I expected my life to go. I thought if I worked my entire life and I played by the rules and I worked hard, I'd have a little bit more dignified retirement than this. I share a room with two other guys that I don't know. And that's the reality for a lot of Americans. That's the reality for a lot of retirees. $2,000 is the average Social Security check. I don't know why I picked Tallahassee, but I just picked Tallahassee. I said, what's the average one-bedroom rent in Tallahassee? It's $1,200. Utilities, probably another couple $100. The average senior citizen spends about $500 a month on food. Rent, utilities, food, that's it. That's your $2,000. You got nothing left. If you are one of the 7 million Americans who rely only on Social Security, like my friend from Willimantic, you got nothing left for medicine, for transportation. You have nothing left for a cell phone. You have nothing left to go to the movies once a month. You have nothing left for presents for your grandkids for Christmas or for their birthday. If you're relying on Social Security, and many people who work their entire life are, you go without that check for 1 month, your whole life falls apart. And so this just cavalierness that Musk and Trump have about Social Security, that the billionaires that advise them have about Social Security, don't worry about it if you miss a check for a month or 2 months. You're a fraudster. You're trying to defraud the government. If you complain about missing a Social Security check, it is so disconnected from reality. I know we're going to talk later today about the plans to shut down the Department of Education. It shows this similar disdain for public education, the way that they are showing a disdain for working Americans who are relying on Social Security as their primary means of retirement income, the disdain for the 40 million working Americans who rely on Medicaid. And it's not hard to understand why, because if you're a billionaire, if you're Elon Musk, if you're Donald Trump, you don't have to rely on the public school system. Your kids go to fancy private schools. You will never need to rely on Medicaid. You have lived fortunate lives. In Donald Trump's case, because he was born into wealth. You'll get a Social Security check, but that's not going to be your primary retirement. And so you can understand if you put a bunch of billionaires in charge of the government who don't lead lives that are remotely connected to how average people live, they will say things like Social Security is just some big Ponzi scheme, and that's the big one to eliminate. Or, you know what, America will be all right if we impose $880 billion of cuts to the insurance program for 24% of Americans. Or let's shut down the Department of Education because, I don't know, public education doesn't matter to me. So I think it's just the reality that we're living in today, in which we have people who are making these decisions who just don't understand how normal people's lives work, and in particular, how a person's life falls apart if they have any diminution in their Social Security income when the average check is $2,000 a month and the average expenses in most cities for a senior citizen who relies on Social Security is going to be far higher than $2,000 a month. Here's my question for you. You laid out what's going on in Social Security today. It's like the opposite of efficiency. Right? It's called the Department of Government Efficiency. And like what we know for certain in the Social Security system is that everything they're doing has the intent of making the system less efficient, right? You don't just close dozens of offices and shut down the phone system to make the system more efficient. You do that to make the system less efficient. And so I'm trying to figure out why, right? I'm trying to figure out why. And I'll give you, two theories and then let you tell me if you think I'm right or I'm wrong. It could be a pretext to eradicate the whole system. What did they say about USAID? They said that USAID was a corrupt enterprise. It was corrupt. No evidence of corruption in USAID. No evidence of corruption, no allegations of specific corruptions, but they just made these accusations that USAID was criminal Musk and Trump said this. It's a criminal enterprise. It's a corrupt enterprise. And that became their justification to eliminate it. Within weeks, USAID, one of the most important vehicles of U.S. national security, was gone. Was gone. They didn't run on that. Nobody saw that coming. It was 2 weeks of allegations about criminality and corruption, and then USAID vanished. And people were like looking around. What happened? They didn't tell us they were going to do that, and now it's gone. They certainly didn't run on eliminating Social Security or cutting people's benefits. But boy, the playbook seems a little familiar here, that all of a sudden there are these lies being told. Let's say what it is about the corruption inside Social Security. As you said, the improper benefit payments are minuscule, right? 0.3% of overall payments. And so is this a pretext to ultimately make big cuts in Social Security? Or alternatively, is it just part of a plan to just sort of put the entire country on edge, right? To just make everybody wake up in the morning wondering whether they're next, right? Is it my Medicaid benefit that's going to be cut? Is Social Security going to be there for me if I'm a federal employee? Is my job here next week? And is that a means of distracting you from the corruption and the thievery that's happening at the highest levels of government? Is that in service of an agenda to try to convert this country from democracy to something else? If everybody is just so focused on the next hit, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, my son losing his federal job, is that a means to ultimately try to drive an agenda through the back door while people are looking at the threats coming at them through the front door? It's clearly not about efficiency. I mean, that's what we know. The changes they're making to Social Security are not about efficiency. So the question is, what's the agenda here if it's not efficiency?
Again, you and I, presiding officer, there's a lot of people here I know that operate from just a place of just decency. There are problems with government. We need to fix them. We need to make government more efficiency. We need to deal with the national debt. There's so many things that people on the right and the left in this country can agree on. You and I could agree that, God bless America, government can be a lot more efficient. But the question is they're not playing on the level. There are lies about USAID, 5 million condoms going to Gaza or something outrageous and easily proven false time and time again. The President of the United States, again, this doesn't shock people anymore. He's a president more than any other modern president by independent fact checkers has proven to lie over and over again. But as I sat there listening to his speech, and he just goes on and on about transgender mice when that was proven to be utterly a lie. Or else somebody just misreading the kind of mice that are used in medical experiments, which have a similar word. So are they lying in order to attack these programs? DOGE is insidious in the fact that they keep posting things and then having to pull them down because just independent folks. And I have article after article. We're so far behind in this agenda of things to get through. I'm not going to read them all. Some of them I'll submit to the record, but not people on the left calling them out for what they're doing and saying being a lie about Social Security. So you're pointing out a pattern. First, they tell terrible lies to try to whip up public sentiment against entities created in a bipartisan way, by the way, using congressional powers, approving spending, approving programs, approving agencies. Let's create incredible lies, magnify them on social media, try to spread them with our influencers and everybody. So now people believe that somehow, the president talked about all this money going to transgender mice. That's a lie. But we're going to use that as an excuse to attack scientific funding. We're going to use that as an excuse to attack Medicaid. We're going to use that excuse to pull the people fighting Ebola out of East Africa. And so I was told by a colleague of mine, a Republican colleague of mine, when you come here, don't try to get into the head of your colleague and understand what their motivations are. But this, to me, is a pattern in which they're trying to undermine public confidence. And the result of this pattern has seniors, letter after letter I wrote, using things like, I'm losing sleep, I'm terrified, I'm scared, help me please, telling the most painful stories about retirement insecurity, about health challenges. And so again, I have this expectation, whether you're a Republican or a Democratic president, you don't insinuate fear amongst vulnerable communities. You don't insinuate fear amongst our elders who deserve our respect and deserve to retire with dignity. You don't do that. You stand boldly in front of them and say, you know what? There are some things we're going to improve. We're going to try to bring the best minds in America to make the best customer service, because every independent group has been saying that customer service is failing. And yeah, we want to go after fraud and abuse, but we're not going to do it. First thing we're going to do is fire the inspector generals who have a better record than Elon Musk has over this last decade in rooting out fraud and abuse under Democrat and Republican presidents. So it just doesn't add up. It's not on the level. And so before I allow you to ask the next question, what does this amount to, Senator Murphy? Ultimately, what this amounts to is an attack on the programs, the health care, the services, the retirement security that millions of Americans rely on. And often for them, what they're relying on is the difference between safety and security and chaos and destitution. I'm not exaggerating that. When somebody's Social Security check is the only income they have, and they've already downsized, as you said, brought in roommates, doing everything they can cut costs, because under this president, costs are going up. This is why we have to stand and not let this happen. Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
So there's also a third agenda here. We were not necessarily both here at this time, but a few Republican administrations ago, there was an attempt to privatize Social Security, to take the corpus and move that money into the hands of the private sector for them to manage the money and, of course, charge a fee or a commission for the management of the money. The Social Security Trust Fund, if sort of fully handed over to investors on Wall Street, could make a lot of money for that industry. The American people rose up against that. It was stopped in its tracks, but that is still a priority for a lot of allies of the president to get their hands on that money inside Social Security. And again, I'm previewing a future conversation, but I keep on making the analogy to what is happening inside of the education space, because those same industries, whether it be investment banks or private equity firms, get wide-eyed at our public education dollars as well, because they would love to get their hands on those public education dollars and have private equity companies running our elementary schools and middle schools and high schools and skimming a little bit of money off the top to pay back their investors. And so, the other potential agenda here is to attack the public administration of Social Security, attack the public administration of our public schools, in order to shift that administration and the oversight of the investments in the case of Social Security to the private sector, so that the president can hand those functions and that oversight to friends in the private sector. And once again, it just becomes a money-making vehicle for folks who already are doing very well, instead of an exercise in just trying to promote good governance, instead of the agenda simply being the education of our kids or the administration of a benefit program. It just becomes about making somebody else money. That I pose that as a question to my friend, because we saw this attempt to try to privatize Social Security, and you can certainly see at the end of this assault, this false assault on the inefficiency of the public administration, the solution being to turn the program over to the private sector, the privatization of Social Security that many Republicans have wanted for a long time finally coming to fruition.
That's the problem, right? Is that if you have an idea, bring it. Let's have a national debate. Let's bring in experts. Let's have a debate. The person you're talking about, Bush, who had that idea, he had the good sense to say, you know what? I'm not going to try to kill the agency. I'm not going to lay off thousands of their employees. I'm not going to drive the services it provides, make them worse, to be called out by right-leaning newspapers and right-leaning writers. I'm actually going to bring my idea forward, and let's have the debate in Congress. Let's bring people together. Let's hold the hearings. Let's have the conversation. I can deal with that because this is going to surprise you, Senator Murphy, is I've had conclusions about policy positions that I've changed over the years. When I had a debate, I had a contest of ideas, people have persuaded me. But that's not the way Trump operates. He tried to kill health care without a plan. The powerful letter I read by John McCain about why he voted no is because it was first, kill this thing that people rely on. Don't worry, trust me, we'll figure it out later. That's what's happening with Medicaid right now. There's no conversation about how to better provide health care to the tens of millions of people that rely on Medicaid, from our seniors to expectant mothers to people with disabilities. No conversation. They're just sending people into dark rooms and saying, here's $880 billion I need, find a way to cut it, let's kill it, and then see what happens.
Ready, fire, aim.
Ready, fire, aim. Look, Senator Murphy, I prepared for so many days on this, and we're talking about the point, so I'm going to submit, there's lots of articles here that I'm going to submit to the record without objection from the presiding officer. I'd like to submit Washington Post article about long waits, waves of calls, website crashes, Social Security is breaking down. May I submit this for the record?
Without objection.
Thank you to the presiding officer and my friend who I'm keeping up at 3 a.m. He's a kind, generous man to be here. Here's a closure of Social Security offices, 47 closures across the country in red states and blue states, everywhere between. Closures of Social Security offices. I know everybody's talking about cutting Social Security, but what they're doing right now is grinding the services of Social Security, grinding them down. So with the permission of I'd like to submit an article for the record from the Associated Press, a list of Social Security offices across the U.S. expected to close this year. Thank you very much. I want to read some of the places. Alabama, 634. This is without the rest of the language I just put in the record, but just for folks out there that are watching, these are the places, Social Security offices, provide really important services to your community that this administration, Elon Musk, are closing. Alabama, 634 Broad Street. Arkansas, 965 Holiday Drive, Forest City. 483 Jefferson Avenue in Texarkana. In the great state of Colorado, they're closing 825 North Crest Drive, Grand Junction. In Florida, they're closing 4740 Dairy Road in Melbourne. In Georgia, they're closing 1338 Broadway, Columbus. In Kentucky, they're closing 825 High Street in Hazard. In Louisiana, they're closing 178 Civic Center Drive, Houma. In Mississippi, there's 3 places they're closing. 4717 26th Street, Meridian, to the great people that live there. 604 Yalabusha Street in Greenwood. 2383 Sunset Drive in Grenada, Mississippi. In Montana, they're closing 3701 American Way. They're closing Social Security offices in North Carolina, 730 Roanoke Avenue, Roanoke Rapids. They're closing 2123 Lakeside Drive in Franklin, North Carolina. They're closing 2805 Charles Boulevard in Greenville, North Carolina. I know that town. They're closing 1865 West City Drive in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. In North Dakota, they're closing 1414 20th Avenue, Southwest West, forgive me, the great people that live in this community, but Minot, I'm pronouncing, and I'm sure I'm butchering it. In Nevada, where my mom lives, in the city my mom lives, they're closing 701 Bridger Avenue, Las Vegas. In New York, 75 South Broadway, White Plains, my mom worked there, and 332 Main Street in Poughkeepsie, New York. In Ohio, 30 North Diamond Street, Mansfield. In Oklahoma, 1610 Southwest Lee Boulevard. In Texas, they're closing 2 offices, 1122 North University Drive. I know the people are going to write me letters and I'm mispronouncing their towns' names. Nacogdoches? Anybody from Texas here? No? I'm sorry. 8208 Northeast Zach Lentz Parkway. In West Virginia, they're closing 1103 George Costas Drive. In Wyoming, they're closing 79 Winston Drive, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Their cuts to Social Security staff, how deeply are they cutting? They're cutting thousands. We've already talked about it, but if I can, from the Associated Press, can I enter this article? Social Security Administration could cut up to 50% of its workforce.
Without objection.
Thank you. The article that I won't read out of generosity to my dear friend who's presiding, but it details in painful ways what these cuts could mean to people in our country. Just trying to move a little quicker through my documents because I'm way behind. The impact of these cuts, one of the big places they're going to impact is in rural America, is already suffering so much. There's a lot of sources that are talking about the rural areas of our nation are they going to cut. And I'd like to enter the record another Associated Press article entitled New Social Security Rules Present Barriers to Rural Communities Without Internet and Transportation, a new requirement that the Social Security recipients go online or in person to a field office to access key benefits instead of just making a phone call will be difficult for many people to meet in those rural areas. This is an article from March 22nd. Can I enter that into the record?
Without objection.
Thank you very much to the kind friend who's up with me late, or early, I should say. One more article I want to read, I want to ask for the record. I feel like I could take liberties with the presiding officer because I've known him for like 20 plus years. Consider him a real friend. He married up, and he's going to teach me how to do that. I guess I'm not allowed to insult a colleague on this. That's a violation of Rule 19, I think, but it was a joke. But you did marry up, you know that. Okay, so this is a former Social Security officers who are speaking out about what's happening. People that have worked in the agency see what's happening. 2 former senior officials at the Social Security Administration, one under a Democratic president, one under a Republican president, wrote this column published in The Hill. The title of the column is Social Security Faces a Crisis with Staff Cuts, Closures. Again, these are folks from both sides of the aisle yelling into the wilderness, hoping that more people will understand what is happening to Social Security, what these cuts in staff are actually going to do to the quality of life of millions of Americans who rely on Social Security, disproportionately impacting people who are living in rural areas, red states, blue states, Republicans, Democrats. This is not a normal time, America. That a bedrock commitment made is being undermined by the most powerful man in our country and the richest man in the world. And the title of the article is Social Security Faces a Crisis with Staff Cuts and Closures, written by, again, somebody who worked under a Republican, somebody who worked under a president. May I enter this to the record?
Objection.
And I want to end with what I've been trying to do since I started I think about 8 hours ago. Yeah, 8 hours ago I began. I want to begin by doing what I said I was going to do, is not just lift my voice, but lift the voice of New Jerseyans and Americans. And so here's some words. This is one employee from New Jersey who contacted me to say that the teleservice center has received many calls from the public from New Jersey to Georgia and other states. They all have in common is the fear of losing their livelihood as a result of identification, verification, in-person visits. Seniors, disabled, and others that are economically disadvantaged need a voice, Senator Booker. And the voice I hear all throughout the day from seniors are voices of fear. Please review any policy of in-person identification for the public. Person from my state begging because they're hearing the fear of the seniors that they've pledged themselves to serve. Another Social Security employee from New Jersey who contacted me said, I quote, "I worked at Social Security for almost 19 years. I was approaching my 19 years in July. However, I took the early out retirement because there's a lot of uncertainty within the agency. The resignation of others also brings additional phone calls and workloads into the office. This adds additional stress and no additional bodies to handle the workloads. It also provides poor, unfair service to the public." Here's another story from a Social Security employee in New Jersey. "I am a claims representative for our Social Security field office. The most dramatic changes I've noticed from our recent change in operations is that our appointment calendar seems to be filling up more quickly for simple post-entitlement changes that were formerly handled over the phone. This occupies appointment space for most urgent and critical issues that would warrant an office visit. We have identity verification protocols already in place to keep identities thieves in check. To the extent that some fraudsters are still getting through, requiring people to come into our office to verify their identities is an obviously less efficient solution to the problem. A better solution to enhance security question protocols is to use two-step verification systems and document fraud attempts in our technician experience dashboard so scammers can't just shop around for field offices to fool. Regarding the in-person identifying policy, I believe that it is causing more harm than good. I've had claimants appearing in person frantic that they will lose their benefits because of this. My office has lost 4 staff members, 2 who are members of management. This is nothing but chaos here. And I can foresee more loss and a further decline in employee morale." That's from a Social Security employee in my state, describing what's going on in their office. Another New Jersey Social Security worker. "I work in one of the smaller offices in New Jersey, and we are currently combined with another office that is undergoing renovations, which has caused the number of claimants coming into the office to double over the last few months. And although we do have extra staff, because the staff have been deployed to our location, it doesn't change the infrastructure of the building, such as the number of desks available to do in-person interviews and provide adequate waiting space for double the amount of claimants. In our office, we only have 9 desks where we can interview the public due to safety and safety protocols. 3 of these are front windows where we can do quick changes, and 6 of them are where we could do short interviews or benefit applications. Right now, being that most interviews are being done over the phone, we have over 20 people interviewing at a time now. Imagine having to do these interviews in person. We can only have 6 to 9 interviews at a time instead of 20 plus because there's only 6 by 9 desks available. This doesn't seem very efficient. Maybe they should. Too bad they can't call the Department of Government Efficiency, who caused the problem. Here's another Social Security worker, their story. "The foot traffic in the field office on a daily basis is already overwhelming. The public coming in randomly to show their identity would be a disadvantage for the elderly, people with vision issues, disabled, and someone with no car. This really hits home with me. My older brother lost his right leg to diabetes, is legally blind and unable to drive. He called me concerned about this, knowing there is no way he can get to his field office and cannot afford to lose his retirement. I'm hoping this is reconsidered." Social Security is not a program, it's a promise. We owe it to seniors and working people who've paid into the Social Security their whole lives to make good on the promise of a secure retirement. Not to attack Social Security, to drive them into fear and worry, and when they call for help, to put them on hold for hours, or drive them into offices that may be closing or are overcrowded or are unable to help our elders. Does this sound like America at its best? Does this sound like America being made great again? This is outrageous. These are our elders. They deserve dignity, respect, and they deserve their Social Security. I'm going to move on to the next item, but I want to reiterate again, I'm determined to stand here as long as I physically can. We're 8 hours into it. Dozens and dozens of people, I've read their stories. As I've gone around the country, I've gone around my state, there's this growing anger and rage and fear. There's chaos, there's confusion. And they read the newspapers and see that programs are helping them when an unexpected disease or cancer or crisis hits them. And they see that a bunch of folks are trying to figure out how to cut $880 billion from things like Medicaid. The stories got me a little emotional just because hearing about so many people who, not to their fault, not to their problem, were hit by a crisis, a challenge, an accident at work. Are now sitting back and are going to see what we do. People have told us that their whole delicate, fragile world works because they have a transportation program that could be on the blocks of cuts in Medicaid, or that their home health care worker, or that their medications. And even while these big issues are being discussed, we're seeing, as we've been documenting here, again, from Republicans and Democrats, how the administration is already taking steps to roll back programs, to seize funding that people have been used to access the ACA or to lower their prescription drug costs, or that are funding their research that we're competing with China through the NIH. Republicans and Democrats we've read already who have been saying, hey, wait a minute, you shouldn't cut the things that actually produce money for your country in the long term. But now here's something that I want to get into, which is education in our nation. I believe that genius is equally distributed in the United States. There's as many geniuses being born in the wealthiest parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania as are being born in the lowest incomes. And in a global knowledge-based economy, the most valuable natural resource any nation has is the genius of its children. One genius, one Einstein, one Madame Curie, one genius could change humanity forever. And I hear these stories about China graduating more people in STEM than we have total graduates in our entire country. It's a global competition. And if we are to be this nation that Andy Kim talked about, where every generation has the right as an American to expect that the next generation will do better, not worse, so much of this revolves around what we all know, how important education is to a democracy especially. The best ideas, the best innovations, the best artists, innovators, entrepreneurs, scientists, doctors, teachers. We need to invest in the best pipeline possible. But now, not with Congress, who established the Department of Education, but by executive fiat, undermining the separation of powers, the administration wants to dismantle, defund, destroy the Department of Education, and scatter its responsibilities across agencies that themselves are going through massive personnel cuts and are not equipped to handle them. This is ultimately about whether or not we as a nation believe that every child deserves an education, and we should organize ourselves to meet that calling. Our nation's children are that precious resource. One of the most noble professions are those people that teach our children. And so let's go right into it. At the signing ceremony, to commemorate the establishment of the Department of Education, President Jimmy Carter said, "Today's signing fulfills a long-standing personal commitment on my part. My first public office was as a county school board member. As a state senator and governor, I devoted much of my time to education issues. I remain convinced that education is one of the most noble enterprises a person or a society can undertake. Pastor Carter also said the Department of Education was created because education is so important to our nation's future that it must have a robust level of national support. Now, here's a letter that I really wanted to read. I'm a member of a Baptist church with the great Pastor Jefferson, but I actually study Torah. And in my Torah study with Rabbi Davidson, when I heard about all these cuts to the Department of Education, he wanted me to hear from the great Rebbe Menachem Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who in 1979 wrote a letter not in support of religious schools, but wrote a letter in support of public education, in support of the creation of a special Department of Education. He wrote this letter in 1979. I was so moved by it. Thank you, Rabbi Davidson. I want to read it here. This is the Rebbe. I am certain that you will agree that the state of education in this country, as in many others, leaves much to be desired. He was not happy. And the status quo, as reflected in juvenile delinquency, etc., is far from satisfactory. And what's worse, has been steadily eroding, and that some determined nationwide effort is called for us to upgrade the quality of public education in this resourceful country. I trust you will agree that such an enormous effort, which is surely in the highest national interest, can come only from the federal government with the fullest cooperation of state, county, and city. In my view, a separate, adequately funded cabinet-level Department of Education subject to legislative safeguards to ensure that the traditional primacy of the states and localities in education affairs would not be jeopardized could well meet the challenge. The main reason why I support said proposal are as follows. One, the creation of a distinct cabinet-level Department of Education would have a salutary impact on all who are involved in education, particularly parents, teachers, and students. The very innovation of upgrading the status of education from that of an adjunct to or division of another national agency would pointedly underscore its proper place among the nation's priorities. Look how prescient the Rebbe was, and what he might say if he was alive today. Number two, the workshops of education are the school and the home. For various reasons which need not be discussed, I'm worried about the home, he basically says. Too much of school is left to the streets. Insofar as the street is concerned, there is very little that we can do as things stand. More can be done and needs to be done. But in the final analysis, it's the public school where the greatest improvement can and must be achieved. Among the factors that lie in the roots of the shortcomings of public education, two, in my opinion, command primary attention. One has to do with the general curriculum, which should place much greater emphasis on character building and moral and ethical values. The other has to do with the quality of teaching by qualified, dedicated, motivating teachers. The latter point requires the upgrading of teachers' salaries on par with comparable professions in other fields of science and relieving them as far as possible of other frustrations and stresses. I just want to do a side note here. I'm a big believer that we should slash public school professionals' tax rates. We need the best minds coming into the profession. Why not, as a country, to say, if you're going to take a job as a teacher, which unfortunately pays too low in our country, let's do that. Instead of, again, giving these massive tax cuts disproportionately to the wealthiest in our country. The upgrading of our nation's educational system will, of course, require considerable federal investment, but this is one area where spending has built-in returns, not only in the long term, but also in the immediate gains in terms of diminishing expenditures in the penal system, crime prevention, reduction of vandalism, drug abuse. In the longer term, it would also bring savings in expenditure on health and welfare, and one may venture to say even in the defense budget, since a morally healthy, strong, and united nation is in itself a strong deterrent against any enemy. And finally, 5, he says, the The creation of a separate cabinet-level Department of Education, as I understand it, has been conceived not for the purpose of merely improving administrative efficiency, nor merely as a coordinator of existing programs, or for technical reasons. The main purpose is to breathe new life into the whole educational system of this nation and to involve the whole nation through its federal government in this massive concerted effort. As such, I am convinced a National Department of Education, cabinet level, deserves everybody's support. Thank you, Lubavitcher Rebbe. Unfortunately, this administration is not listening to the Rebbes. What does the Department of Education do, and how is this administration attacking it? Let me read you an excerpt from the New York Times. Can Trump abolish the Department of Education? It's from March 20th. President Trump signed an executive order on Thursday that directs the Federal Department of Education to come up with a plan for its own demise. Only Congress can abolish a cabinet-level agency, and it is not clear whether Mr. Trump has the votes in Congress to do so. I will tell you, in the Senate, if you need 60 votes, he doesn't. But he's already begun to dismantle the department, firing about half of its staff, gutting its respected education research arm, and vastly narrowing the focus of its civil rights division, which works to protect students from discrimination. Mr. Trump's long history of attacking the Department of Education represents a revival of a Reagan-era Republican talking point. It has unified Democrats in fiery opposition, but is shuttering the department possible, and if not, how has Trump begun to use the agency to achieve his policy goals? What does the department do? Founded in 1979, its main job is distributing money to college students through grants and loans. It also sends federal money to K-12 schools targeted towards low-income and disabled students and enforces anti-discrimination laws. The money for schools has been set aside by Congress and is unlikely to be affected by Mr. Trump's executive order. I don't agree with the New York Times because time and time again, the money set aside by Congress is being clawed back by the president against the people that the Constitution of the United States of America says has spending power. The federal dollars account for only about 10% of K-12 school funding nationwide. While Mr. Trump has said he wants to return power over education to the states, states and school districts already control K-12 education, which is mostly paid for with state and local tax dollars. The federal department does not control learning standards or reading lists in countries. The agency plays a big role in funding and disseminating research on education, but those efforts have been significantly scaled back by the Trump administration. It also administers tests that track whether American students are learning and how they compare with their peers in other states and countries. God forbid we measure people's performance. It's unclear whether those tests will continue to be delivered, given the drastic reductions in the staff and funding necessary to management. Still, closing the department would not likely have much of an immediate effect on how schools and colleges operate. The Trump administration has discussed tapping the Treasury Department to disperse student loans and grants, for instance, and the Health and Human Services to administer funding with students with disabilities. Any effort to fully eliminate the department would have to go through Congress. Republican members would most likely hear opposition from superintendents, college presidents, and other education leaders in school districts. Schools in Republican regions rely on federal aid from the agency just as schools in Democratic regions do. They're going to run into opposition, said Joe Vallant, an education expert at the Brookings Institution. They have a laser-thin majority and a filibuster to confront in the Senate. Even if congressional Republicans stuck together, Dr. Valiant predicts their constituents would protest, given the department's role in distributing money from programs like Pell Grants, which pay for college tuition, and IDEA, which provides support to students with disabilities. It's a very hard sell. I'm skeptical. Efforts to eliminate the department threaten the enforcement of critical laws. There's the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which has supported school districts since 1965 in low-income areas. Individuals with Disabilities Act, which ensures 7.5 million students with disabilities receive an education. The Higher Education Act, which helps more students afford college. Title IX protections to guard against sex discrimination. This doesn't just hurt our country, but undermining those resources for our students hurts generations to come. I want to submit for the record New York Times article entitled "Trump Firings Gut Education Department Civil Rights Division." Thank you, my friend. Thank you, presiding officer, sir. How education department cuts could hurt low-income and rural schools in particular. An article on March 21st, 2025. May I submit that too, sir? Again, rural communities are really taking a hit. And if I can give disability rights testimonials. Gutting the Department of Education will be devastating for students with disabilities. Right now, the Department of Education, the Individuals with Disabilities Act, which guarantees more than 7 million students in America the right to a free, appropriate public education, it ensures that it provides services like speech therapies, counseling, personalized learning plans. Without federal oversight, these protections could disappear, schools could delay evaluations, cut corners, or deny support altogether for parents. Consider Catherine, a resident of Westwood, New Jersey, right by Harrington Park where I grew up. Catherine has 7-year-old twin boys who receive special services. They currently attend an out-of-school district specialized program, but are very much a part of Westwood Regional School District, and may even one day transition back into the school. In her words, the Department of Education plays a critical role in enforcing the IDEA and ensuring that students with disabilities receive the accommodations and support they need to succeed. Without this oversight, many students risk losing essential services, widening existing gaps and disparities, and they will face greater barriers to academic success and reaching their highest potential. This is not a partisan issue. It's a matter of ensuring that all students, regardless of ability, have equal access to education. Her story is one of thousands of parents, educators, and advocates across the country who are standing up for children's rights to an equitable education. For Catherine's families, for her boys, and for every child who deserves a fair shot at success, their fight for an inclusive education is essential. Here's Ashley from Wayne, New Jersey, who knows firsthand how important the Department of Education's funding is. Her daughter, who's legally blind, relies on Bookshare, an online learning tool that provides accessible materials to students with print disabilities at no cost to schools or families. Without it, her daughter would be left behind. As Ashley put it, this is a service she absolutely needs in order to access information that regularly sighted people do not even have to think about. Cutting programs like this isn't just irresponsible, it would be cruel. Kimberly from Dumont, New Jersey, the mother of twin boys with nonverbal level 3 autism. They attend an amazing school in Nutley because of IDEA. Without it, their future would be uncertain. In her own words, she says, quote, "It was not long ago that kids like them would have had to have been institutionalized. Now they are able to have a beautiful life and go to school. I am terrified of the future if IDEA is eliminated. I am begging you, please consider families like mine." Kimberly, I see you. Michelle from New Jersey shares this fear. Her daughter, who has neurofibromatosis, and has apraxia, depends on in-class support to succeed. She knows firsthand how essential the Department of Education is in protecting students with disabilities. This is her words now, quote, "Gutting, weakening, and ultimately closing the Department of Education is disastrous and dangerous for the disabled students who depend upon it." She reminds us that education is a civil right, and laws like IDEA and Section 504 ensure that students with disabilities receive the support they need to succeed. Alana from my state is deeply concerned about her 20-year-old son who depends on the protections of Section 504 to have a fair shot at the future. Her 10-year-old child with autism relies on these protections every single day. She is asking for help because, as she put it, Section 504 and its rules are very important to the disability community. We need your help to save it. Roger, who's a grandfather from New Jersey, is also pleading for action. His granddaughter has relied on a 504 plan since 7th grade and will continue to need it as she applies to college. he raises the essential question, which programs are directly helping students? The answer is clear. Laws like IDEA, IEPs, and Section 504, they're not luxuries, they're lifelines. Again, this is not about politics, and as we see from various writings, people from both sides of the aisle are worried and concerned. I'd like to submit for the record this article from one of the publications in my state, What Happens to Special Education Programs in New Jersey if Trump Shuts Down the Department of Education. It's by Gene Myers.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I want to say something about student loans, too. The Department of Education is also responsible for operating the $1.6 trillion student federal loan program, which benefits 42.7 million borrowers in America and allows students to access higher education, something that is shown unequivocally to strengthen our economy. This administration plans to move student loan funding to the Small Business Administration, a plan that even some of my Republican colleagues in Congress have expressed serious concerns about. Here's an article that Republicans are hesitant to stand behind Trump's plan for student loans. Although SBA managed a wealth of COVID relief programs, it normally runs a much smaller operation than the student debt program. President Trump has yet to win over his own party to push immediately, in quotes, transfer of the Department of Education's massive student loan operation to another agency that's slated for deep staff cuts. Trump was expected to propose moving the agency's $1.6 trillion portfolio to the Treasury Department, a concept long discussed on Capitol Hill and suggested in Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's conservative policy blueprint. Instead, the president announced this month that the SBA would get it, surprising many lawmakers and conservatives who track the issue. Although the SBA, which provides financial support to companies for disaster relief, training, and other needs, managed a wealth of COVID relief programs that normally runs a much smaller operation than student debt. It's also slated to lose 43% of its staff. Now Republicans are worried about the size of the debt and the staffing needed to manage the complex system of service borrowers and loan applications. And with about 43 million borrowers and a record number of them starting to fall behind on their payments since the pandemic-era hiatus ended in 2023, transferring this work may be one of the most challenging hurdles for unwinding the agency President Trump has pledged to close. A lot of us were thinking it would go to Treasury. We're talking about the huge nature of student loans, House Education and Workforce Chair Tim Walberg said in an interview. They have much larger staffing capabilities right now than SBA, but the president may have something specific in mind that I'm not aware of. Early legislation from Senator Mike Rounds aimed at dismantling the Education Department also recommended the Treasury Department for the job. At a recent House Rules Committee meeting, Walberg suggested that moving the portfolio to the SBA, which likely requires an act of Congress to complete, might not be permanent. Some Republican lawmakers have been hesitant to say the move is official. Neither the Education Department's Federal Aid Office, which manages the loan program, nor the SBA have provided a timeline or detailed plans to move the portfolio, but Education Department officials, skeptical of Trump's SBA plan, met the week after his announcement to discuss if the Treasury Department should manage this massive portfolio instead of the SBA, according to a person who was granted anonymity to discuss the matter. Some conservatives are concerned about the SBA's lack of experience with colleges and universities and the time crunch and staff will be under to learn the complex student loan system. The plan to move the portfolio sounds rushed. It sounds like no one has been briefed on it, and it's not clear what the purpose is, said Jason Delsey, who served on the Education Department's review group on Trump's presidential transition team. FSA largely works with direct loans, meaning that instead of a bank lending the money, the Education Department disperses the funds directly to institutions in the students' names. Colleges and universities, however, aren't on the hook if the loan isn't repaid. The borrower is. The SBA only started working with direct loans at a massive scale in the aftermath of the pandemic. They're laying off 43% of the SBA staff at the same time. SBA is being handed $1.6 trillion portfolio. That's 3 times the size of what they have, and they're laying off 43% of the staff, said Michael Negron, who worked on the small business and student loans for the National Economic Council during the Biden administration. The administration has not clearly stated whether the FSA workers who have expertise on the student debt system would be transferred to the SBA, which is concern for Negron. That doesn't mean it's impossible. The SBA could be a fit, he said, but the conditions need to be right. There is a world where this can work, he said optimistically, who is now a fellow at Groundwork Collaborative, a left-leaning think tank. The White House did not acknowledge questions about how it would transfer. President Trump is doing everything he can within his executive authority to dismantle the Department of Education and return education back to the states while safeguarding critical functions for students and families, said Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in a statement. The president has always said Congress has a role to play in this effort, and we expect them to help the president deliver. You know, that sounds like a president who doesn't care about Congress, cares about what he's trying to do, hasn't approached this in an intelligent way, making grand statements and opinions without not considering that the department you're transferring loans to might actually be incapable with a severely diminished staff of doing the job. Here's an incredible article by Fareed Zakaria about what this is really going on and how it affects the United States, especially relative to other nations. There is no area in which the United States' global dominance is more total than higher education. With about 4% of the world's population and 25% of its gross domestic product, America has 72% of the world's top 25 universities by one ranking and 64% by another. But this crucial U.S. competitive advantage is being undermined by the Trump administration's war on colleges. Hat tip to the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg for raising this issue as well. We have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country. The professors are the enemy, said J.D. Vance during a speech to the National Conservatism Conference in 2021. The administration has put those words into action. The most dramatic assaults have been financial, a freezing or massive reduction in research grants and loans from the federal government. Some of these efforts are under court review, but the cumulative impact could be that billions of dollars in cuts to basic research, much of it's disrupting ongoing projects and programs. High-quality research in the United States has emerged in a unique ecosystem. The federal government provides much of the funding through prominent institutions such as the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation. Private foundations and companies account for the most of the rest. Professors at universities, both public and private, use these funds to conduct research. No other country has a system that works as well. What is risk now is what Holden Thorpe, the editor-in-chief of Science, family of journalists, calls the social contract that the federal government institutions have had to enable the scientific research enterprise in America in the last 80 years. That is what is at risk. Take Duke University, which ranked number 11 in total grants received from the NIH last year. Of its $1.33 billion research budget, $863 million came from Washington, according to the AP. That includes funds for critical research projects on cancer and other diseases, but also supports more than 630 PhD students at the medical school. If the cuts go through, these projects and students will have to be pared back substantially. Just on Thursday, Johns Hopkins announced huge layoffs, saying it would let go of more than 2,000 employees after losing $800 million in federal grants. One crucial mechanism to cut funding is through a massive reduction in the overhead or indirect costs that universities get reimbursed for by the federal government. Overhead makes up 40 or 50% of a grant. But last month, the NIH ordered that it be capped at 15%. That sounds more rational than it is. Universities divide their costs on science grants into research costs, the salaries of the professors and graduate students, and overhead, the costs of the buildings, labs, energy, and utilities and administrative staffs. When you are building a complex lab to conduct experiments, the structure and equipment is often far more costly than the salaries and stipends of the researchers. Michigan State University has declared that these cuts could make it stop construction of a $330 million research building for cancer research, for cardiovascular disease, and neuroscience studies. Government funding plays a unique role in America. It often supports basic research, the kind that companies have less incentive to do. And its results cannot be hoarded by any one company, but rather are provided free to the entire scientific community, to the entire technological community, so that all can use it to experiment and innovate. It's an incredible American system that has reaped billions and billions of dollars of rewards to our economy. Take the mapping of the human genome. It cost less than $3 billion and took 13 years because it was government funded. One of its key requirements was that the research should be made publicly available for all within 24 hours of being generated. The other assault on the universities is a strange new attack on free speech for read rights. It began from a principled critique that bureaucracies, universities, and elites all became too woke. But the government response to this problem has been Orwellian. Searching through these institutions for any mentions of the words diversity or identity or inclusion, and then shutting down those programs without any review. Worse, it now punishes universities on their campuses, people who might espouse certain views on topics like Israel and Palestine, and now is punishing the protesters themselves. I have long argued that universities have a huge problem. They have far too little intellectual and ideological diversity, which is the most important kind of diversity on a campus. But the way you fix that is not to restrict radical left-wing speech, but to add voices and views from other parts of the spectrum. The answer to censorship by the left is not censorship by the right. The fury with which the Trump administration has turned on academia resembles nothing so much as the early days of the Cultural Revolution, when an increasingly paranoid Mao Zedong smashed China's universities, their established universities, and a madness that took generations in China to remedy. Meanwhile, in Beijing last week, the Chinese government announced its intention to massively increase funding for research and technology so that it could lead the world in science in the 21st century. So as America appears to be copying the worst aspects of Chinese history, China is copying the best aspect of America's, striving to take the edge away from the United States as though we are going through our own cultural revolution. Learn from the fascist in China. Fareed's article's over. This is me now. Learn from the fascists in China and don't do what the Chinese did. Do what America has done to lead humanity in the sciences, in innovation, in research, in breakthroughs, in science. We are the global model, And one administration in 71 days has our best universities cutting the number of PhD students they bring in, cutting the research that they're doing, cutting the planned development of research buildings. This is insanity. Insanity. We are America. Why is the President of the United States attacking the science and research at the top universities on the planet Earth, bullying them, undermining them? I've had universities from my state. I've had universities from my neighboring state, not Connecticut, New York. I've had my college, Stanford, come to see me, top researchers. The academic community, not the political community, not the history majors, not the political scientists, not the literature students, not the AFAM departments. The scientists of America have been coming to the Senate to say, what the heck? What is going on? How could you take America's edge, America's advantage, America's strength, America's brilliance, and undercut it in 71 days of your administration? We are killing the golden goose. Why? Because we have a president who is taking money that we already approved, the Article 1 branch of government, and claiming that he could claw it back, all on some trumped-up charge that these institutions are too woke. The solution to that is not to cut science funding. This should make people mad, but more importantly, it should make people stand up and not be bystanders and wait until we lose our edge because our adversaries globally are smiling as we destroy our institutions from Duke to Rutgers to University of Michigan to Berkeley to Stanford. This is madness. This is insanity. And one of a dozen reasons we're going through, a dozen reasons I'm standing here, that we should not be doing things normal. If we are complicit in what Donald Trump is doing, I'm hearing it not from political people, but from scientists that show up in my office, from Cornell, medical researchers that show up in my office from our research hospitals in New Jersey and are saying, they're not political, they're just saying, what the heck? You are undermining the research of today that will affect the breakthroughs 5 years from now, 10 years from now. What's China doing while we're doing this? They're investing. Record numbers, record levels. The country of Tiananmen Square cracking down on college students is now trying to out America, while America is acting more like them because our president is violating the separation of powers, taking away the money we approved. And we're letting it happen by doing things normally here and not holding one hearing. Here's another example of what Fareed was talking about. It's an article entitled, Graduate Student Admissions Paused. Graduate student admissions paused and cut back as universities react to the Trump orders on research. And again, this is not from a political magazine. It's not from the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal. This is from Stat News. When did science become political? Acceptances for biomedical graduate students and professional scholars are being cut back at some universities and medical centers across the country as many grapple with the potential impact of the Trump administration's order to cut National Institute of Health research funding. That paragraph alone should have people all in this chamber upset. Let's just give European universities, Australian universities, Canadian universities, Chinese universities a leg up because we're going to cut the number of graduate students And postdoctoral students, the geniuses in our country, will have less opportunity. Here goes the article, it continues. The cuts come even as the proposed reductions to funding for overhead expenses set to start on February 10th were temporarily halted last week by federal judges, at least until a court hearing. Universities appear to be exercising caution, with some freezing positions and not taking new applications or accepting fewer students than normal, according to interviews, public announcements, and internal emails obtained by STAT. The abrupt narrowing of training opportunities is leaving many future researchers at the start of their scientific journey in limbo. The academic calendar runs to the rhythm of its own sessions right now. It's typically this time of year when offer letters for PhD programs and postdoc positions in labs start hitting inboxes. Universities and academic medical centers were in the thick of that process when the NIH, under President Donald Trump, put out a policy about overhead costs known as indirect costs. This couldn't be worse timing for doing this. Waverly Ding, an associate professor at the University of Maryland who studies the biomedical sciences workforce, is creating a jolt in the market that is going to be disabling for labs, especially the smaller labs, because they won't have the human capital to do their science. It's also going to create chaos for PhDs. It's going to be a cascading chain effect through the entire ecosystem. I know we don't read science. Actually, we have a few doctors in here that do. But look at the alarm that they're sounding that this is not normal. The slowdown is happening at some universities and not at others. Some students may be unaware of the issue as they anxiously await acceptance letters without fully understanding the role national politics is playing in those decisions. Some faculty are grappling with admissions that are paused and then unpaused, while others say they are receiving little information or guidance from leadership. At the University of Southern California, and as a former Stanford football player, it's hard for me to talk about USC. I had to jab them, Senator Murphy. At the University of Southern California, faculty in some departments were told last week to pause admissions and not formalize offers to students, even those who had visited and been given verbal acceptances. The awkward part is that we are already told these applicants that they were provisionally accepted and invited them to an in-person recruitment day. Many have already purchased a flight and made hotel reservations. I mean, that is just cruel. One professor said in a faculty discussion listserv observed by STAT, I know Senator Murphy hangs out in faculty discussion listservs, that pause on admissions in psychology was lifted this week, STAT was told. Jennifer Unger, a professor who runs a doctoral program in health behavioral research in the Department of Population and Public Health Sciences at the University of Southern California Keck School of Medicine, said Wednesday she was still not able to admit the 6 graduate students for her department that had been accepted after a visit day on February 3rd. We had flown them out. We told them, we love you. We want to admit you. And then everything just stopped, Unger said. On the day Donald Trump announced they were cutting indirect costs, USC paused all PhD admissions. I just don't know what to tell them, Unger said to the students. Some of them have their offers and will likely go somewhere else. We've probably lost them. Despite USC's unpausing of all admissions in many departments, Unger said Wednesday she was still not able to admit students. She hoped her portal of admit students would open soon, but said this disruption was coming at a time when her field, public health, was already reeling from the actions of the Trump administration, something affecting potential graduate students as well. is very stressful for them. This is a major life decision, she said. Adding, they were already worried about their futures. They were asking, quote, do you think we'll be able to get jobs in this environment? Do you think we'll get grants? The dean of the graduate school at USC told STAT late Friday that the universities briefly paused PhD admissions to assess the uncertainties around federal funding, but that the admissions process was now open. Some schools, though, were continuing to accept students or had accepted graduate students before the recent turmoil and said that offers were there intact. We have no knowledge of any disruptions to graduate student admissions in the science fields, Rachel Zentz, Senior Director of Communications, said. In some cases, the pauses in hirings and admissions were implemented ahead of the NIH policy change. Evidence of how quickly the Trump administration's threats to withhold federal research dollars over diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are shifting the financial footings of universities. On February 6th, faculty at Vanderbilt University were instructed to reduce graduate admissions by half across the board, according to an email obtained by STAT. Reduce graduate admissions by half. On the same day, the faculty at the University of Washington School of Public Health received an email to pause offers to doctoral students, as well as offers of financial support to graduate students. Faculty hiring was also frozen, the email said. This Tuesday, the public health school sent out another email informing the community that some faculty hiring and PhD students would continue, some, but at a greatly diminished level. The school is also planning to take more cost containment measures, including a hiring freeze, a reappointment freeze, through the end of the academic year, due to the volatility caused by the Trump administration. Existing offers will be honored, wrote Hillary Goodwin, Dean of the University of Washington School of Public Health. Marion Pepper, chair of UW's immunology department, said she was instructed by the university leadership to keep her program's next generation cohort smaller than the usual 5 to 9 students admitted each year. That's easier said than done, because the proportion of students who accept offers of admissions varies years to year. Pepper told STAT that while she expects the incoming class to be slightly smaller than usual, she has spoken with program heads at UW and elsewhere who are reducing class sizes by half or more. I know for other programs, they're feeling bleak about how they're going to keep labs running without funding or students, Pepper said. It's pretty overwhelming. Medical schools are hit hard. Medical research hit hard. It's unclear how many other universities are taking similar preemptive belt-tightening measures, but schools of public health and medical schools are particularly vulnerable because they tend to have many faculty postdocs and graduate students supported by grants. Boston University School of Public Health has also ordered an across-the-board hiring freeze on all new faculty and staff positions, including student workers and postdocs. In a campus-wide announcement, Dean ad interim Michael Stein said the move was being made due to the uncertainty of the moment. A spokesperson for the school told STAT that the graduate admissions are unaffected by the freeze. Unger said USC had cut funding for some teaching assistants in their department early in the year, before the executive orders, which reduced the number of graduate students in her program from 10 to 6. On February 11th, Columbia's University Medical School faculty were told that the school was putting a temporary pause on hiring, as well as other activities like travel and procuring equipment, according to an email obtained by the Columbia student newspaper, the Columbia Spectator. A spokesperson for Columbia declined to comment on the pause. In other cases, schools may accept fewer graduate students than they had planned, not because of an overt directive from university leaders, but because faculty feel unsure about the future given the Trump administration's intent to cut billions of dollars in overhead funding. At the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, 25% fewer graduate students will be admitted this year, 25% fewer, based on a survey of faculty members taking new students, said Mark Pilfer, a professor in cell biology there. That means the school will admit about 75 students across the biomedical sciences. He noted the number of graduate students vary each year, so the decline was not unprecedented as the numbers continue to go down. In an interview with Stat, Robert Farms, the director of UNC's Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center, said the hiring freezes, fewer PhD students, and other similar cost containment measures are being considered as the center is eyeing the same financially turbulent waters as other research institutions. Every one of these things is on the table, unfortunately, Ferris said. There's so much uncertainty. Can we hire this faculty member? Can we purchase this equipment? They just don't know exactly what or how many measures the center has to take, he said, as there are simply still too many unknowns. For instance, the outcome of the NIH indirect rate cut policy is still up in the air, not knowing how it's going to shake out. It just freezes everybody into inaction. Adding to the uncertainty is disruptions to key parts of the National Institute of Health approval process for proposed grants. Although some meetings of study sections in which grant applications are reviewed resumed at the start of the month, meetings of advisory councils have not. Each of the 27 institutes of the National Institute of Health have its own advisory council, which meets 3 times a year to issue final recommendations on new research projects. None of these councils, none, have met since January 22nd. Communications freezes were ordered across all health agencies. A law called the Federal Advisory Committee Act requires that advisory councils post meeting details in the Federal Register 15 days prior to their scheduled date. But because submissions to the Federal Register have been put on hold indefinitely, these meetings can't take place. And without these meetings, no new grants can be funded. According to one NIH employee, at least one NIH meeting scheduled for this Friday to allow an institute director to provide updates that could proceed because it has been posted to the Federal Register was nonetheless canceled Wednesday. This was because the meeting was specified it would include a session open to the public. But because a ban remains in place on any public communications, meetings with open sessions cannot be held. And they can't update the Federal Registry with a revised agenda stating no open session because the Federal Registry is closed. Principal investigators who had been counting on awards to pay the salaries of new graduate students and postdocs are now left wondering if their labs will be able to make it through the summer, let alone take on new members. Referencing the hold on submissions to the Federal Register, MIT neuroscientist Nancy Canwisher proposed on social media Wednesday, "So much for the grant I submitted last September, which was supposed to be reviewed last week. Hardly the biggest tragedy on the current scale of things, but it will force me to severely downsize my already small lab." Fears were similar for one computational genomics researcher at a prominent East Coast institution who asked for anonymity for fear of being targeted by the Trump administration. "We have people coming to visit the lab next week, and these are students we haven't made offers to yet because we can't. I don't know what I'm going to tell them." Beyond the immediate harm to young scientists, he worries about the long-term damage to fields like computer science and biomedical engineering, areas where the U.S. has long been the world leader. If we stop training students, we're going to lose the lead very quickly, he said. It's not clear anyone else is going to pick up the ball. We're just going to be worse off and people won't even be aware of it. It's hard to notice when it takes 20 years instead of 10 to get a cure. Cuts within the NIH are also adding to the rapidly constricting pool of places prospective scientists can go and train. Since the 1960s, the NIH has provided opportunities for recent college graduates to spend 1 or 2 years in a full-time research position within one of the Institute's labs, which many scientists see as a key tool for recruiting young people into biomedical fields. On February 1st, a notice appeared on the NIH website announcing that all training programs had paused recruitment, pending guidance from Health and Human Services. The NIH post-bac program, which provides recent college graduates with research positions in career advising, and last year admitted roughly 1,600 people, will not be accepting any new applicants for 2025, according to an NIH employee who asked for anonymity for fear, of course, that's my ad, of repercussions. It's a vital link in the training of doctors and biomedical scientists in the country. The NIH employee said, you can't find a medical school or a biomedical program that doesn't have students from the post-bac program. And it's ended. While the Trump administration may be hoping that the headwinds in creating for academic hiring may push recent graduates or newly minted PhDs into the private industry, it's unlikely to play out that way because of the speed and scale of the disruption. Pharmaceutical firms are not going to suddenly open up more jobs for graduates to adapt to this situation, said Ding. More likely is that people will start looking for opportunities outside the United States or wind up without jobs altogether. At this point, it's still too early to say if these are the first signs of losing a generation of scientists. But even people like Ding, who track the data that could provide clues about how extensive the damage will be, are facing uncertainty about their ability to continue their own work. Her plan to hire a postdoc are currently on hold as she waits to find out if a grant she has through the National Science Foundation, which is facing its own dramatic cuts, will come through. I mean, honestly, I'm here because I said at the beginning, some 9 hours ago, that I was going to stand here because what is going on in America is not normal. We've gone through healthcare cuts. We've gone through Social Security being attacked and undermined and slashed, Department of Education. But if those things don't worry you, statements like this should. It's still a little too early to say that these things are the first signs of losing a generation of American scientists. I know this. I've been privileged. I've studied at Oxford University overseas. I've studied at Stanford University and Silicon Valley, and I've studied at Yale. And watched friends get degrees in the sciences in things I couldn't spell. And they had options, not just in America, but the brightest minds on the planet Earth. There's a global competition going on for them. From Canada to Oxford to countries in Asia. If you're telling me thousands of people right now, 71 days into the Trump administration, are losing opportunities in the sciences to do research in the most important areas of human endeavor, can't get hired, they will go elsewhere. For over a generation, America has led the planet Earth because of this combination between research universities, private sector industry, and government. How do I know this? Because I'm here because of it. The whole computer revolution in America was because incredible computer science researchers at academic institutions were partnering with industry and being funded in many ways by the government, and it helped companies like IBM with their mainframes dominate. My dad was one of IBM's first black people hired as a salesman in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. My parents were IBMers. Because when scientific endeavor explodes into new industry, new ideas, new biomedical breakthroughs, it creates a ripple effect through our economy, lifting so many people up. And in 71 days, Donald Trump's actions have led scientific articles like this to talk about a postdoc program which provides bright, recent college graduates, brilliant people, 1,600 of them to usually get jobs has been canceled. And this article laments from scientists, not political people, not politicians, that this is a crisis. It's a crisis in America. And we haven't held one hearing on this in Congress. Yet, university after university, I can't be the only senator having this happen. Not just from my state, the universities are coming from New York to California, sounding the alarm that we are going to lose our competitive edge against one of our greatest competitors, China, who is doubling down, as the article said, in research on the sciences. But let me just give you some examples, and then I'll yield for a question. I just want to talk about some New Jersey institutions that have written me out. Rutgers has been a partner in the Air Force Research Laboratory's Minority Leaders Research Collaborative Program. That grant, which has been led by the Ohio State University, is on pause. God forbid they use the word minority, and the annual program review and summer internship programs are not expected to happen this year. Rutgers School of Nursing has been working with the Institute of Human Virology in Nigeria on an action to sustain precision and integrated HIV response towards epidemic control. And they were funded through a CDC and PEPFAR grant. A stop work order came in. Multiple Rutgers entities have received communications from federal agencies related to DEIA cancellation of apprenticeship programs. Many conferences have been canceled that are trying to find the best minds wherever they might be, because there's many geniuses at Howard and Fisk and Morehouse that are often overlooked. Anika Barber, faculty of the Rutgers Department of Molecular Biology and Biochemistry, writes me this: Rutgers holds an NIH initiative for maximizing student development training grant that supports an additional 5 doctoral students. This grant expires in January 2026, and we put in for a renewal this fall, for which I wrote a letter of support. However, it seems likely that this grant proposal will not even be reviewed. I just completed the first year of funding on my NIH Maximizing Investigations Research Award and put in my progress report for the next years of funding. These are non-competing renewals, which means they don't go through peer review. In the past, they were reviewed by the NIH program officials to ensure that the funds are being managed in accordance with the approval grant and the research findings. However, NIH has been extremely slow to process even these non-competitive renewals. This type of grant requires a plan for enhancing the work. I want to read this last letter. It's handwritten. I am writing you not only as a concerned parent who believes in progress, education, and the power of science to improve lives. My daughter is a PhD in neuroscience, dedicating her life to research that has the potential to save countless lives. As a minority in science, she has worked tirelessly to overcome barriers in a field that is already competitive and demanding. Watching the current political attacks on research funding is devastating, not just for her future, but for the future of the American country. Science is not political. It serves all people. Yet funding cuts to agencies like NIH and the National Science Foundation threaten to halt critical research that leads to medical breakthroughs. These cuts will not only slow progress in fighting diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, but they will also discourage young, diverse scientists, many of whom have already fought hard to be in these spaces, from staying in the field. This is not just about scientists. It's about every American. Diseases do not know political parties. Without adequate research funding, we are all at risk of losing the chance for better treatments, new cures, and improved health care. If we truly want a stronger and more innovative America, we must invest in science, not abandon it. Defunding research will also harm our economy. Scientific innovation drives job creation, medical advancements, and global progress. A country that does not invest in science is a country that falls behind. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I thank the senator. What the senator is outlining is an extraordinary assault, not just on education, but on the knowledge economy. I want to bring manufacturing jobs back to this country, but I understand, I think everybody understands, that we are not going to be a nation filled with low-skill manufacturing jobs. We are going to be a nation that does high-skill manufacturing. We are going to be a nation that invents things. We are going to be a nation that is dependent on engineering and on invention. We're going to be a knowledge economy. We are today, but we're going to be even more reliant on maintaining and expanding our knowledge edge on the rest of the world, given the fact that the pace of change and the oncoming transformation that will come from robotics and AI will make it even more important for a nation to have the most highly skilled, most highly educated workforce possible in order to stay ahead of the curve and not have employment be buried by automation and artificial intelligence. So this is a moment in which we should be doubling down on our support for the knowledge economy, on that integration of public sector research and private sector research, which has always been the genius of the American economy. We did that integration better than anybody, and it is not coincidental that we leapfrogged the rest of the world when it came to that innovation economy. But what the senator is explaining is that the Trump administration is waging a war on the knowledge economy, is literally signing our economic death warrant by coming after the foundational strength of our nation, which is that public-private sector integration. I just checked in with the University of Connecticut, which is going to lose $165 million because of this illegal change that the Trump administration has implemented, dramatically cutting the amount of research dollars that go to institutions with NIH grants. I'll just read like half their list. They gave me the list of all the research projects that are going to either be eliminated or slowed or diminished. A project for improving physical and cognitive function in aging, a project on improving outcomes for people with autism, a problem on understanding neural mechanisms for language and reading, including for people with dyslexia, funding for prevention and care for HIV patients, projects for studying the leading causes of death and disability in the United States, including cancer, obesity, Alzheimer's disease, and substance abuse, projects studying treatments for rare diseases and genetic disorders with specific impacts on health, including sickle cell, mitochondrial disorders, Rett syndrome, and Prader-Willi syndrome, muscle and bone regeneration research, tick-borne diseases. University of Connecticut faces the same crisis as all the other institutions listed in that incredibly long and comprehensive Stat News article. And as you mentioned, researchers are not going to wait around for this crisis to pass. They are going to accept offers from research institutions in other countries, from our European allies to our Asian competitors. We are going to lose our competitive edge when it comes to research. It is worth noting that this change in research funding is illegal. Article 1 vests the spending power of the federal government in Congress. That's plain and simple. And there's lots of good reasons why our founding fathers did that, Senator Booker. They were determined to keep the spending power out of the hands of the executive branch because they had seen how the British king had used the Treasury in order to compel loyalty and to punish opposition. You get money if you're loyal to me. I withhold money from you if you are disloyal to me. And so Congress got the spending power. We decided the exact rate of reimbursement for medical research. We were very specific about it in the statute that we passed, Republicans and Democrats. This cut in funding for institutes of higher education's research that has been implemented by the administration is illegal on its face. Congress said exactly how research funding should be allocated. The president is ignoring that statute and implementing a unilateral cut. It has been enjoined by the federal court. Hopefully, if the courts follow the law, it will be permanently stopped. But it is important to note that it stands in a larger context of the federal government using its spending power, the Trump administration trying to seize control of federal spending in order to do that work that our founding fathers were so worried about. We have seen over the past several weeks the administration march through school after school, trying to cut individual deals with institutions of higher education. We will release your funding only after you sign a bilateral agreement with the administration, lining your institute of higher education's priorities up with the political interests of the administration. This is exactly what our founding fathers were trying to avoid. The executive using the spending power to compel loyalty from individuals and institutions. What they are doing is illegal. And it is beyond me why my Republican colleagues, our Republican colleagues, stand idly by. Well, the spending power vested in Congress by the Constitution is ripped from us. But Senator Booker, I guess I'm going to ask you the same question I did when it came to this assault on Social Security. And it's a simple question, and I'll lay out a little bit of a predicate. The question is why? What the administration has done is extraordinary. Proposing to close the Department of Education, wildly unpopular. Nobody's asking for that. Waging this illegal and unconstitutional assault on our knowledge economy. Suspending funding for institutions of higher education research budgets when plainly the statute says they cannot do that. So why engage in this extraordinary action to essentially destroy America's knowledge economy from elementary school all the way up to graduate education? Well, as we've talked about, as you laid out, it can't be because you're trying to help the economy. This destroys the economy. I mean, this is the worst thing that you could probably do for the economy, is to wage this open, transparent, proudful assault on research. Because we will not survive as an economy unless we are the place where cutting-edge research and invention happens. We just won't. And so researchers now who are having all of their offers suspended by major colleges and universities, they're looking elsewhere. Maybe they're hoping that the offer still comes through, but they're dialing up other competitors, many of them outside of the United States. There was a story out of the University of Cambridge in England a couple weeks ago in which their administrators were talking about the bounty that they are receiving as some of the highest class researchers in the world are coming to them because they don't believe that they will have any source of stable funding from the United States. So it can't be about helping us create jobs or supporting our economy. This is no doubt an assault on the economy. One of the complaints that I hear often about elementary and secondary education is that the Department of Education was engaged in micromanagement, right? That it was a federal school board, and we want to get the federal government out of the business of dictating what local schools will do. Well, that's not a credible explanation for what's happening, because in fact, the Trump administration is telegraphing that they are going to actually jump into the micromanagement of our local schools. Nobody has any idea what DEI means. Like, let's just be honest. It means something different to every single official in the Trump administration. It's just a proxy to impose a set of reactionary right-wing values on our schools or on our federal agencies. I asked a question of the nominee to be the alleged last Secretary of Education as to whether or not African American history could be taught in our high schools any longer. And her answer was essentially, maybe not. I don't know, but DEI might mean that you can't teach African American history. It might mean that the federal government is going to comb through every syllabus in every high school in the entire country and tell you what courses you can teach and what courses you can't. And if there's any words in there that our AI algorithm doesn't like African, can't teach it. That's a level of micromanagement never seen before in the federal government. And so the reason that they are cracking down on the Department of Education or eliminating funding for research is not because they are trying to get the federal government out of the management of our schools, because they're doing exactly the opposite. They're telling you that your school is not going to be able to make decisions on what classes it offers its students. It's going to be Linda McMahon, the former CEO of the World Wrestling Federation, that is going to be in charge of whether your school can teach African American history. Okay? So then what's the reason, Senator Booker? And I'll, just give you a couple suggestions. Well, maybe it's just to compel loyalty, right? Maybe it's just to use that money to compel loyalty so that boards of education or colleges are only teaching conservative or right-leaning curriculum. Maybe it's to try to quell protest on campuses so that there isn't an ability for students to robustly protest the policies of the regime. Maybe it's just to destroy the idea of objective truth. I mean, this whole scandal over Signal has lots of elements to it, but I think one of the most worrying things for the American public, why it's still a story a week later, is because the Secretary of Defense looked the American public in the eye and said 2 + 2 = 9. Right? He said, those Signal texts you saw did not involve war plans, did not involve classified information. And the American public was like, wait a second, we read them. I'm not dumb. I know those were war plans. I know that that was classified information. But if you are in the business of trying to unwind a democracy, you have to destroy objective truth. You have to make everything political. You have to make everything subjective. Where is objective truth midwifed? It's in our education system. That's where we learn that 2 + 2 = 4 every time. But if you want to undermine the foundation of a democracy, then you undermine the place where truth happens. Okay, maybe it's the same agenda with Social Security. Just come up with an excuse to privatize it all. Just take all the money that's going to good public sector research and just move it all into the private sector so it can be a source to reward the friends of President Trump. That could be a rationale as well. Or maybe it's even simpler. Maybe it's just to own the libs. Maybe it's just that historically, Democrats and the left have maybe talked about education more than Republicans have, even though to me it was always something we both cared about. Whether or not I agreed with George Bush's No Child Left Behind plan, at least he was walking into the Capitol with a plan to try to improve education. But maybe it's just that, you know, Democrats and the left have historically talked more about education, and if you believe, as Donald Trump does, that all politics is zero-sum, anything that Democrats are for must be, by definition, bad for America. And Democrats seem to like college, and they seem to really support our schools, so we have to destroy our colleges and we have to destroy public education, because if the left is for it, it must be evil. Maybe that's the reason they're doing it. But that's the question I pose to you, because it has nothing to do with our economy. It has nothing to do with getting the federal government out of the management of schools and colleges. There's another agenda here, and it doesn't seem to be an agenda that squares with anything the American people have been asking, Senator Booker.
I just want to answer you. I would drive myself mad trying to understand what the ambitions of Trump was, or the ambitions behind some of the crazy stuff in Project 2025 that he said wasn't there. They tried to run away from it because it was so unpopular, and now so much of it is being done. It almost sounds like too partisan, too insane. What I do want to do, Senator Murphy, in answer to your question, all I can do is try to be as fair and factual in describing what's happening in our country and appeal to people who are moderates in this country, the people who are fair arbiters of what's happening, to try to appeal to them that this is a crisis. So when university after university after university is cutting scientific research, stopping bringing in the best minds, PhD candidates, postdocs, when they're telling you that they're stopping investment in state-of-the-art research buildings, when they're telling you that they're shutting down programs to bring the youngest, brightest minds in, and our competitor, China, is doing the exact opposite, flowing money through, because China understands if we get 2 steps ahead of America on quantum computing, we can break all kinds of encryptions. We can locate every submarine they have. China understands if we can get 2 steps ahead of America on artificial intelligence, it's an end game for them. This is a global competition, and a president in 71 days, if you are a moderate in America and just want America to win in human endeavor, look at what the president is doing. And here's to the point you were driving, Senator Murphy. It is Orwellian. The bastions of freedom that are our universities, as the article from Fareed Zakaria has said, even with universities that got too woke and had too excesses, the antidote to that isn't to try to shut down the thought of the left, it's to try to make a fair, more competitive marketplace for ideas from all around the political spectrum. But this isn't about politics, it's about science, it's about research, it's about cutting NIH funding, science funding. But I want to stick with that because that's the controversial nub, right? Like, we need to go after DEI programs. I'm hearing it all the time. It was like the confusion I had 5 years ago when people were asking me, the Republicans are talking about critical race theory. I have, as my father says, I got more degrees in the month of July, but I'm not hot. But I had to go back and research what is critical race theory. Oxford, Stanford, Yale graduate, I didn't sure what they were talking about. And this is the rub on that, because I don't want to just talk about what's obvious, which should enrage people on both sides of the aisle. Not just enrage people on both sides of the aisle because of the China outcompeting us, but because we allocated this money in a bipartisan way that he's now trying to pull back. That should enrage us as a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. But I want to stick in this more controversial era that you talked about, that has all across the country people banning books. When I heard Toni Morrison's Bluest Eye was being taken out of libraries. When I heard my favorite author, James Baldwin, was being taken out of libraries. What kind of world do we live in? We're somehow studying what they call Black history is something that we have to, that Trump feels like is to rally people to stop, where a person going for the Department of Education can't look you in the eye and says, yes, we need to study Black history. Well, I get upset with that because Black history is American history. I had a brilliant friend of mine, brilliant, look with me in deadpan embarrassment and tell me he just found out that year about the bombing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, something I worked with Senator Lankford to do more to memorialize, but just never knew about it. That this thriving African-American financial community was the first recorded aerial bombing, not Pearl Harbor, in the United States of America, and he was never taught it. Is that Black history or is that American history? Why do these people who attack our history think they have to sanitize, homogenize Disneyify American history to make us proud? I am more proud of our country when we tell the truth about what happened, when we learn from the wretchedness and the difficulties and the bigotries and the hates and the demagogues who pit us against each other and how we all overcame that. That's our greatness. How the genius of inventors that were women or blacks in the most oppressive of times still manifested their genius that transformed humanities. These are stories that should make every American more proud. So yeah, when you have a president now that is making people scrape through programs that they don't even know what they're doing, but if they have the word diversity in it, that's bad? That's insanity. My mom worked for IBM before they used words like DEI, and one of her jobs was to find a bigger pool of highly qualified applicants. And so you know what she did is what is being stopped by the Trump administration? She just made sure that they were going to HBCUs to find the brightest students so that their applicant pool would be better. This isn't about preferential treatment for one group over another. It's about trying to create a more competitive pool where we get the best of the best. It's about merit-based. And this president talks about merit, and I watched Senator Whitehouse ask one of the top lawyers in the EPA if he had ever brought a case, if he had ever had a hearing, if he ever did a deposition. No. And he's like, wait a minute, how are you qualified for this job? And that's the conflict in the logic that I'm observing. In one sense, they're exalting the wealthy elites. I have never imagined that I would see a presidential inauguration where billionaires, leaders of tech companies would sit in front of cabinet members, many of whom were billionaires themselves, but that kind of elitism, but yet they call academic excellence, brilliance and achievement in the sciences at these universities the elites that we need to go after. If we start going after our educational institutions and weakening their ability to advance excellence in human endeavor, we are injuring ourselves, and we have models for that. As Fareed Zakaria says, the best model is Mao Zedong and the Cultural Revolutions, where one of the first groups they went after were their universities. But now they're reversing that. And they watched what we did so well that they're doubling down on their funding of universities. They're taking their best scientists and taking away their passports because they don't want them to come here and study. Because they're trying to get ahead of us with DeepSeek and AI. They're trying to get ahead of us in quantum computing. They're trying to get ahead of us in robotics. They're trying to get ahead of us in biomedical engineering. They're trying to get ahead of us in all of these things, and they know the way they do it is to do what America did in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, the 90s, the aughts, the 2010s, to do what they did in all those times, and look at them now. Look at them now. I will yield while still retaining the floor.
I take the gentleman's point, my friend's point, right? I am probing tonight for the why, right? Because it's the obvious question. It doesn't make sense, right? On its face, this intentional chaos in Social Security, in Medicare, in higher education, it doesn't make sense. It's not about efficiency. It's not about jobs. So what is it about? But your point is a good one. That may not actually be the conversation that a lot of apolitical Americans are asking. They may just be looking at this on the face and say, how does it impact me? Doesn't matter to me why it's happening. It just matters to me how it's going to impact me. And there's just no doubt that this assault on higher education has an impact. It does. Because we are, as you've said it better than I have, we are just in a race.
Yes.
We are just in a race, and we just decided to slow down to a walk, which is a shame because we're fast. You know, we're fast. This country is quick, and our coach just told us, start walking while the other guys speed up. And, you know, this is why we have urgency, because the race is, this one's not I mean, you know, maybe it's a marathon, but, you know, it's one of those races where if the other team gets too big a lead, it's going to be hard to catch up. And so in the next 3.5 years, if we just stand down in terms of supporting the knowledge economy, we're going to shed millions of jobs. And once those centers of excellence, research excellence, are outside of the United States, it's not like the next president can just come back in and fix it. That becomes a permanent liability for us. So the reason that I'm here on the floor with you, Senator Booker, is because I agree with you that this is not normal, but I also agree with you that we got to wake our colleagues up fast, because like a second ago, I thought we all agreed on the fact that we need to support the knowledge economy. Like 2 seconds ago, we were all raising hands together, Republicans and Democrats, that we finally started putting big new dollars into NIH. We did a $2 billion increase, I think, a few years ago, and it was a big bipartisan achievement. And all of a sudden, just because Donald Trump is in the White House, we've lost the bipartisan consensus around supporting the knowledge economy.
And you go back to your question. I know you want to get your last question out before I jump into the next area that's so related to this, immigration. I mean, the brightest minds on the planet Earth that are coming here now are terrified to come here, but we'll talk about that.
I've made my point.
Oh, you made your point. I just wanted to say something to you because you just got me triggered when you said we had some consensus over the last 4 years that we were here. I love how you said just yesterday. I remember the CHIPS and Science Act. That was a bipartisan bill. I was sitting in a skiff with all of us, and I watched our whole national security apparatus talk about why science endeavors in chip making and the breakthroughs that are happening on chips are so essential for our national security, and how we had to stay ahead of the competition. And we marched out of that meeting in a bipartisan fashion. We saw this in the bipartisan work we've been doing on AI here, talking about how America has to lead in this area. And with all of that bipartisan vigor, we let a president come in 71 days and halt scientific research, pausing literally experiments in their tracks, halting researchers in their tracks, shaking universities to the core that are afraid of free expression for getting on the wrong side of dear leader, that it might cost them their science funding. So you are putting your finger on it. But can I just say something on a personal level? Because I just want to remind folks, as we close in on the 10th hour, that you and I were here for 15, and you are here. You are here because you agree with me. You agree with me that from science and research to higher education, to the Department of Education, to Social Security, to healthcare in America, we are at a crisis. Any one of those alone should have Americans. But the case we're making going through all of these, pulling from people on the left and the right. We've quoted Republican governors, we've quoted Republican mayor organizations, represented by organizations, we've quoted Republican business people, we've quoted for the Wall Street Journal, Cato Institute's coming up. This is not a partisan crisis that people across the spectrum are pointing to. But I do want to point out that you've been such a good friend to me to spend 10 hours almost on the floor, and it means a lot to me tonight. So thank you for that as I switch to healthcare. And I appreciate the sentiment that you have and that you had after the Pulse shooting, that you were so worried about when I listened to your maiden speech when you first got here to the Senate, that we would normalize gun violence in this country. And what I'm worried about, I share your worry there. I grew up in a time where fire drills were the big thing. In that space between people ducking and covering because of nuclear fears, and left school before we were a country that had more active shooter drills than fire drills. And we just sort of are normalizing this terror in our country and haven't stepped up to the challenge of really doing something about it. But this is one of these crises where if we act like business as usual, 71 days so far of the Trump administration. When we get to 100 days, catastrophic things could have happened to Medicaid and health care. The crashing of research for science, the attacks on the programs our senior citizens rely on. We as a country have to, as I said at the very beginning, 10 hours ago almost, we have to do what John Lewis challenged us to do, to stand up, to speak up, to get into good trouble, necessary trouble. And tonight, my friend, in the wee hours, so many songs about 4 a.m. It's like the hour that nobody should be awake. And I want to thank the presiding officer for being here. I want to thank the clerks and the parliamentary staff and the impositions. But the cries of American citizens for their leaders to do something different, to stand up, to speak up, I felt like this has to be done. And so let's keep going. Almost 10 hours in, I'm thankful, but we're going to start the next section. And like I'm trying to do in all of these is I'm trying to elevate the voices that don't get to come to this place, the voices that I'm hearing from, voices that identify themselves sometimes as I'm a Republican veteran, I'm a Democrat, but most of them are just people that are just saying, this is not normal. Many of them are saying, do something. Some of them who get me very emotional saying, what can I do? I get that question a lot. What can I do? Tell me what I can do to try to stop this. We're going to take this issue of immigration. And here is, I'm not sure where this person is from. My staff has covered it up probably to protect a person's identity. But I'm going to read this handwritten note. Oh, it's from New Jersey. Thank you. Senator Booker, please continue to fight the good fight against the injustices being done by the current administration. I am the pastor of Emmanuel Lutheran Church in New Brunswick. As a faith leader and your constituent, I am deeply concerned about the treatment of LGBTQ people and immigrants by this administration. The demonization and marginalization of these groups is unchristian and deeply offensive to the values of my faith. I ask that you continue to oppose all executive orders and legislation that targets these groups. You have been a consistent ally. Please continue to be a champion for justice for all people, but especially the most vulnerable. Another person. Late yesterday, in fact, court filings from the Trump administration revealed that they mistakenly deported a Maryland father with protected legal status to this horrific prison in El Salvador. Abrego Garcia is married to a United States citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is a U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record in the United States, But despite receiving a legal status called withholding of removal, where a United States immigration judge found that it is more likely than not to face persecution if deported to El Salvador, the Trump administration deported him where? To the very country from which he fled gang violence. Here's the story that was written about him in The Atlantic. The Trump administration acknowledged in a court filing Monday that it had grabbed a Maryland father with protected legal status and mistakenly deported him to El Salvador, but said that the U.S. courts lack jurisdiction to order his return from the mega prison where he's now locked up. The case appears to be the first time the Trump administration has admitted to errors when it sent 3 plane loads of Salvadorians and Venezuelan deportees to El Salvador's grim terrorism confinement center on March 15th. Attorneys for several Venezuelan deportees have said that the Trump administration falsely labeled their clients as gang members because of their tattoos. But in Monday's court filing, attorneys for the government admitted that the Salvadorian man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was deported accidentally. Although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the government told the court. Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back now that Abrego Garcia is in Salvadorian custody. Simon Sandoval Moschenberg, Abrego Garcia's attorney, said he's never seen a case in which the government knowingly deported someone who had already received protected legal status from an immigration judge. He is asking the court to order the Trump administration to ask for Abrego Garcia's return and, if necessary, to withhold payment to the Salvadorian government, which says it's charging the United States $6 million a year to jail U.S. deportees. The Trump administration told the court to dismiss the request on multiple grounds, including the Trump's primacy in foreign affairs. Primacy in foreign affairs. I'm not going to stop now, but I ask anybody who's read the Constitution to understand that the President of the United States is not king. He does not have primacy in foreign affairs. I continue with the article. The claim that the court is powerless to order any relief, Sandoval Moschenberg told me, if that's true, the immigration laws are meaningless, all of them, because the government can do whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want, and no court can do anything about it once it's done. Court filings show Abrego Garcia came to the United States at the age of 16 in 2011, fleeing gang threats in his native El Salvador. In 2019, he received a form of protected legal status known as withholding of removal from a U.S. immigration judge who found he would likely be targeted by gangs if he was deported back. Abrego Garcia, who is married to a U.S. citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is also a U.S. citizen, has no criminal record in the United States, according to his attorney. The Trump administration does not claim he has a criminal record, but called him a danger to the community. They called him an active member of MS-13, the Salvadorian gang that Trump has declared a foreign terrorist organization. Sandoval Moschenberg said those charges are false, and the gang label stems from a 2019 incident when Abrego Garcia and 3 other men were detained in Home Depot parking lot by a police detective in Prince George's County, Maryland. During questioning, one of the men told officers Abrego was a gang member, but the man offered no proof, and police say they didn't believe him, filings show. Police did not identify him as a gang member. Abrego Garcia was not charged with the crime, but he was handed over to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement after the arrest to face deportation. In those proceedings, the government claimed that a reliable informant had identified him as a ranking member of MS-13. Abrego Garcia and his family hired an attorney and fought the government's attempt to deport him. He received withholding of removal 6 months later, that protective status. It's not a path to permanent U.S. residency, but it means the government won't deport him back to his home country because it's more likely than not that he'll face harm there. Abrego Garcia has no contact with any law enforcement agency since his release, according to its attorney. He works full-time as a union sheet metal apprentice, has complied with requirements to check in annually with ICE, and cares for his 5-year-old son who has autism and a hearing defect and is unable to communicate verbally. On March 12th, Abrego Garcia had picked up his son after work from the boy's grandmother's house when ICE officers stopped the car, saying his protective status had changed. Officers waited for Abrego's wife to come to the scene and take care of the boy, then drove away with him in handcuffs. Within 2 days, he had been transferred to an ICE staging facility in Texas, along with other detainees the government was preparing to send to El Salvador. Trump had invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and the government planned to deport 2 plane loads of Venezuelans along with a separate group of Salvadorians. Abrego's family has no contact with him since he was sent to the mega prison in El Salvador known as the CECOT, C-E-C-O-T. His wife spotted her husband in the news photographs released by Salvadorian President Buckle on the morning of March 16th, after a U.S. district judge had told the Trump administration to halt the flights. Oopsie, Buckle wrote on social media, taunting the judge. Abrego Garcia's wife recognized her husband's decorative arm tattoo and scars, according to the court filing. The image showed Salvadorian guards in black ski masks frog marching him into the prison with his head down, shoved down toward the floor. The CECOT is the same prison Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem visited last week, recording videos for social media while standing in front of a cell packed with silent detainees. If the government wants to deport someone with protective status, the standard course would be to reopen the case and introduce new evidence arguing for deportation. The deportation of a protective status holder has even stunned some government attorneys. I've been in touch with who are tracking the case, who declined to be named because they weren't authorized to speak to the press. One of those people texted me, what, period, the, period, expletive, period. Sandoval Moshenberg told the court he believes Trump officials deported his client through extrajudicial means because they believed that going through the immigration judge process took too long and they feared that they might not win after all their cases. Officials at ICE and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a question for comment. The Monday court filing by the government indicates officials knew Abrego Garcia had legal protections shielding him from deportation to El Salvador. ICE was aware of this grant, withholding the removal at a time of Abrego Garcia's removal from the United States. Reference was made to his status on internal forms. Abrego Garcia was not on the initial manifest of the deportation flight, but was listed as, in quotes, an alternate. The government attorneys explained, as other detainees were removed from the flight for various reasons, Abrego Garcia, in quotes, moved up the list. The flight manifest did not indicate that Abrego Garcia should not be removed. The attorneys said through administrative error, Abrego Garcia was removed from the United States to El Salvador. This was an oversight, the government admitted. But despite this, they told the court that Abrego Garcia's deportation was carried out in good faith. I'm going to go into this section now, and I'm going to read things by conservative justices and liberal justices to some of the most conservative Supreme Court justices that say this is outrageous in this nation. No one. There are parts of this Constitution, and I'm going to talk about them, that talk about due process, about fundamental American ideals. But this story and the few others I've heard where Americans that have the status to stay here, that have an American spouse, American children, who will be traumatized by this. This case, a disabled child whose working father, who's struggling to take care of one of our children, an American child with an American mother. We were told that the president said he was going to be focusing on criminals, and these trumped up charges, where they admit in court they made a mistake, but write such mocking things to judges like whoopsie on social media, this cruelty, this is not who we are. So let's talk about the Constitution first. The Fifth and the 14th Amendment, the Fifth and the 14th Amendment. The Fifth and the 14th Amendments say that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. The central promise of those words is an assurance that all levels of the American government must operate within the law and the bounds of this Constitution, that everybody in this chamber swears an oath to uphold the Constitution. But every single day, it just seems our president is challenging constitutional principles, pushing past constitutional boundaries. Every day we're hearing news stories of immigrants, some here legally, some awaiting trial, most charged with no crimes, being rounded up, detained, arrested, deported, often just disappeared. This is happening without charges, evidence, trials, hearings, without what the Constitution says, due process. This is what other governments done. We've talked about it. In the Foreign Relations Committee, we complain about it to nations across the earth when they do not show due process, where they disappear people. Maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken the law. Maybe you're a citizen. Even if you think the administration's immigration agenda doesn't apply to you, please know that the reckless behavior we're seeing erodes all of our rights. And the American mother and the American child right now, whose husband was unjustly and illegally deported and is right now in an El Salvadorian prison, think about them. Denying due process is a slippery slope. We've seen it in other countries with democratic backsliding. It is a slippery slope. If people can be detained and deported without a hearing, detained and deported without due process, without seeing a judge, nothing will stop from slipping toward deporting others, making mistakes with an American. I'm one of these people in this body that thinks our immigration system is in desperate need of reform. It was last updated 40 years ago. 40 years ago was the last time we acted to update our immigration laws. The failure to update our laws has resulted in our country's inability to manage unprecedented levels of global migration that are not just affecting our country, but are affecting others. It's an unprecedented influx of applications to enter the United States. It's put pressure and strain on our immigration system. It's slowed down processing times for millions of people trying to immigrate or naturalize legally and made it more difficult to incentivize the world's brightest minds to come here to contribute to our country's long-term success. For millions of Americans, immigration is not a political issue, it's a personal one. There are immigrants around my state and in every state who have waited year after year for Congress to find bipartisan agreement to improve our system in ways that most Americans agree on, whether you're right or left. They've been waiting for Congress to fix our outdated immigration laws, to secure our borders, to dedicate the resources necessary for USCIS to fix the outrageously long processing times for immigrations and provide a pathway to legal status for long-term American residents who have followed our laws, contributed to our societies, and some of them know no other country because they came here when they were just months old. Our immigration laws are so outdated, even the conservative Cato Institute published a comprehensive policy analysis in 2023 titled, "Why Legal Immigration is Nearly Impossible." In it, the Cato Institute explains, I quote, Today, fewer than 1% of the people who want to move permanently to the United States can do so legally. Legal immigration is less like waiting in line and more like winning the lottery. It happens, but it's so rare that it's irrational to expect it in any individual case. The Cato Institute continues, for some immigrants, this restrictive system sends them back into the black market of illegal immigration. For others, it sends them to other countries where they contribute to the quality of life in their homes. And for still others, it requires them to remain in their homeland, often underemployed, sometimes in danger. Whatever the outcome, the system punishes both prospective immigrants and Americans who would associate, contract, and trade with them. Congress and the administration can do better. I've met with conservatives, I've met with business groups, I've met with agricultural leaders who all talk to common sense things we should be doing to improve our immigration system, to protect our borders, yes, but to improve our economy, to improve our scientific research, to improve our quality of life. The only way to fix our broken immigration system is for Congress to fix it, to pass comprehensive immigration reform. But instead of a leader, strong leaders who go before Congress taking on the most complex issues, but yet have the courage to stand before Congress and pull them together to do hard things, instead of doing that, the last time we made progress in this body, President Trump actively blocked bipartisan legislation. Now he's imposed policies that aren't just going after criminals, they're dragging in so many others. When President Trump stopped Republicans from voting on the bipartisan bill that was negotiated in the Senate last year, he stopped us from making strides towards the larger fixes we need. The administration's immigration plans are not helping American citizens who are submitting applications so that their spouse or fiance who is waiting in another country can finally join them in the United States. The administration right now is not helping American citizens who have been waiting for years for a visa for their brother or their sister or their mother or their father. Uniting families is an American value. Americans aren't getting any relief from these extraordinarily long wait times. On the USCIS website, you can check the average processing times for these cases, and most Americans would be shocked, or maybe even horrified, to learn just how long it will take for you as an American citizen to bring a husband or a wife or even a child back to the United States with you. We checked this past weekend, and here are the numbers. For the I-129 fiancé visa, the processing time for 80% of the cases is 8 months to 3 years. For an I-130 visa, if you're a U.S. citizen petitioning for your spouse, parent, or minor child, then the waiting time is any time from 17 months to 64 months. That's an average from anywhere from a year and a half to over 5 years. For an I-90, if your green card is destroyed in a flood or a fire, 80% of people will be waiting for almost a year and a half, 17 months, to just get a new copy. These numbers are shocking, and they don't even take into account long wait times for visa appointments at the U.S. consulate or embassies. In India, for example, the average wait time for an appointment is well over 400 days. American citizens, including thousands of my constituents in New Jersey, are so angry. They're waiting far too long for their cases to be prioritized and adjudicated. But when Trump relocates all the resources within our immigration system to conducting the largest mass deportation of people in history, American citizens are paying the price, not just from USCIS processing times. We pay the price because to do this, he is diverting actual law enforcement resources away from solving crimes and stopping terrorism. His actions are actually making us less safe. We pay the price because these policies are eroding constitutional principles, as well as making us less safe by taking law enforcement away from their efforts. This plan is about conditioning Americans to the suspension of due process, first for immigrants. If we let due process erode for immigrants, it erodes for Americans. Let me outline a little bit about how this is happening and why this is a crisis. 2 weeks ago, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 allows the president to detain or deport the natives and citizens of an enemy nation that we are at war with. 1798 Act. The president can detain or deport these immigrants without a hearing, with no due process, even ones who are lawfully present in the United States. The Alien Enemies Act was last used during one of our country's darkest moments, the internment of Japanese, German, and Italian nationals during World War II. But even then, we still ensured that due process was followed. Prior to detention, people subjected to the Alien Enemies Act in the 1940s appeared before the Alien Enemy Hearing Board, where they could at least present evidence that they had no ties to Axis powers. As one circuit court judge recently said of Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act, there's no regulations, and nothing was adopted by agency officials that were administrating this. The people weren't even given notice. They weren't told where they were going. They were given these people on those planes, they were getting those people on the planes on Saturday and had no opportunity to file habeas or any type of action to challenge their removal. The standards of 1940 during World War II were higher than the standards of this president? The following are people that Trump has targeted and removed without criminal charges, without a hearing, without evidence, to a prison rife with human rights abuses in El Salvador. These are the people that he has sent there. A tattoo artist seeking asylum who entered the country legally, an aspiring pop musician with a tattoo of a hummingbird, a 24-year-old who used to teach swim classes for children with developmental disabilities and has a tattoo of an autism awareness ribbon in honor of his brother, a Venezuelan who had fled violence in Venezuela last year and came to the United States to seek asylum. His lawyer wrote on social media, ICE alleged that his tattoos are gang-related. They are absolutely not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is gay. LGBTQ, his tattoos are benign. He has no criminal record. Another Venezuelan removed to this El Salvadorian prison is a barber with no criminal history. Another professional is a professional soccer player, has a tattoo with a soccer ball and a rosary closely resembling the logo of his favorite soccer team. This is stunning, what we're doing. These people were swept up and sent to another prison known for its human rights abuses because they were Venezuelan and had tattoos, benign tattoos. An article was published in one periodical about the anguish from families. Here are a few excerpts from the article. You are here because of your tattoos. The Trump administration sent Venezuelans to El Salvador's most infamous prison. Their families are looking for answers. On Friday, March 14th, Arturo Suarez Trejo called his wife, Natalie Sanchez, from an immigration detention center in Texas. Suarez, a 33-year-old male, native of Caracas, Venezuela, explained that his deportation flight had been delayed. He told his wife he still would be home soon. Suarez did not go back to Venezuela. Still, there was at least a silver lining. In December, Sanchez had given birth to their daughter, Nahira. Suarez would finally have a chance to meet their 3-month-old baby girl he had never, ever seen. But Sanchez told the outlet she had not heard from Suarez since. Instead, last weekend, she found herself zooming in on a photo the government of El Salvador published of Venezuelan men the Trump administration had sent to President Nayib Bukele's infamous terrorism confinement center, or CCOT. I realized that one of them was my husband, she said. I recognized him by his tattoo, by his ear, and a scar on his chin. Even though I couldn't see his face, I knew it was him. The photo of Sanchez examined, a highly produced propaganda video promoted by Secretary of State and the White House, showed Venezuelans shackled in prison uniforms as they were pushed around by guards and had their heads shaved. The tattoo on Suarez's neck is of colibri, a hummingbird. His wife said it was meant to symbolize harmony and good energy. She said his other tattoos, like a palm tree on his hand and an homage to Suarez's late mother's use of Venezuelan expression about God being greater than the coconut tree, were similarly innocuous. Needless to say, they may be why Suarez has been effectively disappeared by the U.S. government into an El Salvadorian mega prison. We must keep our country safe. Violent criminals, people with long criminal records who are not citizens, I think every American would agree. They should be deported. Immigrants to this country surprisingly have a much lower rate of breaking laws, but if they break laws, I agree. But maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken a law. Maybe you're a naturalized citizen. Maybe you were born here. The problem with this idea of disappearing people with no due process is once that foundation is laid, if they're able to defend that lack of due process, to use that law from the 1700s, we begin a process in this country that even conservative justices of the Supreme Court said is unjustifiable. Denying people due process pushes us down a road where more exceptions can be made. You cannot deny fundamental rights to another and not endanger them for yourself. We have created a system now, if Trump is successful, where you can just say, you can just claim, you can just point to someone and say they're from X country or claim that they're part of a gang. And without any due process, without any vetting, without going before any independent arbiter, you are disappeared. Because there's just no way to challenge them. No due process for non-citizens means that we are a country in violation of those ideals I talked about from here. It says at the beginning of this country, that says very simply, no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or pursuit or property. No one without due process of law. As soon as we break that, as soon as we violate that, we're going down a road. Anton Scalia, I confess, I've disagreed with him on so many things. But this conservative justice once sat in an interview with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They had a relationship that I think was special and shows that even people that have distinctly different views can still make real human connection in our country. They were asked by an interviewer whether undocumented people have the 5 freedoms: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom to petition the government. Here is what the conservative Justice Scalia said. Oh, I think so. I think anybody who is present in the United States has protections under the United States Constitution. Americans abroad have that protection. Other people abroad do not. They don't have the protections of our constitutions, but anyone who is present in the United States has the protections of the United States Constitution. Anton Scalia, one of the most conservative members of the highest court in our land. And of course, Ginsburg, his ideological opposite, she concurred when she said, when we get to the 14th Amendment, it doesn't speak of citizens as some constitutions grant rights to citizens, but our Constitution says persons, and that the person is every person who was here in our country, documented or undocumented. Our Constitution is clear on the face. If you are an originalist like Anton Scalia and you read the Constitution's words, you have to stand for the idea that no one should be denied due process, that the government can't walk up to a human being and grab them off the street and put them on a plane and send them to one of the most notorious prisons in the world and just say, as one of our authority did, oopsie. Think about that. And that happened to a father of an American child. Think about that. That happened to a husband of an American woman. Think about that. That happened to a man who a judge already said he had the right to stay. When the rights of some are violated, they are a threat to the rights of all of us. In January, ICE agents in New Jersey raided a small business without a warrant and detained a Puerto Rican military veteran, a Boricua, an American citizen, detained him even after he presented his valid ID to those ICE agents. This is one example of so many. Some Americans have already been caught in Trump's immigration dragnet. More will be. An article by Nicole Foy. About a week after President Trump took office, Jonathan Guerrero was sitting at a Philadelphia car wash where he works when immigration agents burst in. The agents didn't say why they were there and didn't show their badges, Guerrero recalled. So the 21-year-old didn't get a chance to explain that although his parents were from Mexico, he was born right there in the city of brotherly love. An agent pointed his gun at Guerrero and handcuffed him. Then they brought in other car wash workers, including Guerrero's father, who's undocumented. When agents began checking IDs, they finally noticed that Guerrero's was a citizen and quickly let him go. I said, look, man, I don't know who these guys are and what they're doing. With anything law-related, I just stay quiet. Less than 2 months into the Trump administration, there has been a small but steady beat of more and more reported cases like Guerrero's. In Utah, agents pulled over and detained a 20-year-old American after he honked at them. In New Mexico, a member of the Muscalera Apache Nation, more than 2 hours from the border, was stopped and questioned by agents who demanded to see their passports. Earlier this month, a Trump voter in Virginia was pulled over and handcuffed by a gun-wielding immigration agent. It's unclear exactly how many citizens have faced the Trump administration's dragnet so far, and while previous administrations have mistakenly held Americans too, there's no firm count on these incidents either. Government doesn't release figures on citizens who have been held by immigration authorities, neither Customs and Border Protection, neither Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which handles interior immigration enforcement. Experts and advocates say what is clear to them, though, is that Trump's aggressive immigration policies, such as arrest quotas for enforcement agents, make it more and more likely that citizens will be caught up in immigration sweeps. In quotes, it's really everyone, not just non-citizens or undocumented people who are in danger of having their liberty violated in this kind of mass deportation machinery. Asked about reports of Americans getting caught up in administration's enforcement policies, an ICE spokesman told the outlet in a written statement that agents are allowed to ask for citizens' identification. Any U.S. immigration officer has authority to question without warrant any alien or person believed to be an alien concerning his or her right to be or to remain in the United States. The agency didn't respond to questions about specific cases. The U.S. has gone through spasms of detaining and even deporting large numbers of citizens. In the 1930s and 1940s, federal and local authorities forcibly exiled an estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children. That's our past. An estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children, swept up and deported. The U.S. Governmental Accountability Office report found that immigration authorities had asked to hold roughly 600 likely citizens during Trump's first term. The GAO, also the Government Accountability Office, also found that Trump actually deported about 70 likely American citizens. The GAO report did not get into any individual cases, but lawsuits brought against federal immigration agencies detailed dozens of cases where plaintiffs received a settlement. This will accelerate if there's no due process. In his first administration, there was some process. But this will accelerate if there's no due process. I live in Newark, New Jersey, and there are dozens of languages spoken in my city, and some of the elders from some of these many different ethnic groups, from European folks who don't speak English to folks from Asia that don't speak English. And imagine one of these Americans gets stopped and doesn't have papers on them, and they see a tattoo, and next thing you know, they're sent to Louisiana or Texas, and next thing you know, they're on a flight. That's not hyperbole. That's not some impossible thing. We know once due process is eliminated in this country, for some, all are in danger. It is a constitutional slippage that Scalia and conservatives who believe in the Constitution nobly object to. Canadian citizen Jasmine Mooney was detained by ICE for 2 weeks. I saw an interview of her, this white woman, stunned. Here's what she wrote. It's Canadian. There was no explanation, no warning. 1 minute, I was an immigration officer talking to an officer about my work visa, which has been approved months before and allowed me, a Canadian, to work in the United States. The next, I was told to put my hands against the wall and patted down like a criminal before being sent to an ICE detention center without the chance to talk to a lawyer. I grew up in Whitehorse, Yukon, a small town in the northernmost part of Canada. I always knew I wanted to do something bigger with my life. I left home early and moved to Vancouver, British Columbia, where I built a career spanning multiple industries, acting in film and television, owning bars and restaurants, flipping condos, and managing Airbnbs. In my 30s, I found my true passion, working in health and the wellness industry. I was given an opportunity to help launch an American brand of health tonics called Holy Water, a job that would involve moving to the United States. I was granted my trade work visa, which allows Canadian and Mexican citizens to work in the United States in specified professional occupations. I got it on my second attempt. It goes without saying then that I have no criminal record. I also love the United States and consider myself to be a kind, hardworking person. I started working in California and traveled back and forth between Canada and the US multiple times without any complications until one day, upon returning to the United States, a border officer questioned me about my initial visa denial and subsequent visa approval. He asked why I had gone to San Diego border the second time to apply. I explained that that was where my lawyer's offices were, and that he had wanted to accompany me to ensure there were no issues. After a long interrogation, the officer told me that it seemed, quote, shady, and that my visa hadn't been properly processed. He claimed I couldn't work for a company in the US that made use of hemp, one of the beverage ingredients. He revoked my visa and told me I could still work for the company from Canada, but if I wanted to return to the US, I would need to apply. I was devastated. I had just started building a life in California. I stayed in California for the next few months and was eventually offered a similar position, but with a different health and wellness brand. I started the visa processes and returned to the same immigration office in San Diego at the border. Since they had processed my visa before and I was familiar with it, hours passed with many confused opinions about my case. The officer I spoke to was kind, but told me that due to my previous issues, I needed to apply for my visa through the consulate. I told her I hadn't been aware I needed to apply that way, but I had no problem doing it. Then she said something strange. You didn't do anything wrong. You were not in trouble. You were not a criminal. I remember thinking, why would she say that? Of course I'm not a criminal. Then she told me they had to send me back to Canada. That didn't concern me. I assumed I would simply book a flight home. But as I sat searching for flights, a man approached me and said, "Come with me." There was no explanation, no nothing. He took me to a room, took my belongings from my hands, and ordered me to put my hands against the wall. A woman immediately began patting me down. The commands came rapid fire, one after another, too fast to process. They took my shoes, pulled out my shoelaces. "What are you doing? What's happening?" I asked. "You are being detained." "I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long?" "I don't know." That would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. They brought me downstairs for a series of interviews and medical questions. They searched my bags and told me I had to get rid of half my belongings because I couldn't take everything with me. "Take everything with me where?" I asked. A woman asked me for the name of someone they could contact on my behalf. In moments like this, you realize you don't actually know anyone's phone number anymore. By some miracle, I had recently memorized my best friend Britt's number because I had been putting my grocery points on her account. I gave them her phone number. They handed me a mat and a folded up sheet of aluminum foil. "What's this?" "Your blanket." "I don't understand." I was taken to a tiny freezing cement cell with bright fluorescent lights and a toilet. There were 5 other women lying on their mats with aluminum sheets wrapped around them looking like dead bodies. The guard locked the door behind me. For 2 days, we remained in the cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. On the 3rd day, I was finally allowed to make a phone call. I called Britt and told her that I didn't understand what was happening. No one would tell me when I was going home, and that she was my only contact. They gave me a stack of paperwork to sign and told me I was being given a 5-year ban unless I applied for re-entry through the consulate. The officer also said it didn't matter whether I signed the papers or not, it was happening regardless. I was so delirious, I just signed. I told them I would pay for my flight home and asked when I could leave. No answer. They then moved me to another cell, this time with no mats or blanket. I sat freezing on the cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me into real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted and interviewed. I begged for information. "How long will I be here?" "I don't know your case," the man said. "Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months." Months? I felt like I was going to throw up. I was taken to the nurse's office for a medical check. She asked what happened to me. She had never seen a Canadian there before. When I told her my story, she grabbed my hand and said, "Do you believe in God?" I told her I had only recently found God, but now I believed in God more than anything. And she said, "I believe God brought you here for a reason. I know it feels like your life is in a million pieces, but you will be okay through this. I think you're going to find a way to help others." At the time, I didn't know what that meant. She asked if she could pray for me. I held her hands and wept. I felt like I had been sent a guardian angel. I was then placed in a real jail unit. 2 levels of cells surrounding a common area, just like in the movies. I was put in a tiny cell alone with a bunk bed and a toilet. The best part, there were blankets. After 3 days without one, I wrapped myself in mine and finally felt some comfort. For the first day, I didn't leave my cell. I continued fasting, terrified that the food might make me sick. The only available water came from the tap attached to the toilet in our cells or a sink in the common area, neither of which felt safe to drink. Eventually, I forced myself to step out, meet the guards, and learn the rules. One of them told me, "No fighting." I joked, "I'm a lover, not a fighter." He laughed. I asked if there had ever been a fight in there. "In this unit? No," he said. "No one in this unit has a criminal record." That's when I started meeting other women. That's when I started hearing their stories. And that's when I made a decision. I would never allow myself to feel sorry for my situation again. No matter how hard this was, I had to be grateful because every woman I met was in an even more difficult position than mine. There were around 140 of us in our unit. Many women had lived and worked in the U.S. legally for years, but had overstayed their visas, often after reapplying and being denied. They had all been detained without warning. If someone is a criminal, I agree they should be taken off the streets. But not one of these women had a criminal record. These women acknowledged that they shouldn't have overstayed and took responsibility for their actions, but their frustration wasn't about being held accountable. It was about the endless bureaucratic limbo they had been trapped in. The real issue was how long it took to get out of the system with no clear answers, no timeline, and no way to move forward. Once deported, many have no choice but to abandon everything they own because the cost of shipping their belongings back is too high. I met a woman who had been on a road trip with her husband. She said they had 10-year work visas. While driving near the San Diego border, they mistakenly got into a lane leading to Mexico. They stopped and told the agent they didn't have their passports on them, expecting to be redirected. Instead, they were detained. They were both pastors. I met a family of 3 who had been living in the U.S. for 11 years with work authorizations. They paid taxes and were waiting for green cards. Every year, the mother had to undergo a background check, but this time she was told to bring her whole family. When they arrived, they were taken into custody and told their status would now be processed from within the detention center. Another woman from Canada had been living in the U.S. with her husband, who was detained after a traffic stop. She admitted she had overstayed her visa and accepted that she would be deported, but she had been stuck in the system for almost 6 weeks because she had her passport. Who runs casual errands without their passport? One woman had a 10-year visa. When it expired, she moved back to her home country, Venezuela. She admitted she had overstayed by 1 month before leaving. Later, she returned from a vacation and entered the U.S. without issue. But when she took a domestic flight from Miami to Los Angeles, she was picked up by ICE and detained. She couldn't be deported because Venezuela wasn't accepting deportees. She didn't know where she was getting out. She didn't know when she was getting out. There was a girl from India who had overstayed her student visa for 3 days before heading back home. She then came back to the U.S. on a new visa to finish her master's degree and was handed over to ICE due to the 3 days she had overstayed on her previous visa. There were women who had been picked up off the streets from outside their workplaces, from their homes. All of these women told me that they had been detained from time spans ranging from a few weeks to 10 months. One woman's daughter was outside the detention center protesting for her release. That night, the pastor invited me into a service she was holding. A girl who spoke English translated for me as the woman took turns sharing their prayers for their sick parents, for their children they hadn't seen in weeks, for the loved ones that they had been torn away from. Then unexpectedly, they asked if they could pray for me. I was new here, and they wanted to welcome me. They formed a prayer circle around me, took my hands and prayed. I had never felt so much love, energy, and compassion from a group of strangers in my life. Everyone was crying. At 3 a.m. the next day, I was woken up in my cell. Pack your bag, you're leaving. I jolted upright. I get to go home. The operative shrugged. I don't know where you're going. Of course, no one knew anything. I grabbed my things and went downstairs, where 10 other women stood in silence, tears streaming down their faces, but these weren't happy tears. That was the moment I learned the term transferred. For many of these women, detention centers had become a twisted version of home. They had formed bonds, established routines, and found slivers of comfort in friendships they hadn't built. Now, without warning, they were being torn apart and sent somewhere new. Watching them say goodbye, clinging to each other was gut-wrenching. I had no idea what was waiting for me next. In hindsight, that was probably for the best. Our next stop was Arizona, the San Luis Regional Detention Center. The transfer process had lasted for 24 hours, a sleepless, grueling ordeal. This time, men were transported with us, roughly 50 of us crammed into a prison bus for the next 5 hours, packed together, women in the front, men in the back. We were bound in chains that wrapped tightly around our waists, with our cuffed hands secured to our bodies and shackles restraining our feet, forcing every moment into a slow, clinking struggle. When we arrived at our next destination, we were forced to go through the entire intake process all over again with medical exams, fingerprinting, and pregnancy tests. They linked us up in a filthy cell, squatting over a communal toilet, holding Dixie cups of urine while the nurses dropped pregnancy tests in each of our cups. It was disgusting. We sat in freezing cold jail cells for hours, waiting for everyone to be processed. Across the room, one of the women suddenly spotted her husband. They had both been detained and were now seeing each other for the first time in weeks. The look in their faces, pure love, relief, and longing, was something I'll never forget. We were beyond exhausted. I felt like I was hallucinating. The guard tossed us each a blanket and said, "Find a bed." There were no pillows. The room was cold as ice, and one blanket wasn't enough. Around me, women lay curled into themselves, heads covered, looking like a room full of corpses. This place made the last jail feel like the Four Seasons. I kept telling myself, do not let this break you. 30 of us shared one room. We were given one styrofoam cup for water and one plastic spoon that we had to reuse for every meal. I eventually had to start trying to eat. Sure enough, I got sick. None of the uniforms fit, and everyone had men's shoes on. The towels they gave us to shower with were hand towels. They wouldn't give us more blankets. The fluorescent lights shined on us 24/7. Everything felt like it was meant to break you. Nothing was explained to us. I wasn't given a phone call. We were locked in a room, no daylight, with no idea when we would get out. I tried to stay calm as every fiber of my being raged toward panic mode. I didn't know how I would tell Britt where I was. Then, as if sent from God, one of the women showed me a tablet attached to the wall where I could send emails. I only remembered my CEO's email from memory. I typed out a message praying he would see it. He responded. Through him, I was able to connect with Britt. She told me that they were working around the clock trying to get me out, but no one had any answers. The system made it next to impossible. I told her about the conditions in this new place, and that was when we decided to go to the media. She started working with a reporter and asked whether I would be able to call her so she could loop him in. The international phone account that Britt had previously tried to set up for me wasn't working, so one of the other women offered to let me use her phone account to make a call. In that cell, we were all in this together. With nothing to do in my cell but talk, I made new friends. Women had risked everything for their chance at a better life for themselves and their families. Through them, I learned the harsh reality of seeking asylum. Showing me their physical scars, they explained how they had paid smugglers anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 to reach the U.S. border, enduring brutal jungles and horrendous conditions. One woman had been offered asylum in Mexico within 2 weeks, but had been encouraged to keep going to the U.S. Now she was stuck, living in a nightmare, separated from her young children for months. She sobbed, telling me how she felt like the worst mother in the world. Many of these women were highly educated and spoke multiple languages. Yet they had been advised to pretend they didn't speak English because it would supposedly increase their chances of asylum. Some believed they were being used as examples, as warnings to others not to come. Women were starting to panic in this new facility, and knowing I was most likely the first person to get out, they wrote letters and messages for me to send to their families. I felt like we all had been kidnapped, thrown in some sort of sick psychological experiment meant to strip us of every ounce of our strength and dignity. We were from different countries, spoke different languages, and practiced different religions, yet in this place, none of that mattered. Everyone took care of each other, everyone shared food, everyone held each other when someone broke down. Everyone fought to keep each other's hope alive. I got a message from Britt. My story had started to blow up in the media almost immediately after I was told I was being released. My ICE agent, who had never spoken before, told my lawyer I could have left sooner if I had signed a withdrawal form, and that they hadn't known I would pay for my own flight home. From the moment I arrived, I begged every officer I saw to let me pay for my own ticket home. Not a single one of them ever spoke to me about my case. To put things into perspective, I had a Canadian passport, lawyers, resources, media attention, friends, family, and even politicians advocating for me, yet I was still detained for nearly 2 weeks. Imagine what this system is like for every other person in there. A small group of us were transferred back to San Diego at 2 a.m. One last road trip, once again shackled in chains. I was then taken to the airport where 2 officers were waiting for me. The media was there, so the officers snuck me through a side door, trying to avoid anyone seeing me and my restraints. I was beyond grateful that at the very least I didn't have to walk through the airport in chains. To my surprise, the officers escorting me were incredibly kind and even funny. It was the first time I had laughed in weeks. I asked if I could put my shoelaces back on. Yes, one of them said with a grin, but you better not run. Yeah, the other one added, or we'll have to tackle you in the airport. That'll really make headlines. I laughed and then told them I spent a lot of time observing the guards during my detention, and I couldn't believe how often I saw humans treating other humans with such disregard. But don't worry, I joked. You 2 get 5 stars. When I finally landed in Canada, my mom and 2 best friends were waiting for me. So was the media. I spoke to them briefly, numb and delusional from exhaustion. It was surreal listening to my friends recount everything they had done to get me out, working with lawyers, reaching out to the media, making endless calls to detention centers, desperately trying to get through to ICE or anyone who could help. They said the entire system felt rigged, designed to make it nearly impossible for anyone to get out. The reality became clear. ICE detention isn't just a bureaucratic nightmare, it's a business. These facilities are privately owned and run for profit. Companies like Cory and Geo Group receive government funding based on the number of people they detain, which is why they lobby for stricter immigration policies. It's a lucrative business. Cory made over $560 million from ICE contracts in a single year. In 2024, Geo Group more than $763 million from ICE contracts. The more detainees, the more money they make. It stands to reason that these companies have no incentive to release people quickly. What I had experienced was finally starting to make sense. This is not just my story. It is a story of thousands and thousands of people still strapped in a system that profits from their suffering. I am writing in hopes that someone out there, someone with power to change any of this, can help do something. The strength I witnessed in those women, the love they gave despite their suffering, is what gives me faith. Faith that no matter how flawed the system is, how cruel the circumstances, humanity will always shine through. Even in the darkest places, within the most broken systems, humanity persists. Sometimes it reveals itself in the smallest unexpected acts of kindness, a shared meal, a whispered prayer, a hand reaching out in the dark. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend, by the courage we summon, and the truths we are willing to tell. It's the end of the article. The stories continue. A 10-year-old citizen in Texas, recovering from brain cancer, was detained at a Border Patrol checkpoint, and eventually the American citizen was deported to Mexico with her undocumented parents, even though they were in need of medical attention for their brain cancer. Here's the article from NBC. U.S. citizen child recovering from brain cancer removed to Mexico with undocumented parents. A family that was deported to Mexico hopes they can find a way to return to the U.S. and ensure their 10-year-old daughter, my fellow American, who is a U.S. citizen, can continue her brain cancer treatment. Immigration authorities removed the girl and 4 of her American siblings from Texas on May 4th. 5 Americans in total. When they deported their undocumented parents, the family's ordeal last month when they were rushing from the Rio Grande City where they live to Houston, where their daughter's specialist doctors are based for emergency medical checkup. The parents had done the trip at least 5 other times in the past, passing through an immigration checkpoint every time without any issues, according to attorney Danny Woodward from Texas Civil Rights Project, a legal advocacy and litigation organization representing the family. In previous occasions, the parents showed letters from their doctors and lawyers to the officers at the checkpoint to get through, but in early February, the letters weren't enough. They were stopped at the checkpoint. They were arrested after the parents were unable to show legal immigration documentation. The mother, who spoke exclusively to NBC News, said she tried to explain her daughter's circumstances to the officers, but they weren't interested in hearing that. Other than lacking valid immigration status in the U.S., the parents have no criminal history, Woodward said. Protection, which detained and deported the family, according to the lawyer, said in an email Wednesday, "For privacy reasons, we do not comment on individual cases." On Thursday, a CBP spokesperson said via email that the reports of the family's situation are inaccurate because when someone is given expelled removal orders and chooses to disregard them, they will face the consequences of the process. They reiterated that they couldn't speak about the specifics of the case for privacy reasons. The 10-year-old girl was diagnosed with brain cancer last year and underwent surgery to remove a tumor. The doctors practically gave me no hope for life for her, but thank God she's a miracle, the mother said. An American citizen is a miracle. The swelling on the girl's brain is still not fully gone, the mother said, causing difficulties with speech and mobility of the right side of her body. Before the family was removed from the U.S., the girl was routinely checked in with doctors monitoring her recovery, attending rehabilitation therapies, and taking medication to prevent convulsions. It's a very difficult thing, the mother said. I don't wish anyone to go through this situation. What is happening to this family is an absolute tragedy and is something that is not isolated to just them, said Rochelle Garcia, president of the Texas Civil Rights Project. This is part of a pattern and practice that we've seen in the Trump administration, Garza said, adding that she has heard of multiple other cases concerning mixed status families. But for now, this is the only case of this nature the organization has taken on. The Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, has said families can be deported together regardless of status. Homan said it would be up to the parents to decide whether to depart the U.S. together or leave their children behind. But undocumented parents of U.S.-born children, if picked up by immigration authorities, face the risk of losing custody of their children without the power of attorney, document, or a guardianship outlining who will take care of their children left behind. The children go into the U.S. foster care system, making it harder for the parents to regain custody of their children in the future. According to the girl's mother, she recalled feeling like she could not do anything. She said in Spanish, "You're between a rock and a hard place." NBC News is withholding the name of the mother and the rest of the family members since they were deported to an area in Mexico that is known for kidnapping U.S. citizens. In addition to the parents and their 10-year-old sick American daughter, 4 of their other American children, ages 15, 13, 8, and 6, were also in the car when they were detained. 4 of the 5 children born in the U.S. According to the mother, the family was taken to a detention center following their arrest, where their mom and daughters were separated from her husband and sons, and she realized she wouldn't be taking her daughter to the doctors. The fear is horrible. I can't explain it, but it's something frustrating, very tough, something you wouldn't wish on anyone. She said, adding that her sick daughter was laying on a cold floor beneath incandescent lights. Hours later, the family was placed in a van and dropped on the Mexico side of the Texas bridge. From there, they sought refuge in a nearby shelter for a week. Mom said the safety concerns keep coming up at night, and the children haven't been able to go to school. The 10-year-old daughter and 15-year-old son, who lives with a heart disorder known as long QT syndrome, which causes irregular heartbeats and can be life-threatening if not treated well, have not received the health care they need in Mexico. The teen wears a monitor that tracks his heart rate. The authorities have my children's lives in the hands, she said in tears. The authorities have my children's lives in their hands. Both parents arrived to the U.S. from Mexico in 2013 and settled in Texas, hoping for a better life for their family, the mother said. She and her husband both worked for a string of different jobs to support their 6 children. The couple also has a 17-year-old son that they left behind in Texas following their deportation. Just 2 weeks ago, another undocumented mother in California, caring for her 20-year-old daughter, a U.S. citizen undergoing treatment for bone cancer, was detained by immigration authorities and later released under humanitarian parole. We are calling on the government, Garza said, to parole the family, to correct the harm, and to not do this to anyone else.
Gentleman yield.
I think I need to. I'll yield to a question. I'll yield to a question while retaining the floor, and I thank my brother, I thank my friend, who's now stood with me for almost 11 hours.
Those are hard stories to read, Senator Booker, but I appreciate you showing the coldness of this current administration's immigration policy. You know, the tragedy to me is that there's an opportunity to fix what is undoubtedly a broken immigration system. And yet we're into day 71 and Donald Trump has not proposed to us any proposals to fix the broken system. Instead, what he is doing is spending like a drunken sailor on an enforcement system that wastes tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. You described this harrowing experience that this Canadian woman had. And as I was listening to this 2-week ordeal that she went through, being transported from site to site, being processed and reprocessed, as the top Democrat on the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, I'm just cataloging in my brain how much money that cost us. Ultimately, this was somebody working in the United States. This was somebody that posed no threat to United States citizens. But we probably spent several $1 million on that 2-week ordeal. Overall, the Trump administration is going to blow through all of the money allocated to Border Patrol. They are going to have to come back to Congress for a massive additional appropriation, all at the same time that they are shuttering medical research in this country. They are closing down Social Security offices. There are measles outbreaks all across the country. Planes seem to be falling out of the sky as the FAA is enduring layoffs. There are consequences to these spending decisions. The amount of money that's being spent at the border, much of it wasted in a showy, ineffective response. The consequence of that is that the services that average everyday Americans need, like help on their Social Security claims, are being impacted. But we need to fix the broken immigration system. And we had an opportunity to do that last year when Republicans and Democrats came together and wrote a bipartisan border security bill that frankly would have allocated tens of billions of additional dollars, that would have fixed our broken asylum system, would have given the president new authorities. And Donald Trump instructed all the Republicans in this chamber to oppose it. In the end, I think 4 senators, including the author, Senator Langford, supported it, but every other Republican here opposed it. And the reason Donald Trump told him to oppose it was that he would fix it when he became president. But we are now in day 72, and there has not been a single proposal from Donald Trump to fix the broken immigration system. Just a whole bunch of spending, essentially money down the drain because the system itself needs to be reformed. And so it speaks to, my confident belief that Donald Trump does not want to fix our immigration system. He wants to keep this issue open as a sore in our politics. If I was wrong, he would have proposed legislation here to deal with the underlying inefficiency of the system instead of just throwing money at the problem. And so we will see what the result of this campaign is. We were told that immigrants to this country represented a very specific national security threat, that we needed to crack down on immigration, including expelling from this country legitimate asylum seekers, because that was what was necessary to protect the nation. Well, we'll see what the crime data tells us for the first few months of this administration. I have a feeling I already know what the story is. Crime is not going to have gone down. Why? Because, in fact, whether people want to acknowledge this or not, natural-born American citizens commit crimes at rates higher than first-generation immigrants or people born outside of the United States of America. But Senator Booker, I guess the question I want to ask you is this. I think you and I agree that Americans, right, left, and center, acknowledge that the immigration system is broken. I mean, they didn't love it when they saw thousands of people crossing on an average day. And they know that when it takes 10 years to process an asylum claim, something's wrong, and that it then just provides an incentive for people to come here without documentation. But my impression is that cross-section of Americans that believes that the existing immigration system is broken also believes three other things. One, that the way to fix it is to change the laws, and that they believe that we have not done our job until we have changed the laws. For instance, building a better asylum system. And once again, not a single proposal from the Trump administration on how to fix our broken immigration system. Not a single proposal. Second, I believe that they understand that immigration is a core strength of this nation, not a liability. And that if we want to thrive as an economy, we are going to have to bring people to this country legally. But to turn our backs on immigration as a mechanism to grow economically, that's not in line with what Americans believe, even those that think the existing system is broken. And then lastly, I just don't believe this country is as mean as Donald Trump thinks it is. Like, I get it that everybody wants this nation to be a nation of laws, but when an American citizen looks at a child with a medical condition, when an American citizen looks at an individual who will face certain death from a drug gang if they stay in their home country, when they look at individuals in war-torn nations overseas, they believe that America is strong enough, is big enough, is generous enough to be able to protect those people from harm. Why? Because that's what America always has been. And so this idea that President Trump has that Americans are mean and spiteful and don't want to help people just because they were born outside of the United States or their parents were born outside of the United States. I just don't think that's right. It obviously betrays the best traditions of this nation, but I think it also fundamentally misreads the American people. So I think people want our immigration to be fixed, system to be fixed, but I think they want us to do it. They understand the laws are broken. They do not want to abandon America's tradition of bringing people here from all around the world. They understand that our economy and our economic prosperity is linked to our ability to bring hardworking immigrants to this country, and they're just not as mean as Donald Trump thinks they are.
Senator, I appreciate your question, but I just have to say this to you. You worked so hard with Senator Lankford. And one of the things I have to say, and I hope I don't hurt his politics by telling people how much I love Senator Lankford, we disagree fundamentally on a lot of issues. Maybe that will help him. We both are people, though, of faith. We just recently were together at a massive, I think there must have been like 1,000 people there, maybe 500 at least, at a national prayer breakfast event. He's such a man of character. And what I like about him is I know his values, because he every day tries to be a good Christian. And this idea of love thy neighbor, or you were a stranger in a strange land, I just kind of took a lot of pleasure watching you, my friend, who I know for the last 12 years, and him sit down in this honest, sincere negotiation. And let's be real, everybody on your side of the aisle didn't agree with you. And everybody before Trump's involvement on his side of the aisle didn't agree, but you guys had the makings of a comprehensive bill that would have passed. Now, I'll tell you also that I came here in 2013 right after a Gang of Eight had done the same thing. They actually got the bill out and it died in the House. There are people in America, despite Lankford and you, who many people would put on opposite sides of a political spectrum, that on these issues they agree. And why do they agree, Senator Murphy? Why? Because our economy is dependent upon immigration. You want to talk about a conservative-leaning group, center moderate Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce will tell you, the National Chamber of Commerce will tell you, our economy will be crippled if we don't find a way to bring more people in legally to work on work visas. When I go to the tech community, or the biotech community, or the AI community, or the community is trying to go forward in quantum computing, all of them are saying this is crazy that we are not allowing the brightest minds on the planet, when they get here and get PhDs in half of Congress can't spell, that we drop kick them out of the country. There are so many points of agreement, like take Dreamers, who people on both sides of the aisle have held up as a group of people that are Americans in every way except for the piece of paper. They have no memory of another country. I could keep going through all the things in the immigration world we agree on, including the need to secure our southern border. And so I listen to you on this section, and I look at you, and I remember your frustrations. You're standing up in front of our caucus saying, we're so close.
Senator, yield.
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I just want to drill down on this for a moment, because it gets back to a theme that you have been hitting on throughout the evening and early morning. And that is, not everything has to be zero-sum politics, right? I mean, this is part of what is so exhausting about the last 71 days. For many, many Americans, I think it's part of why Donald Trump's approval ratings are sinking by the day, because, listen, you and I are pugilists when we need to be, right? I mean, we fight when we think that there's a worthy fight. That's what this is today. It's a fight. We understand it's a fight for our values. But we don't think everything has to be a fight. We see our jobs as standing up for our convictions, but then finding that common ground. I did not expect to be in that room with Senator Lankford. I was surprised pleasantly when we came to an agreement. You spent months and months hammering out really difficult criminal justice reform with a colleague of yours that you have equal numbers of disagreements with, because we feel like we have a call from our constituents to fight, but then find the common ground. But this administration has zero interest in common ground. Every single day, they wake up thinking only about conflict, thinking only about defeat of their opposition. And they have been frustrated because they've been trying to do a lot of illegal things, and the courts have been telling them no. They're now talking about extraordinary measures like impeaching judges or defunding the courts. Instead, they could reach out to Democrats. They could decide to do what every previous president has tried to do, which is instead of ramming through a one-side-only policy on immigration, for instance, come to people of goodwill on the opposing party and try to work out a compromise. This is what exhausts the American people, is this administration's complete, total unwillingness to find common ground on anything. That is not where the center of this country is. And on the issue of immigration, we found common ground last year. It was hard. It did not satisfy everyone. But we have proven that on this issue, that is hot, that is difficult for even family members to talk about sometimes, that even on this issue of immigration, we can find that common ground. And so we are here, you are here, because there's a fight to be waged. But I think we both wish on a litany of these topics, we were instead sitting down with our colleagues. But that is just not in the DNA of this administration. And that is part of why this president is becoming more and more unpopular by the day, is because they expect any president, to make at least a minimalist effort to try to reach out and find compromise. And that never happens from the Trump administration.
For the question I see in there, and I again, great presidents have great ideas they bring to Congress, and they fight to pull together and cobble together legislation that will last. The problem we have right now is this whiplash between Trump's executive orders and Biden's executive orders and Trump's executive orders, and it's not solving the problems. And we've shown that there's enough common ground to do something on them. But I don't want to stick with common ground now, actually, because there's some things in here that are not common ground, like private prisons. You know, I'm one of these folks that doesn't want to criticize. I've flown out to a private prison down south to get a tour, met really kind and nice people, but there is something problematic to me about a profit motive for imprisoning, shackling, detaining, and holding people. And this combination of that and a corporate reality where you are giving campaign contributions to people that will then turn around and give you government contracts to restrict the liberties of human beings. And the story that I read about this woman feeling like they lied to her lawyer and said if she had only said she could pay for her own flight home, but they were keeping her, and every day they were keeping her, they were getting more money from American taxpayers. This wasn't a system designed for justice. This isn't a system that's designed for the rights of human beings in our country. This is a system that has every day an incentive to deny the liberty, to hold people It's wrong. It's wrong. It's broken. And with a president that doesn't care about these things, that is giving greater latitude so that more stories like the Canadian woman's story, it's stunning. I want to keep moving though. And I just want to talk about children and the way this system is extended to children. Last week, the government canceled a contract to provide legal services to 26,000 unaccompanied immigrant children. Remember what Anton Scalia said about due process in his strict interpretations of the literal writings of our founders. But 26,000 unaccompanied migrant children no longer have legal representation. We started on that idea. We started on the idea. The Fifth and the 14th Amendment, no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And our country has now rolled back. Trump got rid of a policy that prevented ICE from arresting kids at schools and people from their places of worship. Now, every day, families face the impossible choice of whether to send a kid to school and risk permanent separation from their families. Here's a story from New Jersey. And I quote, "Recently, when I was home in Newark, New Jersey, a woman in my neighborhood came up to me to tell me a heartbreaking story. One morning, she was on her way to walk to school, the mom of another child's children. I won't make this anonymous. One of my closest friends, she's like a sister to me. She lives in the Ironbound in Newark. And was very emotional because her neighbors were so terrified that they came to her and asked her to walk their children to school. They're American children. There's so many teachers and school administrators who are speaking out now that they've been ordered that they must allow ICE to enter their schools. Trump has plans to revoke temporary protected status protection for hundreds of thousands of people from various countries, from Venezuela to Haiti, paving the way for those deportations. We know who they are. He's done this despite the State Department maintaining a level 4 do not travel warning to Haiti and Venezuela due to widespread violence, danger, sexual assaults, kidnappings, and more. He claims that he's tough on crime because he wants to go after child sexual abusers, but when you're sending children running into schools and churches and sending them back to environments that are known for sexual assaults on young girls. The Department of Justice, Office of Civil Rights, recently dropped its case it had filed against Southwest Key, the nation's largest provider of housing for migrant children, in which the DOJ alleged sexual abuse and neglect perpetrated against undocumented children in federal custody. It was a case that the DOJ brought against this company who houses migrant children because of alleged sexual abuse. And what did our government do under Trump? They dropped charges. Why? Children being sexually assaulted? It's not worth an investigation? Is it because the administration thinks that pursuing the lawsuit and holding perpetrators accountable will somehow interfere with their immigration agenda? They literally let alleged sex abusers go free with no explanation. The hypocrisy. The family detentions are restarted. They failed in the past to meet basic child welfare standards and exposed children to trauma. The President's own Department of Homeland Security concluded in 2018 that family detention centers posed a high risk of harm to children and families, and despite his own Department of Homeland Security back in 2018 saying that, they've restarted it. One of the points I want to make is crime. I was a mayor. The number one issue my residents were concerned about was fighting crime. I went back to Newark recently for a horrible, tragic death of a police officer by a 14-year-old with a ghost gun. It was horrible to send off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police officers from all over our state, from New York. This police officer was murdered by a 14-year-old. I still pray for their family, his mom. And as I was standing there looking at this parade of police officers who were waiting for the casket, I had police officers come to me and complain that they're having harder and harder time in New Jersey solving crimes because now victims of crime, victims of sexual assault, victims of robbery who happen to be undocumented are afraid to go and talk to local police because of all this rhetoric that's creating the fear that they'll be turned over to ICE. Imagine in our country there are people out there that are sexually assaulting people but are getting away with it because they're targeting immigrants. And if you don't think that hurts American safety, you're wrong. Afraid to go and talk to police officers to report crimes. They're subverting people's constitutional rights. They're incarcerating people in foreign prisons who have no criminal records. The harms to children. We've talked about all of this, but diverting law enforcement resources away from investigating national security threats, terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking, illegal arms exports, financial crimes, and sex crimes, taking law enforcement away from investigating those crimes and forcing all federal law enforcement agencies to enforce low-level immigration crimes, or I should say, undocumented people with no criminal activity beyond their being in our country. Reuters wrote about this misguided redirection of federal resources. I read their article. Federal agents who usually hunt down child abusers are now cracking down on immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. Homeland Security investigators who specialize in money laundering are raiding restaurants and other small businesses looking for immigrants who aren't authorized to work. Agents who pursue drug traffickers and tax fraud are being reassigned to enforce immigration law. As U.S. President Donald Trump pledges to deport millions and millions of quote-unquote criminal aliens, thousands of federal law enforcement officers from multiple federal agencies are being enlisted to take on new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas, from drug trafficking and terrorism and sexual abuse and fraud. The account of Trump's push to reorganize federal law enforcement, the most significant since September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, is based on interviews with more than 20 current and former federal agents, attorneys, and other federal officials. Most had firsthand knowledge of the changes. Nearly all spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss. In quotes, I do not recall ever seeing this wide spectrum of a federal government resources all being turned towards immigration enforcement, said Teresa Cardinal Brown, a former Homeland Security officer who has been served in both Republican and Democratic administrations. When you're telling agencies to stop what you're doing and do this now, whatever else they were doing takes a back seat. In response to questions from Reuters, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said the U.S. government is mobilizing federal and state law enforcement to find, arrest, and deport illegal aliens. The FBI declined to respond to questions about its staffing. In a statement, the FBI said it is protecting the U.S. from many threats. The Trump administration has offered no comprehensive accounting of the revamp, but it echoes the aftermath of 2001 attacks when Congress created the Department of Homeland Security and pulled together 169,000 federal employees from other agencies and refocused the FBI on battling terrorism. Trump's hardline approach to deporting immigrants has intensified America's already stark partisan divide. The U.S. Senate's number 2 Democrat, Dick Durbin, describes the crackdown as wasteful, misguided diversion of resources. It's making Americans less safe by drawing agents and officials away from fighting corporate fraud, terrorism, child sexual exploitation, and other crimes. The focus of immigration is drawing significant resources from other crime-fighting departments, according to the more 20 sources who spoke. Until January, pursuing immigrants living in the country illegally was largely the part of two agencies: ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Customs and Border Protection, with a combined staff of 80,000 other departments spent on crime. In Detroit, where immigration prosecutions have been rare, the number of people charged with immigration offenses rose from 2 in February to 19 last month. Case managements from the Justice Department show that fewer than 1% of the cases brought by prosecutors by the DEA and ATF over the past decade involved allegations that someone had violated immigration law. Since January, however, DEA agents have been ordered to reopen cases involving arrests up to 5 years old where prosecutors had declined to bring charges. As Trump and billionaire Elon Musk flash the size of the federal government bureaucracy, jobs that deal with immigration enforcement appear largely exempt. In January 31st email to ICE employees, a human resource official told them they wouldn't be eligible for retirement buyouts offered to some 2.3 million federal workers. All ICE positions are excluded, they said recently in a previously underreported email.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. Senator, I have been listening to many of your hours of the speech, and you're talking about immigration now, and I have another question about the immigration policy. You know, I think all of us understand that it's absolutely essential that our country secure its borders. And from time to time, the country forgets that. But I think we've had this debate about immigration that's been going on for several years. And I don't know if the senator had an opportunity to address the opportunity we had in the Senate when last year there was a realization on the part of both the Republicans and Democrats that the only way we were going to get a secure border in a sensible, beneficial immigration policy was to work together. I know the senator was watching that very carefully. And we had the terrific work of Senator Langford from Oklahoma, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, and Senator Sinema, of course, from Arizona. And despite the enormous political tension that surrounds the immigration issue, and for understandable reasons, the three of them worked very hard and came together for a tripartisan proposal, in effect. Senator Sinema, of course, being the independent, who always played a constructive role in trying to bring the parties together. And what was included in that legislation was a major commitment embraced by Senator Murphy on behalf of the Democrats for border security. There was an acknowledgement we can't just have, we have to control our borders. It's really that simple. But when you control your borders, you also have the opportunity to have an immigration policy that the Congress and the President think will benefit the American people. And it benefits us, of course, if there's security at the border. But it also benefits us if we have legal immigration that is controlled by the American people. And of course, you know, I've noticed that Elon Musk, who is against immigration, he's for everything that the President Trump is for, he likes having very highly educated computer people that can help him go from very rich to even richer. So he carves out an exception for people that will be beneficial and helpful to him in his various enterprises. But you know, we've got in Vermont a lot of dairy farms, and we have a tourist industry, and we have a real hard time filling those jobs. So legal immigration can really be helpful and constructive and beneficial to the people of the state of Vermont. And I know talking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, many of us in our states have tourist industries and we have agricultural enterprises, just to mention two, where the reality is we don't have the number of people we need to fill those jobs. And, you know, it's not just a matter of paying more, because I do think we have to be very mindful that we want to do every single thing we can to help elevate the wages of American workers, which, by the way, this is a little bit of an aside. Why in the world haven't we raised the minimum wage? I mean, I know, Senator, you're for that, and I certainly am. But it astonishes me that we still have, what, is it $7, $7.50? I mean, it's unbelievable what the minimum wage is. A lot of the states have raised it. Vermont certainly has. But we, on immigration, had the opportunity and the bill and the will to make enormous progress so that we'd have an immigration policy that secured the border, had the validation of bipartisan majorities in the House and in the Senate, would have also addressed issues about legal immigration that would help us strengthen our economy, and also would have included a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, folks who were brought here by their parents when they were 4 or 5 or 6 years old, and whose the only country they know is the United States itself. And, you know, my understanding from talking to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that there's an enormous amount of respect for many of these dreamers, many of whom have been heroes for us in the military. So this is not in my view, it's not a Republican-Democratic situation. It is a desire on the part of almost everyone in this body to accommodate a reality of a child being brought here by his parents, going to school, getting an education, serving their country, firefighters, Marines, teachers, doing all these things that are really helpful to our country and where they're here through absolutely no fault of their own. And if we were to require them to be deported, and that's an effort that the current administration is making, you'd literally be taking people who might be 30 or 40 years old now, have families, and send them back to the country from which their parents brought them, and they don't even speak the language. And, you know, that obviously makes no sense. And when I talk to Vermonters who have very, very strong views about of having a strong border, and I ask them, what about this situation? They think, wait a minute, well, that's different. You know, that's a person who lives here. That's like my neighbor. So I was so disappointed when we were on the cusp of being able to get this legislation passed, when then candidate Trump, in his candid way, said, kill it. And he was candid about why. It would, quote, give, quote, the Democrats a win. I never saw this as a win for Democrats. You know, I saw this as a win for America. And, you know, the reality is that when we have to do really hard things here, and we're not doing hard things these days, but when we're trying to do hard things that are really important for the American people, my experience is you really do have to get to a bipartisan place. Because, you know, we've lost elections, and we lost the last one. And that is on us. It's not on the voters. They made a decision. That's their right to do. And we have to learn, and we have to listen. But when we were listening and hearing loud and clear from the American people that we want a secure border, And then we worked with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to get a secure border. Why in the world would the leader of the party kill it? Why? I mean, we know the reason. He thought it was good politics. But this is not about what's good partisan politics. It's about what's good policy that's going to help the American people. So I'm really, among the many things you're focusing on, of course, is this question of immigration. And this is incredibly important, but I want it to be clear that I, as one member of the United States Senate, am absolutely all in for the immigration reform that we need, and that is a secure border. That is legal immigration as we determine the type of immigration that will be beneficial to the American people and sustainable. And it also includes a pathway to citizenship for these children, in many cases, who were brought here by their parents, who had no agency, no involvement whatsoever in the decision to come here, how they got here. Pardon me. For those of us who don't stay up all night, some of us use alarms to wake up. So pardon me for being here earlier than I thought I'd be here, and you're here later than maybe than you thought. But you know, it's such a privilege for you, and it's such a privilege for me. It's such a privilege for the other 98 citizens of this country who serve with us in the United States Senate, that any chance we get to do something that's helpful to the people we represent, don't we want to grab it? Don't we want to do it? And does it matter if our name lives in memory that we were here? It doesn't. What matters is what we do here. And whether, when we leave, we can look back and have the satisfaction of knowing we gave it our best. And I hope, you know, there's enormous pressure on folks in this job from the cross currents of the political world that we live in. And all of us are fallible, and all of us have plenty of opportunity to get it wrong, and we do. But what I've seen in the people I've admired on both sides of the aisle, and I think of Senator McCain, who Senator Murphy worked with so much, there was a heart and soul to that man. And it was the heart and soul in his spirit that guided him. And when I think about immigration, and we're talking about how tough it is, he worked together with the so-called Gang of Eight to come up with a reform that this Senate passed years ago. I was in the House then, and I remember being so excited when I heard that the Senate had actually come up with a proposal that just made sense. It wasn't perfect. What is? You know, Senate to earth. What's perfect? We do the best we can. That's about it. But you know what? When I say that's about it, that's what life is. Do your best. And then move on. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I think, Senator, the bipartisanship, which we don't have now at all, but why it has to ultimately, we have to have enough humility to understand that neither side has the answers. And where we try in earnest to come up with the best solution we can at the moment, where we listen to each other, what happens is that if we didn't get it fully right, and we never will, we understand that we have an opportunity to fix it and make it better based on that experience. And when there's just our way or the highway, there's no resolution and no progress. Number one, you don't get the bill passed, as we saw with the immigration bill. And then number two, if you get it passed, the other side just tries to tear it apart and repeal it, as opposed to improve it. Now, every single one of us knows that the American people want progress. But when what we're talking about was something as hard, it truly is hard, the issue of immigration. We're talking something that's hard politically. That spirit of wanting to get to a solution that was what animated the work of Senator Lankford, Senator Murphy, and Senator Sinema. They wanted to get to a solution, even though they had significantly different points of view going in on what was the right outcome. But they wanted to get to a solution, and where they represented the points of view of the disparate views of our caucus. And they came up with a compromise that by all accounts would be such a better place for us to be now than what we're in. No progress. We haven't been able to act on that immigration bill since the Senate acted with the leadership of Senator McCain and others. And I was mentioning how excited I was. I was in the House at the time, and I was so excited that this bill came over. And you know, Vermonters were asking me all the time, Peter, we've got to do something about our borders. We've got to do something to make sure our farmers don't fear having their farms raided and them not being able to milk their cows. It's that essential, right? And I'm talking a lot of pretty conservative people, right, who politically sometimes agree with me, sometimes don't. But what was so exciting to me was that on the cusp of this coming to the House, I was thinking, I'm going to have a chance to vote for secure immigration, for securing our borders, a rational immigration plan, and I'm going to be able to give a fairness to the dreamers. I was so excited about that. And then what happened is it was announced that the House would not even take up the bill. And why? It was the same reason that then candidate Trump proposed to his colleagues, or to his party members in the House, or pardon me, in the Senate, kill it. And why was that? Really, in all candor, it's the most cynical of all reasons. Sometimes people in politics prefer to have the issue that they can fight about rather than use the responsibility and opportunity they have to solve the problem. And that's pretty much what happened with that. And here we are, and we're seeing it again. You know, there's another thing that's happening with the immigration policies of the current administration. There's a lot of cruelty that's part of it. You know, yes, we have to have a secure border. Yes, criminals who came here illegally should be deported. But should the consensus that we have about a secure border, about the legitimacy of deporting criminals who are here illegally, be used to justify a wholesale roundup where the people who are rounded up are almost randomly picked up? You know, some may be on the basis of good information, but it's clear in this roundup where so many people were flown to the jails in El Salvador that the minimal amount of due process, which is inquiry into who is this person, where are they from, does that tattoo mean they're in a gang, or is that a tattoo of mob? Are we a society where we don't provide that minimal inquiry? It's called due process. Our country was founded on it. And it appears in many cases we haven't done that. And then what we're seeing also is that a number of people are being rounded up who are here legally. They're here on a student visa. And they published an opinion in a school newspaper expressing their point of view about the suffering in the Middle East. And this country, of course, is founded, among other things, on the First Amendment right to free speech. And it's a pretty astonishing thing that people who express that, who are here legally, by the way, legally, I want to emphasize that, are suddenly confronted by people who are essentially wearing masks, put in handcuffs, taken away, and then put in a jail at some unknown place until maybe days later you find out where they are. How does that solve the border crisis? How does that protect the liberties that have been the hallmark of the United States of America since the Constitution? It is cruel. You have a person who essentially disappears, and that's a term I know Senator Murphy used once, and I think, unfortunately, accurately. So, we have a challenge, and it's really not who wins this vote and who wins that vote. And it's not even who's in the majority and who's in the minority. Because this country only works, and this Senate only works, when whatever your political views are, you approach the problems that America has from the perspective of your obligation as a United States Senator to make progress, to make it better. And, I was in the state Senate for 13 years. I'm not going to say my life's been downhill since then. but what I so appreciated about the Vermont Senate, and I learned working with other people there. Bipartisan doesn't have a meaning almost now because it's like you've got to be on one side or the other. But I remember when I first went to the state Senate, Senator Booker, I won an election that was an upset. So I was feeling pretty good about myself. And when I got there, it was a majority in the Republican Party. And I was ready to cause trouble. And not necessarily in the John Lewis good way, all right? It might have been more of a Peter Welch ego way. So I had a lot to learn. And what I remember was showing up in these two Republican senators who were just really icons for me in my life, as it turns out. They, in the lieutenant governor, made decisions about who would be on what committees. And I really wanted to be on the finance committee. But that's not a committee you get on when you just show up. And you've won an election, and you're acting like you're more important than you are. And they put me on the finance committee. And I said, I'm doomed. And the reason is I knew I had to cooperate. They've been so good to me and so generous. They gave me a seat at the table. And it was such a thrill for me to be able to actually sit at the table with these people that I held in such high regard and who knew so much more than me. But they invited me in. They didn't push me aside just because I had different points of view and was from a different party. A few years later, I became Senate president, so I had a lot to do with who was on what committees. And I remember I started then the process that we still do in Vermont, and I appointed a number of Republicans to chair committees. And I was in the Senate a second time with the now governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, and he became the chair of the Institutions Committee, which was kind of that's a big deal in Vermont. And when I tell folks we did that in Vermont, where sometimes you'd appoint somebody who's on the other party, they want me to have a mental status exam around here. You know, you just don't do that kind of thing. But, you know, what I do know and what I do see is that there are a lot of people here who do have that, I'll call it the Murphy-Langford cinema attitude. Let's solve the problem. Let's make progress. Let's find a way where we can move ahead. And, you know, you're talking about immigration, which, because we've been going round and round on this for so long without making progress, it's almost creating this cul-de-sac or this sinkhole where people think it's pointless. Why even talk about it? Why try to solve it? Can't be done. Well, we know it can be done because we are the people here, 100 of us, that actually have the ability to do it. And I would say we have the responsibility to do it because it's a serious issue that faces the American people. And they're entitled to the safety of a secure border. The Dreamers are entitled to some justice and respect for the commitment they've made to being fully participating citizens here in the United States. So I just applaud the efforts of my colleagues who, despite all of the outside noise, do want to make some progress. When we don't make progress, we descend into a bad place. You know, yes, deport a criminal. Our people are entitled to safety. People are not entitled to come here illegally, and people who are illegally certainly are not entitled to commit any crimes. But when we go round and round and just use the challenge of immigration reform as a political cudgel, we end up going into some pretty dark places, and that's where we're heading now, where a person gets rounded up who's legally here because the administration doesn't like the opinion they expressed. It's not that their opinion was necessarily subversive, but it's not even wrong, it's debatable. You and I would have a free opportunity to debate, you know, what should be our policy in the Middle East? What should be our policy on immigration? But the administration decides, that speech I don't like. Arrest that person. Disappear that person. And then we get into debates that are really not about making progress, but mutual recrimination. So I'm, you know, just very delighted that you're focusing a good part of your effort here on the vital question of immigration. You know, I do hope, I haven't been watching everything, but if it's okay, I just want to direct your attention to these tariffs that are happening a little bit. And I know you're going to have an opportunity to talk about a fair number of things. You already have. But I've never seen anything so dumb and reckless as these tariffs on Canada. You know, we have a library in Newport, Vermont, Derby Line, actually, the Haskell Free Library. Half of it is in Vermont, half of it is in Canada. Is that cool or what? Canadians come in what I call the back door, but they call the front door, and we come in the front door, which they call the back door. And we read books together. We've had this library for decades. And I was with we had a round table up in the Canadian border, Canadian-Vermont border. And the member of parliament from Stansfield, which is the town next to Newport. Madame Bibot was with us. And when we were with some folks who ran businesses on the Vermont side and on the Canadian side, and some of whom had operations on both sides, most of these were family businesses. Some were very large, some were small. And it ranged from like farmers, and they, on the Vermont side, who got their, a lot of their fertilizer from Canada. And that's true, by the way, all across the northern border. You know, so it can be Minnesota, it can be Idaho. So many of our farmers all along the Canadian-American border have cross relationships with Canada. They get their fertilizer. It's going to cost 25% more. And we all know how hard our farmers work. Nobody works harder. The margins of what they make is tiny, and you add a 25% tariff. I mean, these people are just, they don't know what's going to happen. And our maple syrup makers, back and forth, we get a lot of syrup from Canada and blend it and make it into products with Vermont syrup. Canada's the biggest producer of maples, the second best maple syrup in the world. Vermont is the biggest producer of the best maple syrup in the world in the United States. But the equipment is largely made in, that our sugar makers use is largely manufactured in Canada. 25% tariff on that. That's going to hammer the Vermont maple producers. Again, they operate on a small margin. And you know, a lot of these farms, as you know, and the sugar producers, or we've got a family company up there, second generation, that makes high quality furniture. These are family businesses, and they have tight margins. They're competing. They're really working hard. The Northeast Kingdom is really a pretty low-income part of Vermont, with wonderful, incredibly hardworking people who are very proud of where they live and who they are and who their neighbors are. They're asking really tough questions about how they can make it and whether they can stay in business. And this is not the same as immigration, but there's an element here that is the same as immigration. Shouldn't any policy that we pursue start with the premise that will do no harm? So, you know, Madam President, it might be a policy you're advocating, and I know when you served in your previous job, you'd be wanting to make certain that what you did no harm. In fact, you'd be insisting that it did some good. And my question with the tariffs is whether the administration is starting out from the premise that I think all of us should start with. Yeah, we may have an idea. We hope it might work. But we got to make sure it does no harm. And
I'm sorry, I was going to answer that question, but
yeah, go ahead.
Did the senator finish his question?
Yeah, well, that's a long question, and I'm waiting for a long answer.
Okay. I want to first start by saying that the senator has a reputation around this place, that there's a deep, penetrating goodness that's in you. I love to watch my Senate colleagues when the other people are not. It's a habit of mine because I think what you do when no one is watching is really telling. There's a belief I have that someone who is nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. And we have a body full of people that show some deep, decent goodness. You are one of those people, and what I love about watching you is that it could be the farthest ideological person away from you, and you just have this, like you look at people like you see their divinity. Whether it's the person at the highest position, a leader of the Senate on either side, or someone who holds the door. What I love about you is when I watch you, you're one of the senators. Some people just keep to their side of the aisle. I always look up and I find you over there talking to somebody. And I just rely on that decency in you as a friend. And I've come to love you like a brother. And I want to thank you for being here before your alarm in the morning goes off. It really touches me. And I don't know if you remember this, but about 12 hours ago, you sat right here and you embraced me in a hug. And I leaned on that hug because I wasn't sure that I would even make it 12 hours. I take strength from you, my friend. And I take strength from you to hold to my kindness, to look for it everywhere. This is a story I don't think I've ever shared with you, but it speaks to how we get things done and how we should get things done. But when I first got to the United States Senate, my mentor, Bill Bradley, gave me 3 real lessons for me to learn. I think I've obeyed 2 out of the 3. One was to know the rules of procedure really well. That's the one I've probably failed. I'm still learning things 13 years into this about the rules of procedure. The second one was become a specialist in some areas. Don't be a mile wide and an inch deep, and I feel like I've done a pretty good job on that. But the one that he called me that was most fruitful, I've already mentioned one of the benefits I had in doing this with John McCain earlier in this 12 hours. But he commanded me to go and meet with all your Republican colleagues, take them out to dinner, sit with them for lunch, whoever they are. I went out to dinner with Ted Cruz. It was hard to find a restaurant because I'm a vegan and Ted Cruz is from Texas. But I still remember that we went out and how people were sort of shocked just to see 2 human beings breaking bread. But the story I want to tell my friend about is when I went to see Jim Inhofe, Republican from the same state as Langford. And I couldn't get him to meet with me. Couldn't get on his schedule. And I found out that he had Bible study in his hideaway. And so I go up to his hideaway for Bible study. Thune was there. And we all have implicit biases. We all have implicit biases. My implicit bias was that I did not expect this older, conservative man that I would walk in and see on his mantle this beautiful picture centered of him hugging a little black girl. I'm embarrassed by that it so surprised me. And I, especially in those days, I didn't talk to the senior giants in the Senate. I didn't call them by their first names. I still have a problem calling Senator Durbin by his first name, for example. He is a lion of the Senate, in my opinion, and one of the kindest people to me since I've been here. But so I go to him, I go to Jim Inhofe, I go, "Mr. Chairman, sir?" And I look at the picture and I go, "Who dat?" And he smiles and chuckles. And then he tells me the most beautiful story of his family adopting this little black girl out of some of the most terrible circumstances. And I was so moved. And thinking about my friend Bill Bradley, I would have never known this incredibly beautiful thing about somebody who ideologically we disagreed on so many things, but knowing this personal moment, it created this thread between us. Not a rope, not a cord, but a thread that connected me to him and had created a deeper affection. So fast forward many months in this body, and there's a big education bill, which Chris Murphy referenced earlier. A big education bill was going through the Senate because No Child Left Behind, we were going back the other way. And Senator Durbin has told me about this. Pendulum sometimes swings and swings back in this place. And it was a deal. Lamar Alexander was in the well of the Senate. He was the manager of the bill, and there was no amendments allowed. No amendments allowed. And of course, I'm sitting back here. This is where I sat. And you talk about egos. My ego think I had this great amendment, and I was frustrated that they were having this rule, no amendments. But I got a great amendment to do something about homeless and foster children that have the worst educational outcomes. And I thought I had a modest amendment to try to make a difference for American children that are in foster care or that were homeless. And I'm frustrated. I'm sitting back here, something that I dream of doing again one day, sitting, and just kind of upset. And then I see walking through those doors Senator Jim Inhofe, and he walks to the well, kind of talking. And I remember the story he told me about this little black girl and his family. And something tells me to get up, and I walk into the well, down these steps, and I say to him, Mr. Chairman, sir, I know how much you care for children in tough circumstances. I have an amendment, and I explained my amendment to him, and he looked at me and he gave me the Senate version of no, which is, I'll think about it. And I got frustrated, and I said, thank you, sir, for considering it. And I walked back, and I sat down right here. And then when I picked my head up, he's marching into our side like you do on the other side. Like his GPS coordinates were off, marches up to me, and just sort of grunts at me, I'm in. And then turns around and starts walking away from me, and I step up, I go, wait, excuse me, what do you mean? He goes, Cory, I'm gonna co-sponsor your amendment. And I was so happy. And now I go over to Senator Grassley. You say the same thing to him, a relationship that, thanks to Dick Durbin, I really bonded. I have this sweet relationship with him, even though, again, we disagree on so much. And he doesn't even make me wait. He looks at me and he goes, you got Inhofe? And he signs on my... By the time I go to Lamar Alexander, I look at him and I'm like, I got a full house. I'm sorry, I got no other Democrats, but I got all these Republicans. And he looks at me and he laughs and he goes, really? And he puts the amendment on the bill. It's the law of the land now. And so what you said in the beginning of your long wind-up question, my dear friend, my dear brother, is how real change is made. That man, Dick Durbin, when I first got to the Senate, he knew how much I cared about criminal justice reform. He brought me to the table. I started working. As I presided, I started working in conversations with Mike Lee and conversations with Chuck Grassley. We cobbled together a bill. It wasn't done by executive fiat. It was done in the Senate. 87 votes. It's the law of the land. Thousands have been liberated from unjust incarceration. And so my point to the senator is his spirit is so right, is so true about what it takes to make real change. But the president we have right now doesn't seem to be coming to this body with any kind of bold bipartisan legislation to solve the problems of our nation, to cobble together the common ground of this country on immigration. No, he is not acting like that. He is using language like presidential primacy. He's defending his corrupt practices in immigration by saying things like presidential primacy. He's invoking the Alien Enemies Act. He's evoking the Alien Enemies Act, an act from the 1700s to deny due process, which Anton Scalia, a textualist, says that whether you're born in this country or not, you have due process here. The Constitution states only one thing twice. Both the 5th and the 14th Amendments say that no one, not no citizen, no one shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law. And yet this president is disappearing people. And as we documented here, disappearing the wrong people. As we documented here, detaining unjustly Americans, separating families, all while pushing his agenda and doing things that the values of people on both sides of this aisle don't believe in, like stopping the investigation of children for alleged sexual molestation. This is wrong. And I sat down with some of the advocates who were telling me and who were trying to fight to stop the law from being broken, and they scared me, Dick Durbin. Because they said what I said on this floor: if someone is willing to violate the Constitution for some, it endangers the constitutional rights for us all. Do not think this is, those people. If they are violating rights of some, it is a threat to the rights of all. I am standing here because of a national crisis that is growing. We talked about Social Security. We talked about health care. We talked about education. This is a crisis for us. And this is what the person said. They talked about the Insurrection Act. They've been hearing people in the administration talk about the Insurrection Act. Every person in this Congress and across the country wants a safe and secure border, but scapegoating immigrants to erode basic constitutional freedoms does not make America safer, does not make our community safer, does not reform our immigration system like we should be doing in a bipartisan manner like Langford and Murphy. It does not stand our long-standing problems from our agricultural industry to our tech industry. History has shown that when due process and basic constitutional rights are eroded for some people, it does not stop. It continues to erode. The shoreline that kept you safe will shrink until it reaches you. I am reminded, and a lot of my colleagues from the CBC, a lot of my colleagues from the House, a lot of my colleagues like here who came over the House know his office. You walk into his office and it looks like a civil rights museum, except he's in all the pictures. And this is John Lewis, we who knew him. This was him. Mountain of a man. He had already prepared eggs and grits, a good Southern breakfast, and wouldn't let my mom and I get up, and he serves us all, and he humbly is saying, this is why I marched, this is why I sacrificed for history-making days like this. He told us how special this was for him. He told me that he would be right here where my friends are sitting, watching me get sworn in, and how proud he was going to be. In a sense, he stood in for my dad on this floor, and then boom, I'm a senator. I find colleagues and friends here, and I find a lot of colleagues and friends in the CBC. At that point, I was the only African American in our caucus and found so many friends, so many heroes that have gone up from the Senate now who looked at me, adopted me, helped me. Dick Durbin, you were amazing in those early months. And this is the next time I meet John Lewis for a moment that changed my life. Chris Murphy, Brian Schatz, remember this moment. It was during the 2017 healthcare debate, when I didn't know how we were going to stop that bill from passing and taking away 20 million health care from 20 million Americans. But John Lewis, hey, Cory, let's do something different. What you got in mind? And I said, well, John Lewis, I got this phone. It's very powerful. Let's do a Facebook Live. And so I opened it up, Facebook Live. We meet in between in the Capitol, and then he says, hey, where can we go to sit down for a place? And I love it, my favorite place to sit. I watch Schoolhouse Rock so much, it's right on the steps of the Capitol. Let's just sit there and talk. Chris Murphy, Brian Schatz, first people out to sit with us. And the time lapse is amazing. First 2, 3 people, then 10 people, then 50 people, then hundreds of people. I have it all. Coming because of the moral magnetism of this man, John Lewis. And he talked to people that night who were looking for, what can I do? I'm just one person. And this guy who in his 20s, who was just one person and caused a heck of a lot of good trouble, he told them, don't lose faith, don't lose hope. Get angry, but let it fuel you. Be afraid, but know that's a necessary precondition to courage. He was amazing that night, and I know my colleagues remember that. And then there was the next time. Oh, Brother Warnock, you're going to love this one. The next time I was with John Lewis, Jimmy Carter had gotten a little sick. But then he got better and went back to teaching Sunday school. And I thought, this man is in his 90s. I need to go to Sunday school. And so who do I know? Because there's a waiting line. It's like people sleep out all night. I might have been a little selfish. How do I know I can get in? Call John Lewis. I say, hey, I got this great idea. Why don't we go to Jimmy Carter to watch him teach Sunday school? So I have the singular greatest road trip. I fly into Atlanta, we get into a car, and we drive all those hours to Plains, Georgia. Indeed, people were waiting outside, but it's John Lewis. Come on in. We sit in the front row. I must be in the front row. And we sit down. And then this marvelous, incredible moment comes. Somebody comes and says, Congressman Lewis, Senator Booker, the President, First Lady would love to see you beforehand. It's my first time meeting President Jimmy Carter. But I walk in, I'm sort of on the sidelines. These two men are hugging each other. He and the First Lady. And the two of them whisper for a second, and Jimmy Carter walks over to me and says, I hear you're thinking about running for President of the United States. And he does something incredible. He says, I think you should run, but only if you run, and he pokes my heart, only if you run from here. The last time of the powerful moments I've had in my life with that man, that so many of us have had these powerful moments, the last time happened because of a man named Michael Collins. I know there are people in this room that got the same phone call I got, that it won't be long now, that John Lewis is going to pass very soon. He can't speak, but I know he would want you to have your moment to say goodbye to him. And what do I do? What do I do? To say goodbye to a man that's a legend in my life, a legend in our nation. What do you do to say goodbye to him? I wasn't prepared. I can't say I said anything eloquent. Michael Collins, God bless you, man. You put the phone by his ear and you just gave me my time to have a conversation with the man that would soon die. The man that changed my life, that helped my family get into a neighborhood that loved me and cherished me. God loved Harrington Park. The man who stood in for my father when heaven brought him home. The man that showed me on the steps of this Capitol how powerful the people are. It wasn't about him, it was about them. The man that brought me to see a president who flattered every senator's ego, tell them what they want to hear, run for president. And so I said everything I could, but the last thing I said I remember very well. I said, I love you. I said, I love you. And I said, John, I know you're going to be in heaven looking down on us. And I promise you, John Lewis, that I will do everything possible, that we'll do everything possible to make you proud. The civil rights generation is starting to be called home. Leaders are leaving us. We in the CBC have lost a lot of greats. And I can't remember forget the promise I made to John Lewis, with all that he gave me, with all that he gave his country, that I said we would make him proud. And so this is one of those moments that John Lewis, he would not be sitting still. He would be calling me up and say, you still got that Facebook thing? I go, no, I don't really use Facebook anymore. But there's a thing called TikTok or... I don't know what John Lewis would say right now. I know what he said in 2017, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know what he would say. But John Lewis would say something. He would do something. He wouldn't treat this moral moment like it was normal. John Lewis knew what King said, that what we have to repent for, all of us here will have to repent for, is not just the vitriolic words and violent actions of so-called bad people. What we will have to repent for in our day and age is the appalling silence and the inaction of good people. This is our moral moment. This is when the most precious ideas of our country are being tested, where the Constitution, and the question is being called, where does the Constitution live? On paper or in our hearts? This is the moment. Generations get them. We're on a crossroads here, folks. Healthcare is on the balance. Veterans are on the balance. Priorities are on the balance. Where's our priorities, America? More tax cuts disproportionately going to the wealthy? Greater budget deficits in the trillions and trillions of dollars? Or are we going to do something different like John Lewis would call us to do? He would call us to get into good trouble, necessary trouble, save the soul of America. But you all know, John, don't hate each other. Don't let anybody pull you so low as to hate them. I said this about the presiding elder. Different parties, but he showed me an act of kindness during this speech. He and I have talked about energy policy. He has amazing ideas. I want to partner with him. Don't hate anybody. Did the folks in Birmingham, did Martin Luther King, Fred Shuttlesworth, Dorothea Cotton, James Bevel, did they bring bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses to match the sheriff's? Bull Connor, thank you. I've been standing here a long time. They didn't do that. They were creative artists of activism. They called to the conscience of a country. They challenged our moral imagination not to focus on hate, but focus on what is possible in America if we redeem the dream, if we dream America anew. That generation in their 20s and 30s, that's what they demanded. Martin Luther King didn't go to the March on Washington with a list of grievances against the racists in our country. He went there and called to the conscience of a country. He said he had a dream. That's what we need in our generation. Vision now. That's what we need in our generation. A vision to redeem the dream, to call our country together. Yes, there is a man in the White House who's the most powerful man in the land, and his partner is the richest man in the world. But as long as this is a democracy, that we can still protect the power of the people is greater than the people in power if they use their power. As a great African-American woman author once said, the most common way people give up their power is not realizing they have it in the first place. I've been calling out names, folks, to tell them they have power. I read the stories of Deanna, of Wendy and Cassie, of Tanya, of Cameron, of Jean, of Susan, of Edna, of Randy, of Dylan, of Teresa, of Pamela, of Sally, of Mike, of Carol, of Rosemary, of Danielle, of Judith, of Elizabeth, of Sandra, Alicia, Maggie, Nibel, Laura, Michael, Robin, Mary, Allison, Ash, Roseanne, Carrie, Samantha P., Raphael, Will, Anthony, Sean, and so many more. I read their stories here because while we were elected, they are the power of our country. I've made mistakes. We all have. Both parties have a lot of mistakes to account for. The ballast of this country, what will anchor us to our ideals, what will call us to new heights, lift our heads, lift our hopes, what will call us to rise is each other. We need each other. We need a greater love in this country. We need a greater fight in this country. We need a greater determination. We can't act as if this is normal times. These people's stories that I wrote were calling out for help. Senator, help me. Someone help me. I'm in danger of losing my health care. Someone help me. I'm a veteran. Look what happened to me. It's not fair. I fought for this country. Help me, help me. I'm worried about my Social Security, and the rural office I go to is being closed. Help. People calling out for help. And what Americans do when people are calling out for help? They built an infrastructure. The greatest project ever, called it the Underground Railroad, where Quakers, white folks, joined with black folks to shuttle people to freedom. What did they do when people were worried and fearful? They called people together from across our country. Let's have a conference. Let's go to Seneca Falls. What did they do when they faced violence? Well, look at the people at Stonewall who stood up, who pushed back, who organized, who won. What do they do when the dogs are unleashed on us, the fire hose are unleashed on us? Look at what they did in Selma. I'm getting close to a record, folks, but there's a room here in the Senate named after Strom Thurmond. To hate him is wrong. And maybe my ego got too caught up that if I stood here, maybe, just maybe I could break this record of the man who tried to stop the rights upon which I stand. I'm not here, though, because of his speech. I'm here despite his speech. I'm here because as powerful as he was, the people were more powerful. But I remind you, all those people who believe like me that we've got to redeem the dream, turn again to John Lewis, because you all know the story, my colleagues, of when the man that beat him savagely, drew blood, cracked bones. Decades later, he was a congressman. That man brought his grandson with him to ask for forgiveness from John Lewis. I heard about this story when I was in the car in Georgia with him. What did you do, John? This man that so viciously beat you, wounded you, bruised you, battered you. What did you do when he came to ask you for forgiveness? What did you do? And a good Christian man of faith, simply said, every one of us needs mercy. Every one of us needs redemption. I forgave him. I hugged him. We wept. And I looked at the boy. This nation needs you too. John?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Ladies and gentlemen, order. The chair does not wish to take away from this moment, but I think the best way to honor this great accomplishment to our guests in the gallery, to make a rare exception and let you stand to show your appreciation, I will not constrain my fellow senators.
Thank you. I'm Chuck Schumer. I have yielded for a question, and you asked me, did I know? I know now. I want to not quite wrap this up yet. I don't want to wrap this up yet. My mom's senator. My mom's been watching. I know Catherine Cortez Masto has a podium in front of her. She can give me a rest. I'd like to go a little further if we can, just a little further. I love, and again, I know people are trying to train each other, and all of our media operations, they give the worst images of the people of the other party. But I want to tell you, one of the funny tweets my staff gave me is something Ted Cruz said. Is he's around 19, 20 hours, he said, maybe I should pull a fire alarm. He's going to break my record. I'm going to pause in a moment if she has a question for me to Catherine Cortez Masto, because she's my mother. But I do want to just say again, 2 points to make if I can. One is how grateful I am to my staff. When we decided to do this many days ago, they were like, we have to do this. And we started preparing and working on this, and they did an extraordinary job. They were with me late nights, writing. I just feel guilty because they wrote about 10 books, and we didn't use all of them. They were really substantive stuff, pulling from Republicans and Democrats in critique of this moment, pulling from Democrats and Republicans, Republican governors that were saying, do not cut Medicaid. States that know, as my colleagues do, that have a trigger, that if the Medicaid funding goes below 90%, they stop the Medicaid expansion. My staff really worked hard to not make this just Democratic voices, to make it people in our country, that Republicans and Democrats You heard mentioned in the speech the Cato Institute, the Manhattan Institute, all people who are honest arbiters and are saying that what Trump is doing is wrong, that a budget like this that blows massive holes in our deficit, it will be something our children are trying to pay for. And what are they ultimately paying for that's caused this big deficit? It's trillions of dollars of tax cuts that people like Doge, multi-billionaire Musk will benefit from, but children won't. They did such a good job bringing together authorities on both sides of the aisle. I just want to thank them. I want to thank my cousin Pam and my family. Cousin Pam, like Chris Murphy, was here for the whole time. I want to thank Chris Murphy again. Who never stopped telling me we could do this, we can do this, we can do this, and said, I will stay with you. He's been with me on the floor. I hope you don't look as tired as I look, because you look beat, man. Do I look that bad? No. All right. I want to go a little bit past this, and then I'm gonna deal with some of the biological urgencies I'm feeling. But I'm going to wait here because I have the power, I have the floor. Somebody has to ask me, perhaps from my mom's state, the way that's supposed to work.
So will the good senator from New Jersey yield for a question?
My mom would be so upset with me, my Aunt Marilyn, my Uncle Butch, my Aunt Shirley, all the people that are your constituents, not mine. They would be upset with me if I didn't yield to you for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, first of all, Senator Booker, I have to say, we in Nevada are so proud of you. We are proud to be Nevada Strong. You are one of us. You are definitely New Jersey, Nevada Strong, and so proud of what you have accomplished so far, and willing to stay here as long as it takes to help you get your message across. And I think that's the important moment. We are all here right now. So I want to pose a question to you, actually a couple questions, but I want to start off and set the stage here, because you have been here now, for over 24 hours. You are missing some of the national news, things that are happening out there. But one of the things I want to point to that is happening that you may not be aware of, and you've touched on it a little earlier today, is this notion that we have now a president who is actually focused on billionaires and tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of the American public. And one of the things we have watched him do is cut funding for medical research. Now, what you may not know is just today I found out that HHS laid off the entire healthy aging branch of the CDC, just today. This office administers Alzheimer's disease programs.
Yes.
And it oversees the funding from the Bold Infrastructure for Alzheimer's Act, and it is a piece of legislation that I was so proud to partner with Susan Collins on. And she has fought for, and we have fought for, funding for it to support caregivers and their families. And Congress just reauthorized this funding. And now we have a president that has stopped the critical work that scientists are doing to try and cure Alzheimer's. And I bring this to your attention, Senator, because like you, and I think like all of us, there are personal moments in the work that we do. My personal moment is my grandmother, who I'm named after, died from Alzheimer's. And she died at a time in Las Vegas when there was not enough research, when there was not enough health care, when there were really not enough providers to understand what was going on. And so for many of us, this fight, not only is it personal, but we recognize the impact that it has outside the Beltway in so many families and lives across the country. And that's what this is about. In Nevada, as of 2023, there are 49,000 people, 65 and older, are living with Alzheimer's. And that's projected to reach 65,000 this year. Not only did we hear that HHS laid off the entire healthy aging branch of the CDC, but Donald Trump also recently terminated a $14,000 NIH research grant that had been supporting Alzheimer's research at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And he's continued to cut the grant for essential research for so many reasons. We've seen these funding cuts, we've seen mass layoffs, and the impoundment of grants that have already been approved by Congress. This is a violation of the rule of law, and you have been talking about that for the last couple of hours. President Trump is forgetting that this is personal. It is happening to so many families. So my question, Senator Booker, to you is, what do you think families and caregivers of those impacted by Alzheimer's, how they are feeling about what is happening right now?
So this bothers me for two reasons, and the first you've already mentioned is this is the point of bipartisan work that we do. I talked about Chris Murphy and the bipartisan gun bill that lots of people here worked on with Senator Cornyn and others, and how upset my state is that some of that community violence intervention money that I worked so hard to get in that bill is being clawed back by a president. There are people in this room, I know so many of you, and I know on the other side, that have done such great work to work with our colleagues to find common ground and get really important programs passed that bring resources to families. And it's being clawed back by our president, not with consultation, not with a hearing, not with a discussion of even why you would target Alzheimer's research. That is a violation of the separation of powers. And I wish my Republican colleagues would hold more hearings about that. These are programs that they like. I saw that with USAID. I worked with Marco Rubio on some of that programs and those investments that are now been cut and clawed back. So it's a separation of powers issues. It's an offense to the common goals that we share in this community of leaders. But the second reason it bothers me is an article I read hours ago by Fareed Zakaria. And he talked about what's happening to a nation that cuts so dramatically what is one of the best taxpayer investment dollars in biomedical sciences. If you're an investor, and I told you there's an investment that every dollar you invest, you would get $5 back for your economy, folks would be invested in that vehicle. Well, that's NIH funding. Every dollar you invest, who would cut a profit center? It's not just a profit center, though. The outcomes, the discoveries, could change the lives of people who are suffering in your nation and around the world. But he's attacking them. I read all these universities from around the country. This shows you how magnanimous I'm trying to be. I even read stories from USC. I'm sorry, rival. That all of these universities are cutting their postdocs, cutting their PhDs, cutting the lending, because they don't know, as Donald Trump threatens, the direct costs they're stopping. And Fareed Zakaria said so painfully to all Americans with Americans' pride, as we are doing that, China, who, when they had that cultural revolution, they first went after their universities. Now, modern China, their government is doing the opposite. They're trying to out-America us. They're massively increasing their investments in scientific research because they know if they get ahead of us on quantum computing, all of our subs can be located, and God knows what could happen. They could, any kind of cryptology they could break. They know if they get ahead of us on scientific research, the power and advantage it will give them, so they're doubling down. But what are we doing in America? We're tolerating a president that is cutting the funding that will predict who defines the future and what values will define those futures. Will they be democratic values, or will it be the values of the country that's competing with us to beat us, and right now we're giving them a head start? And then the final reason that question bothers me is because my father died of Parkinson's, and he had Parkinson's-related dementia. And I know what that's like. I know the pain families are enduring. I remember the time that my dad and my mom, we were in the movie theater, and my mother just shook my world. She was in Georgia. And so many people here in this room have had the same experience. We're in a movie theater, and my mom leans over to me and said, "You need to take your dad to the bathroom." I never imagined the years of my dad as a 2-year-old and 3-year-old taking me to the bathroom, that one day I'd have to take him. And so in this Atlanta movie theater, in the middle of a movie, which I was like, okay, It's time for me to do this ritual that so many families know. I pick my dad up who's shuffling with his Parkinson's. I'm not seeing any light in his eyes that he's there. I'm just letting him hold me, and he's shuffling into the bathroom. And then we get to a public bathroom. His hands are shaking. He's standing in front of the urinal. And then I realize I got to unbuckle this man's pants. So many families know this, and my ego, I'm sorry, I was leaning over and I'm saying, wait a minute, I'm in a public bathroom, leaning over, I'm buckling another man's pants. Please, please, God, don't let somebody come in. And as if God heard my call, someone walked in. And I hear the person walk, and I'm like, just please keep walking. Go into a stall, please keep walking. And then suddenly I hear the feet walk past me and stop. And then the man turns around and says, oh my God, Cory Booker. And then I look up at my dad, and I see the clarity in his eyes. He is 100% there, and he's grinning and loving my mortified embarrassment. Alzheimer's is devastating so many American families who are watching the loved one of their lives diminish. And we're cutting funding. Donald Trump is cutting funding, democratically, bipartisanly approved. So forget the separation of powers. It's important. It's so important. If that doesn't get you, then maybe think about the competition with China. If that doesn't get you, if those two don't get you, America, then think about the millions of Americans struggling with Alzheimer's, the struggles it does to those families. This is a moral moment, America. This is going to define the character of our country for years and years to come. Has the Senate called a hearing on your bipartisan funding, Senator? No. Have we done our oversight responsibility? Have we checked, as I read from the Federalist Papers, as our founders wanted us to do, is to check the executive, be the check at the executive that balances our governmental powers? No, we're not checking that executive. With Signalgate, I have heard from Republicans that serve in Congress of the 535 with us. I know other colleagues here have heard. They're mortified. You talked about that. Mortified about that. And again, it's not partisan. The Biden administration made foreign policy mistakes. Obama made foreign policy mistakes. Reagan, when I was growing up, I was hearing about the Iran-Contra scandal. So I'm not going to be one of those people that the pristine, perfect Democrats. We've made mistakes. We've made failings. We've let the public down. We have some reckoning in our own party that we're working on right now. But that doesn't say that you should just be one of these people that says, well, Biden did it. No, you should be a leader of character that says there's something wrong here. And in fact, it could point to real problems in the national security of our country and the laws that we established. One of those laws is very simple. You're supposed to preserve records. How can a signal chain that disappears not be a violation of the law of this land? Is there a hearing on that? Head of the Intel Commission, not a hearing at all. Where are the checks and balances spelled out in the Constitution? We are derelicting our duties here in the Senate. We really are. And the consequences of that is the very national security of our country. How many times do you think this was the first time they created a signal chat? Or is this a pattern of practice? You're a really rational man. I keep looking at you, Mark. You're my leader on these issues. Or Jack Reed. No, this indicates a real problem, and the Senate, the United States Senate, should get to the bottom of it. This is a moral moment. I keep saying it's a moral moment. Who are we going to be? What's going to define us? And it's time not for the typical tribalism. It's time for leaders to start standing up and saying, you know what? We can go a different way. We can imagine a different country. That's why I pointed out the new leader of the Democratic Party on the House side. We're a different generation. There's a rising generation of people. I've talked about my friend who wrote this great book, Abundance. There's a whole bunch of new ideas out there that are about the future, about the possibilities, about the hope, about the greatness of America, not the greatness that is braggadocious, not the greatness that says, I'm better than you, not the greatness that says, only I can fix things. That's not the America we want. We want America that says, we the people. An America that says, e pluribus unum. An America says that our history shows that rugged individualism and self-reliance are important values, but rugged individualism didn't beat the Nazis. It didn't take us to the moon. We did that together, America. We need bigger visions that can unite us beyond our narrow partisan divides to get a real mandate. And you know what a real mandate should be? It should be government efficiency. It really should be. God, I have heard from so many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle that have said, if they formed a commission of former executives in this body, I see you, Maggie Hassan, it was hard, but I had to cut 24% of my budget, 1 out of 4 employees. It was really hard, it caused a lot of pain, but we had to reduce my government. There are a lot of people here that are executives on both sides of the aisle that would have said, pick me, let's form the most exciting team possible. Because Jack Reed knows that the military of the United States of America could do things more efficiently. It's a little bit of waste over there because they haven't passed an audit. Where's Mary Cantwell? The Commerce Committee. So many ideas about how to create profit centers in the American government. You have talked to me about them. You're brilliant on some of these ideas. I look around here, but I could look to the other side of the aisle. The farmer sitting over there, the guy who's been so good to me, Chuck Grassley. I forced that man to hug me when we passed. I forced you to hug me, sir. I have pictures. Can't deny it. I don't know how you're going to get reelected now, sir. You hug this dude, black dude from New Jersey. You're so sweet to me still. We passed a big bipartisan bill because people like him, like the presiding officer, I've met with you, you still have big ideas. You still have big ideas that aren't partisan. If President Trump, from his inaugural address to his first speech before a joint session of Congress said, enough, there are big ideas in this country, I want the best, I want people to come together. I'm tired of us talking down at each other. It's time for us to come together and imagine ways to create real abundance in America for all Americans. I trust the genius of America, the kindness and the decency, but this president doesn't do that. He violates all of our common senses of decency. And don't say it doesn't happen, folks. Don't say that. I listen to him. I listen to how he talks about people. We have a government now, as I said earlier, that isn't ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. We have a country now where a president says, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for Donald Trump. And you're seeing who gets the special treatment. Some law firms are really threatened right now with being bankrupted by Donald Trump targeting them. Others have decided a different path. I'm not hating on them, but they said we're going to go to Trump and we're going to offer him what he wants. We're going to give him tens of millions of dollars of free pro bono work. I wish they would bring some of that free pro bono work to Newark, New Jersey. A lot of people who need lawyers, folks in my city. What are the standards here of our government? You want a merger? Well, maybe you should put a lot of money in Donald Trump's meme coin. I read the document, there's something word called emoluments. And we sit by and act like, oh, no big deal. He's made millions and millions of dollars from who we don't know. We haven't held one hearing of oversight to know who is giving him millions of dollars to that meme coin. Is it the Turks? Is it the Saudis? Is it the Chinese? Is it the Russian oligarchs? Do we know? Should we know? Yes, America, stop falling into tribal lanes and closing your eyes to things that should not be normalized. Why are we normalizing these things? They're wrong. They're patently, on the face of it, is wrong. If you use Signal to discuss a military attack, the time of the attack, the weapons that are going to be used, and you do it on a commercial app and decide to include a reporter, there should be accountability. Am I crazy?
Order. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you, expressions of approval and disapproval are not permitted by the gallery. Thank you.
He was forced to say that. Look at you, defiant man. The Senate and the House should be checks and balances on the President of the United States. The Senate and the House should not allow business as usual in this moment when the President is insisting that no one has the power to check and balance him. When a judge does it, when a judge decides on the soundness of his legal observations to have a ruling, and then the President of the United States doesn't appeal the ruling like most people kind of do, but starts to drag and insult and threaten that judge with impeachment. And some people, astonishing to me, in our government said, oh, that's right, we should impeach this guy. That's not a question of left or right, that's a question of right or wrong. We're normalizing this behavior. We're letting him do things that Republicans and Democrats should say together are wrong. And so I want to say, I'm going to stop soon.
Well, for a question?
Oh, yes. God bless you. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I want to start, before I get to my question, with just saying how proud I am, how proud we all are of you. And I think I'm old enough to remember Strom Thurmond's filibuster. I can remember being in high school and seeing the news every night and the reporters coming from the steps of the Capitol because they were filibustering the Civil Rights Bill. And what I'm proud of is that your focus on democracy and the opportunities that democracy opens up for all of our rights, in my mind, cancels out what Strom Thurmond did to prevent African Americans and others from getting the rights they deserve in this country. So I'm proud of that. But I really want to, you talked earlier this afternoon about the rule of law and the overreach of this administration. And as part of that, you went through a litany of agencies that Congress had established that this president is trying to take away. And I just wanted to point out that, and you mentioned this earlier, one of those agencies that Congress established is the U.S. Agency for International Development. And earlier today, we had a shadow hearing roundtable, the Democrats on the Foreign Relations Committee. It was on the dangerous consequences of funding cuts to U.S. global health programs. And I know that as ranking member on the subcommittee on Africa and global health policy, you would have really been interested in this. I'm glad you were here on the floor, but I wish you could have heard what we heard from the people who testified. We heard from Atul Gawande, who used to be the administrator of USAID, their global health program. We heard from Dan Schwartz, who is the Vice President of Management Sciences for Health, that's a contractor that works on global health programs. And we heard from Nick Enrich, who's the former Assistant Administrator for Global Health at USAID. And they started out by talking about what global health has accomplished through USAID. PEPFAR has saved more than 26 million lives. It's reversed the spread of HIV/AIDS. They've done malaria prevention and control for over 500 million people. They've eradicated smallpox and eliminated most of polio. They've reduced infant mortality by more than 59% since 1990. They've supported cholera, measles, and Ebola outbreak response. And one of the things Dr. Gawande pointed out is that they took the response to Ebola outbreak from 2 weeks. Many of us remember that during the Obama administration when Ebola was coming to the United States, They took that response from 2 weeks down to 24 to 48 hours to be in there, to be responding to the Ebola epidemic. And what has this president done? What has Elon Musk and Doge done? They've gone in to USAID. They've cut the global health workforce from over 800 to about 60. They've taken the system that was designed to make programs more efficient, and they dismantled it. And when the Inspector General Paul Martin reported on food rotting in ports, he was fired. USAID has been the largest civilian ground force to address global goals. As Dr. Gawande said, what we learned from USAID is that prevention is a whole lot more efficient and a lot cheaper than emergency treatment. He said that what we spend on global health through USAID has been $9 a household in America in a year. $9. Think about what we've done with that $9. And as they were going through the litany of programs that have been cut, the one that caught my eye was 75% of the pandemic threat comes from diseases jumping from animals to humans. That program has been terminated. 75% of the threat of future pandemics. So, as we think about rule of law and the overreach of this president, would you agree with me that there has been no consultation with Congress about any effort to move USAID into the Department of State, and that because Congress created this agency, Congress has got to be involved in reauthorizing whatever comes next, and that this president and his Doge boys need to understand that before they take any more steps at USAID?
Yes, yes, yes. You and I both know that in a bipartisan way, we created some of these programs principally to keep America safe. Many of us remember that dramatic hearing where Trump's Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, sat before the American people when they were discussing the budgets for USAID and the State Department. And John Mattis knew the power of those programs to keep us safe. You mentioned infectious diseases. Well, we live in a world where an infectious disease anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. So pulling our scientists out of the fight against Ebola, pulling our scientists out of drug-resistant tuberculosis fights, it makes no sense. And then, in terms of our safety, he just simply said, if you cut these programs, buy me more bullets, because our fight's to spread democracy. There are nations in Africa, for example, where the Chinese are trying to influence a different way of life. That's why so many African countries now won't criticize China for things that the rest of the world say are bad because they owe them so much debt, they're so engaged, they're so overplaying the fact. Chris Coons said something, I think it was Chris Coons said something painful earlier about Myanmar. This horrific thing. America, the most generous country on the planet, when there's a crisis, we lead the rest. I've sat in meetings in a bipartisan way with ambassadors from other countries where we had the moral authority to tell them, you're not doing enough. And in the Myanmar crisis right now, as Chris Coons said, who's standing there? Not Americans. We don't have the capacity anymore to help in a horrific crisis like that, but the Chinese government's there. Again, it's what defines us. I keep saying this is not a left-right moment. This is a moral moment, and we tell our truth with what we do with our resources. And here's the thing. When you poll people and ask them how much money you spend on USAID, they say, oh, it must be 10% of the American budget. It must be 5% of the American budget. It's around 1% or less. A penny of what tax dollars you send down to Washington goes to help us make sure that around the globe we're countering the hard power of some countries with the power of our light and our soft power. We have been the envy of the world, where people see and know how special America is because we live the value of every major religion, that we're going to love our neighbors, we're going to be there for you in your times of need. And we all know, with a terrorist group from far away to the most horrific attack, that in a lot of these countries, terrorist groups are trying to counter the democratic governments there. Look in the Sahel region. Look what's happening. When I was in Nigeria, I was shocked to say what they're talking about: instabilities in the north, the threats of terrorism in the north. I'm going to go for 7 more minutes and stop, but I want to use these last 7 minutes to return one more time to the people of my state and actually other states who demanded we do things different, who asked for help. Before I do, I just want to thank Mike Lee today. He's my partner in antitrust, a specialty of my friend Amy Klobuchar. And I don't know if you got my text, but you got it, where I said to you, I'm kind of going to the floor to hold it for as long as I can. And I may not make our first subcommittee together on antitrust, where we have a lot of common ground. So I'm sorry I missed it today. I know you'll fill me in, but I know my friend filled in. Thank you. So I want to close back where we started, about us, about why I'm here. I believe that there is an urgent crisis in our country that we are not talking about. It's not a left-right crisis, it's a right-wrong crisis. It's a moral moment, and again, in America, that's going to define our character, about who we are and what we stand for. There's a threat to the bedrock commitments we've made to each other as a country. People are threatening that bedrock commitment of Social Security. They're calling it a Ponzi scheme. They're making up absolute lies about it. When I read American after American who said that that is their lifeline, they told stories that if they don't get their Social Security payment, or they get caught up because nobody's answering their calls, if the rural Social Security office, I read states, red and blue, where they're closing Social Security offices, if I now have to drive not 100 miles, but 150 miles at 93 years old, it doesn't quite make sense. One of my colleagues stood up here and said, that's already cutting benefits if you can't access the folks. I stood here because there's a threat to these bedrock commitments. The bedrock commitment we've made in healthcare in this country. We won the defense of the Affordable Care Act, but my colleagues know when you start talking about Medicaid, that's not 20 plus million Americans. It's 70, 80, 90 million Americans. It's our elders and nursing homes. It's our children with disabilities. It's our moms giving birth, that are still giving birth in the country with about the highest maternal mortality rates in the industrial world. It's a moral moment. Who do we stand for? Like Schumer shocked me when he said they're going to use some kind of budget gimmick to push this through. He shocked me, Chuck. I thought this was going to come down to the parliamentarian, but it doesn't sound like it. Now it's just going to get done. With the math, and I read from Manhattan Institute criticized it on the right. AEI criticized it on the right. They said, what are you doing? What are you doing, America? You're going to rake up trillions and trillions of dollars in debt that our children and our children's children are going to have to pay for, passing the bucks that will grow. Are you doing that to help people get more access to health care, more access to retirement security, more access to the things we believe in, big ideas like universal child care, paid family leave? No, we're doing that in order to renew the tax cuts that I read conservative budget folks, moderate budget folks, all across the spectrum who said it will blow up our deficit. And the benefits of those tax cuts, not all, let's not use hyperbole, but most will go to the richest people in our country, who I promise you, I celebrate people who've brought their ingenuity and their expertise and their grit and their tireless work, who've built wealth in this country. Should not be us versus them, but I'm telling you that those folks do not need another tax cut. And the corporations who came here, you all remembered, said we would like a 25% rate. The people I read said that when we kicked it to 21, not even what they were asking for from 35, it exploded. One of the main reasons it exploded our debt. And we read from conservative groups who just said all these promises that we would grow our way out of our deficit, they didn't materialize. All the promises that were made. Trump, for those who don't remember or weren't here when I read it, was going around telling folks that, oh, my tariffs, this is 2017, my tariffs, the money that I get, that will be what we could pay down the debt. The math that they did was that would account for about 1/750th of the debt at that time. But he used that money to try to compensate the farmers that he was hurting with his tariffs. This is a moral moment, and people are getting hurt, and people are afraid because of the threats to Medicaid cuts. There were people writing in and said $880 billion would devastate me, but even small cuts to services, my whole family, fragile architecture of our finances, if you just pull out the transportation money that my disabled child uses, that will crumble my financial world. And so when you talk about the bigger cuts, we know the math. Many states who expanded Medicare have a trigger that if it goes below 90%, all the Medicare expansion goes off in that state and millions of Americans will be hurt. That's not right, guys. That's not right. And so this is the choices we have before us. Our veterans and the VA. I'm mad at you now. You made me get very emotional with your story. We read John McCain's story. We read the stories of the poems of the unknown soldier looking over us and saying, what are you doing to the Gold Star families? What are you doing to the veterans? Are you living up to your promises that you made? Well, right now, with the cuts of tens of thousands, over 80,000 veterans who work for the VA, but even more, because about 20% or so of all federal workers are veterans. And we read stories from veterans in America who are shaken by what's happening, who are losing their jobs but yet all they want to do is serve. They're not what they're being called. They're not leeches. They're not criminals. They shouldn't be degraded for wanting to continue to serve their nation. This is what we're talking about, our veterans, our seniors, our health care, our financial security going forward. I asked the question to all those people who voted for Donald Trump, who believed in him that he would lower your grocery prices. I asked you, look at your financial self. Are you better off than you were 72 years ago financially? Well, the answer for most people who believed in him is no, because he didn't set out to do anything to lower prices. He set out to rename the Gulf of Mexico, to threaten Canada, to say I'm going to take over Greenland. He's done a lot of things, 140 executive orders. Many of them actually drive up your costs, make it more expensive to enroll in the ACA, reduce a lot of the tax credits there. He's increased your costs. He's taxed your bedrock services. Stock market tumbles, your 401k accounts are less. Inflation is up. Consumer confidence is down. This is what the voices we brought into this chamber, the voices of our constituents, red states, blue states, the voices of Democrats and Republicans, Republican governors, Democratic governors. We brought all the people that are saying, no, this is a moral moment, not left or right, right or wrong. And so I've tried over the last 25 hours and 1 minute to center the conversation back on what will we do of good conscience. People who are saying, I served this country, I risked my life, shouldn't be able to keep my job. People who are saying, this country once made itself the envy of the world because we invested in high quality education for every child. I don't like what's going on at the end of the Department of Education. People who are saying, I worked harder than I ever have, but the prices on everything in my life are getting higher. People who are saying that the America I learned about in school, the one where people's rights are protected, the people are saying that why are we yet again going through another healthcare battle that threatens millions of people, the people are saying that I'm worried about the financial security and the future of my country, the voices of folks. And so I end by saying simply this, where I started was John Lewis. I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to stop us from going down this road. Chuck Schumer's now told me that they're greasing the skids to do these things. I'm sorry, but I know who does have the power. The people of the United States of America. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis. I beg folks to take his example of his early days where he made himself determined to show his love for his country at a time the country didn't love him, to love this country so much, to be such a patriot that he endured beatings savagely on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, at lunch counters, on freedom rides. He said he had to do something. He would not normalize a moment like this. He would not just go along with business as usual. He wouldn't know how to solve it. But there's one thing that he would do that I hope we all can do that I think I did a little bit of tonight. He said for us to go out and cause some good trouble, necessary trouble, to redeem the soul of our nation. I want you to redeem the dream. Let's be bold in America, not demean and degrade Americans, not divide us against each other. Let's be bolder in America with a vision that inspires, with hope that starts with the people of the United States of America. That's how this country started. We, the people. Let's get back to the ideals that others are threatening. Let's get back to our founding documents, that those imperfect geniuses had some very special words at the end of the Declaration of Independence. It was one of the greatest in all of humanity declarations of interdependence. When our founders said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President, thank you to the pages, thank you to the parliamentarian staff, thank you to the clerks, thank you to the doorkeepers. There are so many people that make this place special. I kept you up all night, kept you up 24 hours. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Madam President. Madam President.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, this next regular order of business, confirmation of Mr. Matthew Whitaker.
Order in the Senate, please. Order in the galleries.
Madam President, is the next regular order of business confirmation of Mr. Matthew Whitaker to be ambassador to NATO? So that's the next order of business up.
It is.
Thank you. I'd ask unanimous consent that myself and the senator from